Enjoying this novel? You can support the author and help bring more amazing content. Your support makes a huge difference. The link is in the description. Check it out. Peroroncino rode the flame lion, slaying countless demons along the way, until he reached the central area. Shaltir had been following him the entire time, wanting to intervene, but Peroroncino didn't allow it. Peroroncino still needed to use these demons to level up his artificial beings. In the central area, Demiurge and the 5 members of the Pleiades stood, all wearing the same mask, except for the insect maid who didn't need one anymore, as Entoma's identity had already been exposed. At this point, Mammon, Nabe, and Evil Eye also arrived. Peroroncino dismounted from the flame lion. He wasn't used to fighting while riding it, though it did look impressive. "Greetings, everyone. I am Jaldabaoth." Demiurge bowed and introduced himself. "Jaldabaoth, what are your intentions?" Mammon asked. "The powerful tools capable of controlling us have entered this city, and I've come to reclaim them. I will face Jaldabaoth as an opponent." "No problem." After hearing Peroroncino's response, Mammon, holding his sword with both hands, swung at Demiurge, and the two of them clashed, retreating into a distant building to continue their fight. "That insect maid looks like she's intent on killing Evil Eye. I'm sure you can handle Evil Eye, right?" "No problem." Entoma didn't hesitate. She walked forward and raised her hand, activating Steel Bomb Insect. From her maid's sleeves, bullet-like insect missiles shot out, all aimed directly at Evil Eye. Evil Eye quickly jumped back several steps, evading the attack. Peroroncino and Nabe dodged to either side, while CZ and Solution moved toward Nabe, and Yuri and Lupus Regina moved in Peroroncino's direction. The 6 of them all hid, watching Entoma and Evil Eye battle one-on-one. Scissor Insect. Entoma's right hand transformed into a sword-like weapon. Insect Extermination. Evil Eye leaped into the air and cast an insect extermination spell, sending a cloud of white mist toward Entoma. Wind Talisman. Without hesitation, Entoma threw out a talisman. The white mist was blown away completely. Crystal Scatter. Evil Eye cast another spell, shooting a barrage of crystal missiles. Entoma raised her left hand, and from her sleeve, Steel Bomb Insects shot out like a machine gun, easily destroying all the missiles. Maximized Fireball Missile. Evil Eye released a small red magic circle at her hand, and fireball missiles shot out rapidly from it. Entoma quickly dodged and avoided all of the fireball missiles, closing in on Evil Eye. Insect Extermination. Evil Eye cast the Insect Extermination spell again, but Entoma retreated, creating distance. She moved sideways, out of the range of the spell. Thunderbird Dance Talisman. Entoma threw out another talisman, which transformed into 5 Thunderbirds that attacked Evil Eye from 5 different directions. Prism Crystal Shield. A transparent shield appeared around Evil Eye. The Thunderbirds struck the shield, but had no effect. Peroroncino looked a bit bored and glanced at Yuri beside him. "Lord Peroroncino, what should I do?" Boom! A violent explosion occurred in Peroroncino's direction, drawing Evil Eye's attention. Then, a head flew rapidly toward her. The head was flying exceptionally fast, and Evil Eye couldn't react in time. Her shield was shattered instantly. Yuri's head also destroyed Evil Eye's mask in the process. Peroroncino emerged from the rubble. "Do you need help?" "No need." Evil Eye immediately refused Peroroncino without hesitation. Entoma picked up Yuri's head and threw it toward Evil Eye. Evil Eye's mind was a bit chaotic. How could she throw her own comrade's head at someone? She thought to herself, but her body quickly dodged. However, the head followed her like a homing missile. Wherever Evil Eye moved, the head followed. Crystal Barrier. A large crystal emerged from the ground, blocking Evil Eye's front. Yet, Yuri's head crashed through the crystal wall. Evil Eye was sent flying. But then, a sturdy chest caught her. "Are you okay?" Hearing the deep, slightly magnetic voice, Evil Eye felt a sense of safety. Evil Eye stood up and replied, "I'm fine, thank you." At that moment, the rubble suddenly collapsed, and Lupus Regina appeared, carrying Yuri's body from the ruins. "They're not dead." With a loud boom, Jaldabaoth flew from a distance, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground. Mammon emerged from the rubble, a bit happy. How should I put it? The sense of reality. I haven't fought this intensely in a long time. Then, I will also use my real strength. Jaldabaoth bowed to Mammon first. Mammon and Jaldabaoth resumed their battle. Maximized magic, Thunder Dragon. Lightning surged from Peroroncino's hands, transforming into a massive lightning dragon. The Thunder Dragon instantly sent everyone flying except for Evil Eye and Nabe. The 5 of them crashed heavily to the ground. He's so strong. Evil Eye looked at Peroroncino with admiration in her eyes. The magic Peroroncino just used was a type of magic known as illusionary magic, a special skill used only by illusionists. It had a flashy appearance, but extremely low damage, usually used to intimidate people. In this situation, it was perfect. After all, everyone except Evil Eye was on his side. Mammon and Jaldabaoth's battle paused for a moment. I have a suggestion. Let's prepare to retreat. How about ending it here? We can't let them go. Evil Eye shouted. I really don't understand why Mr. Mammon and Mr. Chino teamed up with a woman like this. It's obvious. Just use a little bit of brain power and you'll know. With a single command from me, a large number of demons will attack the capital. After that, Jaldabaoth left, taking the unconscious Pleiades with him. After the battle ended and everyone was cheering, Peroroncino quietly left and came to Rener's bedroom. When Rener saw Peroroncino, she respectfully knelt in greeting. I'm curious, why didn't you participate in the battle? If you did, you would have gained the support of quite a few people. Master, I feel that revealing my strength too early is not a good idea. Either way, it will be exposed sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if it's delayed a little. Peroroncino bent down and lifted Rener's chin. Of course, Peroroncino's other hand wasn't idle and was reaching toward that pair of knock, knock, knock. Lady Rener, good news. His Majesty the King and his men have driven away the demons. The maid, overly excited, knocked on the door and, without waiting for a reply, opened it. She happened to see Peroroncino with one hand holding Rener's chin while the other hand was. The maid froze, but Peroroncino didn't even glance at her. Neither did Rener, who ignored the maid as if she didn't exist. Peroroncino pressed Rener's head with one hand and kissed her, and Rener even showed a very happy expression. It was as if she were looking at her dream lover. Of course, this was all an act on Rener's part. The maid took a step back. Lady Rener, who exactly is he? Come here. Shaltir pressed her hand over the maid's mouth. Watch carefully and don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. Shaltir's tone was very calm. The door that the maid had opened was gently closed by Shaltir's summoned minions. The murderous aura around Shaltir made the maid feel a deep fear. When she saw so many small black creatures near Shaltir, cold sweat started to pour down her forehead. Hearing Shaltir's words, the maid had no choice but to obey. She held back her urge to make a sound, forcing herself to watch as Peroroncino and Rener interacted intimately. Just as Peroroncino was about to proceed to the main course, the king returned with his royal guard. He could be seen clearly from the window. As a princess, Rener had to go greet him. Between the king and Peroroncino, Rener did not hesitate to choose the latter. In Rener's eyes, the king was irrelevant. He had no decision-making power, and everything he did required consultation with the nobles. Even his own personal guard, Gazef, was forced by the nobles to be sent to the border to die. Compared to the person in front of her, what was the king? Rener had always been curious about how this person became the king. Was it just because of the bloodline he carried? Soon, the king returned. Since Princess Rener did not come out to greet him, the king instructed the second prince to check on her. The second prince was also curious as to why the usually intelligent Rener did not come out to greet the king. He went alone to Rener's bedroom. When he arrived at the door, he noticed that the maid who should have been on duty there was missing. The maid actually left her post. The second prince knocked on the door and called out, Rener, are you there? Rener endured the pain and looked at Peroroncino. Master, what should I do? Do whatever you want. Peroroncino didn't stop his work. Rener was contemplating whether her reputation or Master Peroroncino's work was more important, but soon she made a decision. Both were important. Killing the second prince would solve everything, and then she could frame Jaldabaoth for it. As for whether others would believe it, Rener didn't care. After all, no one would suspect her. "Brother, I'm here. My body feels unwell. Perhaps a bit from staying up late too much. Are you okay? Do you need me to call the royal physician?" The second prince was still somewhat sensible and didn't insist on going inside to check. After all, a prince entering a princess's room late at night would be very inappropriate if it were spread. "It's fine. Brother, you fought for so long. You must be tired." As someone with experience, the second prince could clearly tell why Rener's speech was so fragmented. However, since he still needed to cooperate with Rener, it would be bad for anyone if such matters were brought up.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Near the Katza Plains, a group of adventurers was moving forward. The team consisted of 7 people. "Captain, after we complete this mission, we should be able to upgrade to Iron rank, right?" "Of course. Our goal is to reach Adamantite rank. I heard that recently 2 Adamantite rank adventurer teams appeared in Errand, and their strength is quite formidable. I know one of those Adamantite rank adventurers. Her name is Yulia. During the Undead siege, she even saved me on the city wall." "Captain, she even specifically saved you. Doesn't that mean she really sees potential in your future? Maybe she even likes you." "Ouch. What nonsense are you talking about?" The captain slapped a young boy on the head. "Lady Yulia didn't just save me. There were at least hundreds of people saved. And don't speak ill of Lady Yulia. She is a divine being like an angel. It is an honor to be saved by her." "Captain, why did we name our team Heart of the Night?" "Because I want to become a knight who guards Lady Yulia. That is my current dream." "Then you must really like Lady Yulia." "Huh. You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly be worthy of such a great person? Being able to become her knight, even her servant, I would be willing. As long as I can see her every day, I would already be completely satisfied. Is Lady Yulia really that amazing? If I get the chance, I must meet her someday." The group chatted and laughed as they arrived at the Katza Plains. They had come to the Katza Plains to complete a task from the Adventurers Guild, hunting the undead. However, when they arrived at the Katza Plains, they found only a few scattered skeleton soldiers, around 30 to 40 in number. "Captain, this doesn't seem to match the mission description. The number of skeletons is pitifully low. Perhaps it's because the last time they were cleaned up too thoroughly, so the number of undead this time is quite low. Stop overthinking it. Let's quickly deal with these undead. This place feels so eerie, even during the day." "Got it, Captain." The young man picked up his sword and killed a low-ranking skeleton soldier, which was unarmed and lacked clothing. After the skeleton soldiers were attacked, the surrounding skeletons noticed the adventurer team and began to surround them. 6 skeleton soldiers encircled the team captain. "Kid, watch closely. This strike will be really cool." Martial art slashed. With one swing, the captain killed the 6 skeleton soldiers. "So cool. Captain, how did you learn that move?" "I realized it during the Undead siege when I was reborn after the battle. I owe it all to Lady Yulia. Without her, I wouldn't be as strong as I am now." Soon, the skeleton soldiers were wiped out by the adventurer team. "Captain, there's one skeleton soldier that escaped." The group looked over, and it was a skeleton soldier holding a spear. When the skeleton noticed that everyone was looking at it, without hesitation, it dropped the spear in its hand and fled. The skeleton soldier actually ran away. "Chase after it. Don't let it escape. It must be something special. If we turn it into the Adventurers Guild, we might get a special reward." The skeleton soldier's speed was no match for the adventurer team. It was quickly about to be caught. At that moment, it suddenly stopped running, and many more skeleton soldiers appeared out of the ground, surrounding the adventurer team. These undead, They actually buried themselves in the ground to hide. The captain observed how these undead had appeared. "Captain, we're surrounded. What should we do?" "Charge through with me." The captain grabbed the large shield on his back and charged toward the oncoming skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers in front of the captain all held long spears and lined up, simultaneously thrusting their spears toward the captain. Martial art, fortress. The skeleton soldiers' spears hit the captain's shield, but the captain didn't budge even a step. Martial art, slash. The captain swung his sword, and the sword light flashed. Only 3 skeleton soldiers were killed. "Captain, save me." The young man was being attacked by 3 skeleton soldiers with sword and shield. Every time he tried to counterattack, his strikes were blocked by the skeleton's shields. The others were also in a bad situation, all surrounded. Each of them was facing 3 to 4 undead. After the captain dealt with the few spear-wielding skeleton soldiers in front of him, he looked toward the young man's direction. He had already died under the skeleton soldiers' blades. "No! Damn undead!" The captain angrily charged toward the skeleton soldier that had killed the young man. "Die, bastard!" The skeleton soldier was sliced in half with a single blow. "Help! No!" The captain looked around, and all the other team members had been horribly killed. The number of skeleton soldiers surrounding them was growing larger. "For Lady Yulia, I cannot die here." The captain placed his sword at his waist, grabbed his large shield with both hands, and charged toward the area where the skeletons were fewest. He used his shield to knock down all the skeleton soldiers in front of him. As he broke through the encirclement, hundreds of skeleton cavalry on skeletal horses were watching him from a distance. On a small hill behind the skeleton cavalry, a death mage stood, watching him. How could this be? The death mage that attacked Irantal. How could he appear here? Didn't he die? Under Igiva's command, a large number of skeleton cavalry charged toward the squad leader. The squad leader had no power to resist. "I really want to see Lady Yulia one more time." The squad leader, covered in wounds, fell. Igiva walked over to the squad leader's corpse. 5th-tier magic, blood sacrifice for the undead. The squad leader's body and blood were absorbed by the bones, and his entire form transformed into a skeleton. The color of the skeleton's bones was slightly darker, clearly indicating it was a higher-tier skeleton soldier. Guildmaster, the adventurer team sent to the Katza Plains to deal with the undead, still hasn't returned. This team's captain is a retired veteran who has participated in many wars. His combat experience is very rich. He also knows how to use the martial art fortress and slashed. His strength is on par with silver rank, yet they still haven't returned. Send out a request and have thieves or scouts go to the Katza Plains to check on the situation. Understood. On the streets of the royal capital, many people were praising the king's bravery due to the intense battle the previous night. However, Peroroncino could immediately tell that those praising him were all hired for the task. Peroroncino glanced around at the crowd and sighed. This country really is rotten. The eyes of the passers-by are dull, with no hope for life. "Let's go to the tailor shop." Peroroncino, along with Shaltir and Nana, arrived at the tailor shop. Originally, Peroroncino had planned to let Nana take a break, but Nana insisted on staying with him. Moreover, it seemed that Nana didn't have anything else to do on her day off. After Peroroncino arrived at the tailor shop, he noticed signs that the door had been kicked open. Upon opening the door, there was no one inside. Peroroncino entered the room, where the shop owner was calmly lying on the ground. There was a large pool of blood around the tailor's body. Although he was already dead, his hand was tightly gripping the fine cloth that Peroroncino had given him. The tailor's blood had already congealed. Beside him was a young boy, about the same size as Nana. The boy had handprints on his neck. He had been strangled to death. What had happened was clear at a glance. Nana had no reaction to this, and neither did Shaltir. Their expressions were extremely cold as they looked at the tailor's corpse, their hearts unmoved. "I'm getting a little angry." Peroroncino took out the world-class item Perfect Resurrection Jade. Resurrection. A magic circle appeared beneath the tailor's body, and the blood on the ground was absorbed into the magic circle. The tailor and his son's bodies were healing at a visible speed. Master, do they deserve to be resurrected? Yes, a skilled tailor is very important. This is the kind of talent that is indispensable. Then what's the meaning of resurrecting this human child? This will make the tailor feel grateful toward me. That way, he will serve me better. Thank you for the explanation. I feel like your attitude toward me has changed. No, it's just that I haven't been with you for the past 3 days. Smack! Peroroncino lightly slapped Shaltir on her backside. I'll reward you tonight. Shaltir's face suddenly turned red after being slapped. Master, I want it now. Shaltir looked as though she wanted to devour Peroroncino, which made him a little overwhelmed. Shaltir immediately pinned Peroroncino to the ground. Shaltir, you're acting a bit strange. You're usually so obedient. It's all Lord Peroroncino's fault, making me so desperate. Chinonizan, when Sister Yulia left, she told me that Lady Shaltir seems to be on her period recently and has an especially strong craving for that kind of thing. Is there really such a strange kind of period? Wait, no, this seems to be something I set up myself. At this moment, the resurrected tailor slowly opened his eyes. Is this heaven? It looks quite like my home. Sleep, Peroroncino immediately cast a spell on the tailor and his son, making them fall asleep. Wait, Shaltir, stop pulling at my clothes. We'll do this back at Nazarick. But Shaltir completely ignored Peroroncino's words. Peroroncino firmly gave Shaltir 2 hard slaps, but she only laughed more wildly. At the same time, Shaltir showed faint signs of reverting to her true form. He could tolerate many things, but being attacked by a lamprey? That was a line Peroroncino could never cross. He might lose all interest in women forever. Without hesitation, Peroroncino switched back to his main avatar. Using a skill, he escaped from beneath Shaltir. Shaltir, I'll wait for you back in Nazarick. Nana, feel free to wander around on your own. I'll come find you when I'm done. Peroroncino used an item to teleport back to Nazarick. Shaltir also frantically rushed into a portal to follow him. Left alone, Nana didn't know what to do. She wandered aimlessly through the streets, but soon caught the attention of a few thugs. A wealthy-looking young girl walking alone on the streets? It was impossible for no one to have ideas about her. The kingdom's law enforcement wasn't that reliable, and there were plenty of desperate people around. Nana's clothes were made of fine materials. Peroroncino never treated his own people poorly. As for where the money came from, with strength, who needs to worry about money? Just find a few corrupt nobles with dirty secrets and rob them. Simple as that. A few thugs followed closely behind Nana. At the same time, Nana noticed their ill intentions. Sister Yulia said that when encountering people like this, I should lure them into an alley and kill them. Nana muttered to herself. She walked alone into a narrow alley. The men following her saw their opportunity and rushed forward, pulling out a rope to kidnap her. But just as they approached, Nana suddenly vanished before their eyes. The leader looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Nana. When he turned back, he saw that all his companions had been silently killed, without the slightest noise. Are you looking for me? Nana gazed calmly at the thug. No, I wasn't looking for you. I was just passing by. Then what's the rope in your hand for? Nana asked curiously, her demeanor as innocent as any ordinary child. This rope, it's because I've lost all hope in life. I was planning to find a place to hang myself. Then go ahead and use it now. Nana took out her blood-stained dagger and gave it a flick, sending the blood splattering off the blade and onto the thug's face. You don't want to use it? How about I help you? Nana looked like an innocent child, genuinely offering to assist someone in need. Before the thug could react, the rope in his hands was snatched away by Nana. He turned to flee, but before he had run even a meter, he tripped and fell, tripped by the very rope he had been holding. He couldn't see Nana's movements at all, but his body was soon entangled in the rope. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't free himself. The next moment, the rope wrapped around his neck. No, stop. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hoisted into the air. Please no. He struggled desperately, but there was no way he could break free from the rope. Without looking back, Nana walked out of the alley. Returning to the street, she spotted a grilled meat vendor and took out the coin pouch that Peroroncino had given her. It was filled with gold coins. "Boss, 1 serving of grilled meat, please." "Little girl, do you have money?" Nana placed 1 gold coin on the counter. The vendor clearly saw that the pouch in her hand was full of gold coins. "Little girl, where are your parents? Why are you all alone? Give me a serving of grilled meat." Nana glared coldly at the vendor. The vendor suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, but the temptation of the gold in front of him was enough to make him take the risk. He stepped out from behind his stall and glanced around. His gaze returned to Nana. "Can I take a look at your money? Do you want to die?" Nana stared at him coldly. The vendor swallowed hard, a feeling of unease creeping into his body. Although he sensed that this little girl was no ordinary child, greed clouded his judgment. He reached out directly to grab the pouch of coins from Nana's hand. Just as he was about to touch the pouch, Nana grabbed his arm, stopping his hand from moving even an inch further. Although Nana's hand was tiny and seemed unable to grip the vendor's arm properly, it caused the vendor such pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Ah, crack!" The sound of bones breaking echoed. The surrounding onlookers turned their gazes toward the scene, only to see the vendor clutching his arm, wailing in pain. Meanwhile, 1 serving of grilled meat was missing from the stall. After dealing with Shaltir, Peroroncino heard a message. "Peroroncino, are you free right now?" "I'm free. What's up, Mamanga?" "Just now, Demiurge proposed that we establish a nation. He's already taken everything into account and drafted a flawless plan. And at the end, he declared, all of this is for the Supreme One's goal of world domination. My mind is a mess right now. Demiurge has already completed all the preparatory work. I don't even remember us ever giving him this world domination objective." "Oh, that. Do you remember when we first arrived in this world?" "I remember. That night, we went out to look at the moon together. You said something along the lines of wanting to conquer the world. Demiurge must have taken it to heart. It was from that time. That was just a joke. But Demiurge doesn't see it that way. For subordinates, every word spoken by their superiors is analyzed in detail for meaning. And Demiurge is incredibly smart. As a result, he believed that you truly wanted to conquer the world. By the way, there's a spa resort on the 9th floor. How about we chat there while soaking the bath?" "Sounds good." Mamanga readily agreed to Peroroncino's suggestion. The two of them teleported to the large bathhouse on the 9th floor. Mamanga summoned a slime to give him a bath. Peroroncino had the resort's dedicated masseuse, a water spirit, come over to massage and bathe him. "Oh, this feels so good. I feel like all the fatigue of the day has disappeared." Mamanga lazily reclined. Indeed, a bath is always so relaxing. Peroroncino leaned back against the soft water spirit. "By the way, what is Demiurge's plan?" According to the information Demiurge gathered, in the Baharuth Empire to the east of the kingdom, there's a royal court mage named Flutter Paradine. He is extremely passionate about studying magic, and for the sake of learning magic, he is willing to abandon everything, even betray the Baharuth Empire. In Demiurge's plan, I need to first capture Flutter, and then use him to have the Empire send people to our Nazarick. Afterward, we will threaten them by claiming that the Empire offended us, forcing the Empire to recognize the country we've established. Then, using the Empire's influence, we will have other countries recognize our legitimacy. And with the Empire's help, we will conquer Irantal and make it our capital. To be honest, I don't want those Empire people entering our glorious Nazarick. Demiurge's plan is indeed good, but it's too troublesome. I have another plan." "What plan?" "I previously sent out an undead archmage to establish a faction on his own. His name is Iguva, the one who attacked Irantal and also the one who attacked the Lizardmen. I don't remember much. All undead kind of look the same. We can have him disguise himself as someone from Zuranorn, then have him attack the Baharuth Empire. While fleeing in defeat, he coincidentally stumbles upon our disguised Nazarick, and then, coincidentally, the Empire attacks us. We'll let a few survivors escape. Not only does it provide a legitimate reason, but it also prevents the Empire from entering our Nazarick. However, anyone with clear eyes would easily realize that the undead Archmage is one of us. So what if they realize it? According to Demiurge's plan, if the king of the Baharuth Empire discovers that Flutter has betrayed him, he could figure out that this is a trap set by us. The method doesn't matter, as long as we achieve the goal. Still, Peroroncino, you're smart. I couldn't come up with such a good plan. Ha-ha. Actually, I just sent Igiv out on a whim to see if he could level up and grow on his own. Independence should be the best way to become stronger. So, I ordered him not to reveal Nazarick and to develop his own faction. What if he gets caught and, under mental control, exposes Nazarick? You're overthinking it. If it were you, playing as the adventurer Mamanga, and you encountered a low-level undead Archmage, would you really interrogate him about where he came from? Probably not. Exactly. Besides, if they had the power to discover Nazarick, it would have happened sooner or later. You're right. I was worrying too much. Don't wear yourself out. Sometimes it's better to go with the flow. After all, you're the highest-ranking ruler in Nazarick. Should I start calling you your majesty then? Peroroncino, stop joking like that. Why don't you take the throne instead? No, I refuse. Don't even think about giving me that troublesome job. Being a king is so exhausting. It's much better to stay behind the scenes. Mamanga gave a wry smile. Who will teach me how to be a good emperor? Well, if it really doesn't work out, you can always be a tyrant and do whatever you want. Stop joking. Being a tyrant would definitely lead to rebellion. The two of them chuckled. By the way, have you found any information about other Ainz Ooal Gown guild members coming to this world? No. I had Albedo set up a special team to search for our companions, but they found nothing. By the way, what's Demiurge up to lately? I sent him to make scrolls. It seems he's been working on magic scrolls in the Holy Kingdom. Feels like the new scrolls we've received are really useful. What animals are they made from? Sheep or cows? Demiurge said they are two-legged sheep from the Holy Kingdom. The red light in Mamanga's eyes flickered. Peroroncino's expression turned serious. Two-legged sheep from the Holy Kingdom? Are they humans? Mamanga fell silent. It was clear that the term two-legged sheep was used to describe weak humans. Anyone with a good understanding of history would know that two-legged sheep refers to humans being slaughtered like sheep. You knew already, didn't you? Peroroncino, message. It's Lord Peroroncino. Is there something you need? Demiurge, you're using human skin to make scrolls, aren't you? Peroroncino said, calmly suppressing his anger. Yes, Lord. Immediately stop using humans to make scrolls. Release all the humans at once. Lord Peroroncino, may I ask why? That's an order. You only need to obey. Understood. Use materials from other species for the scrolls, not humans. Understood. I remember your other identity, Jaldabaoth. You captured many humans during the Flames of Gehenna, right? Yes. What were they used for? Various human experiments. Release them, contact Rener, and have her find someone to rescue them. But, my lord, some of them have already suffered mental breakdowns. Then erase their memories of Nazarick, and then release them. Understood. After the call ended, Peroroncino turned to look at Mamanga. Mamanga lowered his head and spoke. I apologize. I deceived myself and avoided the issue of the two-legged sheep. I hope you haven't forgotten. We were once human. If our former companions, in their human forms, arrived in this world and were caught by Demiurge to be used as two-legged sheep on the operating table, I'm truly sorry, Peroroncino. It was my lack of consideration. It will never happen again. Mamanga stood up and bowed 90 degrees toward Peroroncino. Peroroncino exhaled a breath. You haven't changed. Your apology speed is incredibly fast. It's all right. Peroroncino patted Mamanga's shoulder. After careful consideration, Mamanga ultimately decided to follow Demiurge's plan. Since they were going to establish a nation, they needed to consider the issue of reputation. While Peroroncino's plan was convenient, it was too obvious and would have too great an impact on the reputation of the newly established nation. Of course, After discussing with Demiurge and the others, Mamanga asked Peroroncino for his opinion. Peroroncino didn't care. That plan was just something casually thought up, and whether it was used or not didn't matter at all. Peroroncino, then I will follow the plan and go to the Baharuth Empire to find the chief court mage, Flutterer. There's something I need your help with. What is it? Infiria, do you remember? I remember. He has obtained the potion recipes, and I heard there has been some progress. To prevent the recipes from leaking, I think it's necessary to strengthen their abilities. I originally planned to go to the forest near Karn Village myself, find a few powerful magical beasts, and attack Karn Village to test their self-defense abilities in the face of danger. After all, one must be strong to protect what's valuable. To protect the recipe, their own strength is also very important. Of course, if you don't plan to go, you don't have to. After Mamanga left, Peroroncino went outside of Nazarick and looked at the night sky. I feel like I've forgotten something. Peroroncino recalled the events of the day. That's right, Nana. I promised to handle things with Shaltir and then go find her, but instead, I talked a few things over with Mamanga, then saw some excellent masseuses at the bathhouse, so I couldn't resist, and at this moment, Nana wandered aimlessly through the alleys of the royal capital. The capital looked completely different at night compared to during the day. Once the sky darkened, Nana found herself disoriented and several times ended up in dead ends. A few people engaged in secret transactions in the shadows also noticed Nana's figure. Boss, there's a little girl wandering around here just now. Did you see her? A man in a black robe asked the muscular man in front of him. A little girl? How is that possible? It's already dark. How could a little girl be wandering around this dark area? Do you guys know the way? Can you help me and show me the way? Nana approached them after noticing their presence and asked for directions. Nana had been taught by the dog-headed maid, Pestonia, so she spoke very politely. This is the little girl you were talking about. Yes, that's her. She's been wandering around here for quite a while. I've thought about kidnapping her several times. Her clothes are clearly expensive. She must be the daughter of a wealthy family. But because today's transaction was more important, I didn't act. I didn't expect her to come to us on her own. Little girl, meeting me is your misfortune. The man in black took out a cloth soaked in sleeping powder. Little girl, come with Uncle. I'll show you the way. Nana, having survived on her own for some time, could immediately tell whether the other party had hostile intent. Suddenly, a dagger appeared and swiftly sliced the cloth in the man's hand in half, along with the man's hand. Ah, my hand. Useless. You can't even handle a little girl. The man, too distracted by the dark night, didn't notice Nana's movements and only saw the black-clad man walk toward her, only to be slashed by her. Since you're so useless, I'll just take care of kidnapping this little girl myself. The strong man approached Nana, completely ignoring the fate of the black-clad man. However, just as he reached out to grab Nana, she disappeared from her spot. What do you want to do with my child? Peroroncino appeared around the corner, but Nana was not with him. She was behind the strong man, her dagger poised to strike through his heart. Your child? Then you must be very wealthy. I was just thinking of asking to borrow some money. Borrow or steal? Don't say things so harshly. Anyway, you have money, so you're not sure of a few coins. What if I don't plan to give any? Well, then maybe you'll lose an arm or a leg or something, and your family will have to ransom you. Oh, you know who I am. Then do you know who I am? Of course, just a dead man. Ha ha. With your small frame, you think you can defeat me? Don't dream about it. No, you're mistaken. I'm not the one you're fighting. Nana is your real opponent. The little girl. The strong man's words stopped as a dagger pierced his heart. He struggled and turned to look at the person who had stabbed him. It was the same little girl from before. Bastard. The strong man drew a knife from his waist and swung it at Nana. But Nana was right in front of him. No matter how he swung the knife, it was always just a little short of hitting her. Didn't die. If the heart's not dead after a stab, then there's only one possibility. His heart's on the right side. Hearing Peroroncino's words, the strong man angrily glared at him. Unable to hit Nana, he resorted to swinging the knife at Peroroncino instead. Peroroncino looked at the charging strong man and laughed maniacally. Nana, Show him the difference in strength. Nana sheathed the dagger into its scabbard. Then, with a leap, she positioned herself between the strong man and Peroroncino. Die! The strong man swung his knife at Nana. Nana made no attempt to defend herself. As the blade was about to strike, Nana extended her hands and caught the blade with her bare hands. After Nana touched the edge of the blade, no matter how much force the strong man exerted, the blade could not move forward even an inch. Nana slightly adjusted her hands, misaligning them. Then, with a sudden exertion of force, she pushed back. The strong man's knife was easily broken. Monster! The strong man fell to the ground in fear. Nana held the broken part of the blade and bent it, snapping it into two halves, stacking them together. Then she broke them again and stacked them on top of each other. Eventually, she stacked it to 32 layers before it wouldn't go any further, leaving a pile of broken knife pieces behind. What kind of monster are you? The strong man continued to retreat in fear, shouting, Enough playing, Nana. Finish him off. No, please. A dagger pierced the strong man's throat, silencing him. Peroroncino looked toward another area where there was a trail of blood. Nana, what's that blood trail? Earlier, the man who was with this strong man, I cut his hand in half. Then he hid over there. Nana pointed towards a distant pile of trash. Throw the man's body over there, and then let him go. Spare him. Third-tier magic. Necromantic zombie. Peroroncino cast necromantic magic on the strong man, turning him into a low-level undead. I really do have a strange sense of humor. Peroroncino looked at the undead in the trash pile, sighing. Peroroncino returned to the tailor's shop and used magic to wake the two who were asleep. Am I not dead? I resurrected you. Thank you so much, Lord Chino. As someone who had worked in the capital for many years, the tailor, who often overheard gossip, was aware that the leader of the Blue Rose was capable of using resurrection magic. After some questioning, Peroroncino learned the identities of the group of people who had killed the tailor and his child. It was a small organization near the royal capital that frequently extorted protection money. They never killed anyone. If someone refused to pay, they would harass and make life difficult for them, preventing normal people from living in peace. For these kinds of small matters, reporting to the guards was useless. They'd just get locked up for a few days, and after that, they'd be out again. Peroroncino directly ordered Nana to take advantage of the cover of night and eliminate everyone in the small organization. He then invited the tailor to take their son to Karn village, where there was a high level of security. The tailor agreed and decided to pack up their things and leave. Peroroncino planned to arrange for Nana to protect them on their journey to Karn village. The next day, Peroroncino arrived at the top forest, where Aura was creating a fake version of Nazarick. Peroroncino-sama. Aura immediately bowed and greeted Peroroncino upon seeing him. Aura, you've worked hard in the end. It's no trouble. It is only right to serve the Supreme One. Aura, do you know about the Eastern Giants and the Western Serpent in the top forest? I'm terribly sorry, Peroroncino-sama. I haven't found any information regarding the Eastern Giants or Western Serpent in the forest. I've thoroughly searched the forest and haven't found any powerful magical creatures. They should be on the same level as Hamsook. It's normal that you didn't find anything. Would you like me to clean them up? If you send a few of my pets, we should be able to handle them easily. No need. I actually want to see what these two magical creatures look like. Feel free to capture a few magical creatures and ask them for information about the Eastern Giants and the Western Serpent. As you command. Aura whistled, and a magical creature charged over from nearby, tossing Aura onto its back. Soon, Aura returned. Peroroncino-sama, I found a cave that is likely the lair of the Eastern Giant. Take me there. Aura specially switched to a more comfortable mount for the journey. Peroroncino-sama, please sit up here. Peroroncino climbed onto Aura's pet. Not far ahead is the cave of the Eastern Giant. Peroroncino rested his hands on Aura's shoulders. Although Aura was very close, Peroroncino had no particular thoughts. It couldn't be helped. While Aura appeared quite cute, Peroroncino preferred tall elves. Moreover, Aura was an NPC created by his sister, Quagoa, and Peroroncino respected his sister greatly. He had no intention of making a move on Aura. Peroroncino-sama, you and Quagoa-sama are siblings. What kind of person is Quagoa-sama? After an NPC is created, they typically stay in the places they are ordered to be, so it's rare to meet the Supreme Being. Aura's understanding of her creator, Quagoa, is very limited. She really likes small animals, which is one of the reasons she set you up as a beast tamer. She's very assertive with people she knows, but a bit shy with strangers. When we used to team up, she was always the commander. Her ability to assess battle situations was surprisingly strong. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see her again. Quagoa-sama is really impressive. How does Quagoa-sama's command ability compare to Ainz-sama's? Let me put it this way. When Momonga was in a team with Quagoa, she was still the commander. That's amazing. She's not as amazing as you think, Peroroncino said, gently patting Aura on the head. It's just a shame she went to become a voice actress, which is why she ended up participating in a lot of H games. What's H games? To put it simply, it's... You seem like you're not of age, right? Yes, Peroroncino-sama. I'll tell you when you're of age. Peroroncino, can you tell me now? It'll be a long time before I come of age. You really want to know? I want to know. It's those kind of games or anime that are a bit lewd. What does lewd mean? It's something that Shaltier and I often do. You can ask Shaltier for the details. Aura was confused and nodded, saying, "All right, thank you for telling me so much." At this moment, the two had reached the entrance of the cave. They walked in without hesitation. Who's there? A few goblins suddenly appeared from the dark corners, holding weapons like wooden clubs. Aura, take care of them. Understood. Aura drew her bow and shot an arrow, killing one goblin. She quickly adjusted her aim and shot another one. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. As they continued forward, the smell of ogres hit them. It smells a bit. There should be a lot of monsters here. Peroroncino raised his hand. 5th tier magic gale. 5th tier magic, scent covering. With all classes at his disposal, Peroroncino easily dispersed the foul smell and replaced it with another scent. Peroroncino and Aura continued forward. Before long, they reached the depths of the lair. Humans. The 3 ogres spotted Peroroncino. Aura, it's up to you. Peroroncino used a small dagger, making it a bit slow to deal with the ogres. Aura swung her whip, and with a light flick, the heads of 2 ogres were knocked off, rolling to the ground. Call your leader out. The remaining ogre discarded its weapon and hurriedly fled. Soon, a fearsome-looking ogre approached, holding a massive sword, accompanied by 7 or 8 regular ogres. Submit or die. Peroroncino immediately lost interest in the large brute. A mere human dares to make me submit? Die. Then, the ogre's head was struck off by Aura's whip. The other ogres stood there, stunned. Their leader had just died like that. Aura, take care of these ogres too. Understood. Aura swung her whip, and the ogres were quickly eliminated. Peroroncino-sama, what do you plan to do about the snake monster over there? Before Peroroncino could speak, the invisible snake monster immediately revealed itself. I submit. The snake monster kept bowing to Peroroncino and Aura. As his old rival, the Eastern Giant had died so easily. The Western Serpent, being extremely fearful of death, surely wouldn't be ungrateful. Good. Take your subordinates and attack the human village to the south of the forest tomorrow. After all your subordinates are dead, then you will come forward. Understood. The Western Serpent, upon hearing Peroroncino's words, could only obediently agree. As night fell, Karn village was quiet and peaceful. In the distance on the horizon, several tall figures were slowly making their way toward the village. The goblins on the watchtower recognized them as ogres and immediately rang the alarm bell. Just as Enry was about to sleep, she heard the alarm and quickly got up. She changed clothes with her younger sister and went outside. As soon as she stepped out, she encountered a middle-aged woman. Enry, leave Nemu to me. I'll take her to the emergency gathering place. Thank you so much. Nemu, let's go. Sis, you must be careful. Nemu had left, and Enry arrived at the gate, where the entire goblin force and the self-defense team organized by the villagers had already gathered. There are also a few ogres that had just been tamed. The goblins who had fled from Top Forest to Karn Village also came to help. Nephiria was also at the gate. He took out a bundle. Nephiria looked at the incoming goblins and said, Agu, later, please throw these at the enemy. The bundle contained some bottles and jars filled with liquids of strange colors. Leave it to us. Big Sister Enry, we've confirmed that the ogres and hellhounds are heading toward the village, the goblin reported to Enry. Indeed, Big Sister Enry, there's some bad news. Among those ogres, there's a giant. The goblin who had been scouting from the watchtower suddenly spoke up. If it's just one giant, it shouldn't be too difficult to handle. But if there are other creatures with it, that's a different story, said the lead goblin. Since there were no goblins capable of using magic, it was difficult to kill a giant that could automatically heal its wounds. Soon, the goblin leader commanded everyone to prepare the defensive fortifications. Everyone quietly waited for the ogres and hellhounds to arrive. We're nearly there, self-defense team, fire arrows. The villagers simultaneously drew their bows and shot arrows outside the barricade. The ogre at the front was immediately hit by a dozen arrows, and one of them struck a vital spot. The massive body of the ogre collapsed with a loud thud. However, this did not stop the other ogres from continuing their assault. The other ogres hammered heavily on the gates. Prepare the second volley. Fire. At the command of the goblin leader, the arrows were shot once again. This time, only a few arrows hit the ogres, with most of them missing. The ogres outside the gate noticed the goblins shooting arrows from the watchtower and picked up a large rock to throw at it. The watchtower collapsed with a loud crash. The two goblins atop the tower shot 2 arrows in the instant it fell, blinding the ogre that had thrown the rock. Switch weapons. At the command of the goblin leader, the villagers quickly switched to close-range weapons, bracing for battle. Half of the gate was severely damaged and was knocked open. A circle of barricades surrounded the area, guiding the ogres toward the other side. Standing by the barricade were tamed ogres holding large wooden clubs. The goblin leader smiled proudly. Fools, the gate was intentionally made weak and easy to break. Welcome to our lethal formation. As soon as the ogres entered the gate, Agu and the other goblins threw bottles of liquid at them. The green liquid stuck to the ogre's face. The ogre tried to wipe it off, but ended up getting his hands and face stuck together, unable to move properly. The ogre in front of him didn't hesitate and struck him with a wooden club. The ogres who had just entered the gate were immediately subjected to intense attacks from both the villagers and the goblins, along with the ogre's own assaults. Each ogre that entered the gate couldn't stand for more than 5 seconds. When the 5th ogre fell, a large number of hellhounds rushed in. Everyone, don't panic. When the hellhounds try to cross the barricade, use your spears to stab them. A red-haired woman, who had once been an adventurer, commanded the other self-defense villagers. Whenever the hellhounds attempted to cross the barricade, all they met was the villagers' long spears. With the coordination between the villagers and goblins, not a single hellhound was able to break through the defense line, all of them falling by the barricade. The giant did not enter through the main gate, but instead climbed over the wall from the side. Several goblins drew their bows and shot arrows, but the arrows did not cause any effective damage to the giant. The wounds from the arrows quickly healed. We'll handle this giant. You keep guarding the main gate. The goblin leader, along with 3 other goblins, positioned themselves in front of the giant. The giant swung its fists, continuously trying to strike the goblins, but all the attacks were dodged by the goblins. The goblins left wounds on the giant's body, but the giant had an incredibly strong healing ability. The wounds quickly healed. This is really tough to handle, the goblin leader muttered to himself. No matter how the giant attacked the goblins, they managed to evade. Frustrated, the giant turned its gaze toward the nearby humans. If I can't kill you, then I'll go kill them. The giant slowly made its way toward the gate. Damn it, your opponent is me. The goblin leader swung his greatsword and ran, jumping off the backs of two other goblins for extra momentum. He leaped high, matching the giant's height. With the greatsword raised, he stabbed it into the giant's thigh. The giant roared in pain and swung a punch at the goblin leader. The goblin leader was hit by the punch and slammed hard onto the ground, but the attack forced the giant to abandon its plan to attack the humans. Damned goblin, I'll kill you. The giant approached the goblin leader. The goblin leader stood up, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. That hit was worth it. With the other goblins holding the giant back, the giant couldn't get close to the goblin leader. At this point, the frontline battle had also been resolved. The other goblins rushed over to help deal with the giant. The giant's healing ability had its limits, and under the siege of the group, it soon couldn't heal its wounds and fell. Finally, it's over. We won, the goblin leader exclaimed. Oh, the others raised their weapons and cheered. Is it over? You're thinking too simply. A massive, serpentine monster suddenly appeared at the gate and spoke. With that appearance, he can't be the Western Demon Serpent, can he? Correct, it's me. The Western Demon Serpent swung its massive tail, and with one strike, it killed an ogre in front of it. The Western Demon Serpent was much smaller than the ogres, but its combat ability was on an entirely different level. Monsters and humans mixed together don't seem that strong. The Western Demon Serpent swung its tail again, smashing the entire barricade. Experienced despair. Peroroncino, who was watching from the sidelines, spoke to a figure beside him. After all this training, it's time to show your strength. It's your turn to take the stage. I will not disappoint the Supreme. Many villagers, seeing the strange form of the Western Demon Serpent, silently whispered to themselves as they gripped their spears. For the sake of my family, I can't back down. Everyone, let's go. Show them the strength of Enry's top subordinate. The goblin leader rallied the morale, brandishing his greatsword and charging forward. You insignificant goblins, do you really think you can defeat me? The Western Demon Serpent's speed was far beyond that of the goblins. It swung its claws, directly injuring the goblins at the front of the charge. While the claws caused damage, the tail was even more powerful. However, to avoid being surrounded by the other goblins, it had to maintain its balance and couldn't use its tail. Wave after wave of goblin attacks barely scratched the Western Demon Serpent. The ogres were too slow and cumbersome, so the goblin leader didn't allow them to charge. Oomph. A group of fools. Then how about I become your opponent? A massive hamster appeared behind the Western Demon Serpent. You are the Forest Wise King. Weren't you killed? The Western Demon Serpent, deep in the forest, didn't know that the hamster had been captured by human adventurers. I am the Forest Wise King. How could I die so easily? The Forest Wise King couldn't possibly appear here. Firia, who had seen the hamster before, spoke up and asked. Lord Mammon saw your request, and since he couldn't come, he sent me instead. Peroroncino looked at the hamster in the image, who wore a smug expression. I didn't expect the hamster to be equipped as well. Suddenly, Peroroncino had a bold idea. I remember there's a class in the game called Phantom Master, who can create illusions. And there's another class called Creator, who can only create certain creatures defined by the game. Right now, there are no game restrictions. If I use both classes' abilities together. 5th tier magic, create illusions. 5th tier magic, create creatures. 5th tier magic, heroic spirits summoning. Summon Goblin Slayer. A magic circle lit up. It worked. A man wearing worn-out armor appeared from the magic circle. The first thing he said upon seeing Peroroncino was, Where are the goblins? Peroroncino looked at the Goblin Slayer in front of him. I have insight. Goblin Slayer. Race. Artificial human. Level 30. Description. An artificial human who has been endowed with the memories of another. Possesses the same beliefs and strength as the original owner of the memories. Where are the goblins? Goblin Slayer asked again. Is that the only thing you ever say? No. Then Goblin Slayer stood still and said nothing. The two of them stared at each other without speaking. There are goblins in that village over there. Peroroncino pointed to the nearby Karn village. Understood. Goblin Slayer replied, then checked his equipment. After confirming everything was in order, he set off. Peroroncino watched the battle situation through the images sent by Lupus Regina from above Karn village. Forest Wise King. Humph. In the past, I never bothered going to the edge of the forest. It's not because I was afraid of you. Suddenly, the Western Demon Serpent disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Hamsuk stepped back a few steps, moving outside of Karn village. Oh, then let me see your strength. Magic circles flashed on Hamsuk's belly, several amplification magic spells. The Western Demon Serpent sneaked behind Hamsuk and aimed its tail straight at Hamsuk's vulnerable spot. Knowing it wasn't a match for Hamsuk in pure strength, the serpent opted for a sneaky, underhanded tactic. Smack! Hamsuk's tail wasn't just for show. With a single powerful swing, it interrupted the serpent's attack. Meanwhile, Goblin Slayer was hiding not far away, carefully observing the unfolding battle. Two beasts locked in a chaotic fight. Perfect. I'll swoop in later and reap the benefits. A goblin working with humans, huh? Looks like they've never heard the story of the farmer and the snake. Goblins aren't creatures that understand gratitude. Under the cover of darkness, Goblin Slayer silently approached Karn village. A portion of the goblins in the village were focused on watching the battle between the Western Demon Serpent and the Wise King of the Forest, while others tended to their injuries. Many had been wounded earlier by the Western Demon Serpent. The goblin leader had dismissed the villagers' self-defense force, sending them to rest. Having them attack the Western Demon Serpent would only add to the body count. No big ones or shamans. 26 goblins in total, 16 injured. Prioritize eliminating the uninjured ones first. This should be easy. Goblin Slayer raised his short bow, taking aim at one of the goblins. The goblin being targeted was also an archer, and his sharp instincts alerted him to Goblin Slayer's presence. Whoosh! Before he could react, the goblin shouted, "Who's there?" But in the same instant, a short arrow pierced his throat. Enemy attack. With those as his final words, the goblin collapsed. We're under attack. Everyone, stay alert, the goblin leader bellowed, grabbing his large sword without hesitation and charging toward the village entrance in search of the enemy. The uninjured goblins followed closely behind him, rallying to confront the threat. The goblins looked around frantically, searching for the enemy. Near the corpse of a giant beast, Goblin Slayer lay hidden. After loosing his arrow, Goblin Slayer had quickly vaulted over the fence and entered the enclosure. With the goblin's attention focused entirely on the corpse and the area outside the gate, combined with the poor visibility of the night, none of them noticed his presence. Second one. Without hesitation, Goblin Slayer took up his short bow and fired another arrow at the nearest goblin. Third one. The enemy is here. His position discovered, Goblin Slayer ceased hiding. Drawing his short blade, he charged directly at the goblin in front of him. The remaining goblins were no match for Goblin Slayer in terms of speed or strength. Fourth one. Fifth one. With two swift strikes, Goblin Slayer effortlessly dispatched two more goblins. Hearing the commotion inside, the goblin leader, who had been outside the gate, immediately rushed to the scene. Goblin Slayer glanced at the incoming goblins before turning on his heel and running. With his agile movements, he easily vaulted over the wall. That leader's strength gives me a faint sense of danger. With years of experience hunting goblins, Goblin Slayer only needed a glance to assess their abilities with a high degree of accuracy. We can't let him get away. After him. The goblin leader led more than 10 goblins in pursuit. At the gate, several ogre corpses lay scattered. As the group looked around, trying to figure out where Goblin Slayer had gone, he suddenly sprang out from behind an ogre's corpse. With one swift motion, he struck down the goblin in front of him. Sixth one. With his other hand, he picked up the fallen goblin's spear and hurled it, impaling another goblin. Seventh one. After killing the two goblins, Goblin Slayer turned and fled again. Damn it, the goblin leader roared, swinging his sword with all his might at Goblin Slayer. The Goblin leader's strike was blocked by Goblin Slayer's small round shield. However, the shield cracked upon impact, a clear testament to the Goblin leader's formidable strength. Goblin Slayer suddenly shifted his stance and stepped back, causing the Goblin leader's attack to lose its point of impact. The leader stumbled forward due to the sudden lack of resistance. At the same time, Goblin Slayer thrust his short sword toward the Goblin leader's head. "Step back." Enry, who had been intently watching from behind, shouted a warning to the Goblin leader. The Goblin leader abruptly retreated, causing Goblin Slayer's attack to miss its mark. This unexpected reaction left Goblin Slayer slightly surprised. Goblin Slayer noticed the other goblins closing in and decided to retreat for the time being. The Goblin leader hesitated. This enemy was clearly incredibly strong and exceptionally cunning, with an abundance of dirty tricks. He was more devious than a fox. Chasing after him might lead to a complete loss of their forces. However, letting him go would mean that the deaths of their 6 goblin brothers would be in vain. Now, the Goblin leader was completely stuck in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Hamsook and the Wester Demon Serpent were locked in a fierce battle, exchanging blows without resolution. Judging by the situation, Hamsook was at a disadvantage. Watching the battle unfold, Peroroncino remarked, "As expected of Goblin Slayer, he's truly skilled at dealing with goblins." Goblin Slayer might not be able to handle ogres, but when it came to goblins, he was undoubtedly in his element. Goblin Slayer had spent his entire life studying how to efficiently kill goblins. He could use anything he saw as a weapon against them, adapting to situations with remarkable ingenuity. Protecting Sister Enry takes priority. The Goblin leader led the remaining goblins back inside the walls of Karn village and set fire to the corpses of the giant monster and the ogres. He ordered everyone to stay away from the gate to prevent any further incidents of arrows being shot from outside, killing goblins inside. These goblins are highly intelligent. They can't be allowed to live. A dead goblin is the best kind of goblin. Goblin Slayer thought as he observed the goblins within the walls. The Goblin leader stood alone by the gate, waiting for Goblin Slayer to return. Although he had barely escaped death earlier, the encounter had taught him a lesson. Now that he understood his opponent's fighting style, he felt confident about holding his ground. But would Goblin Slayer ever take the front gate? Absolutely not. Instead, he circled around to the other side of the wall and climbed over. "Who's there?" Behind the wall, 2 goblins were stationed as guards. Not far from them was the villagers' refuge. In total, there were 4 goblins and 2 ogres guarding the area. Goblin Slayer wasted no time. In swift, calculated movements, he took down the 2 goblins. 8th one. 9th one. The ogres noticed Goblin Slayer and swung their massive wooden clubs at him. Goblin Slayer dodged their attacks with agility and attempted to retaliate with his bow and arrows. However, since his arrows were specially crafted to be particularly effective against goblins, their impact on the ogres was negligible. After confirming that his arrows couldn't pose a threat to the ogres, Goblin Slayer drew his bow and aimed at the other 2 goblins. The specially crafted arrows Goblin Slayer used were small, with low lethality, but they were fast and hard to detect, especially in the darkness of night. The other 2 goblins fell to Goblin Slayer's arrows. 10th one, 11th one. The goblins near the front gate immediately rushed over after hearing the sounds of battle. However, when they arrived, they only saw the corpses of 4 goblins and 2 panting ogres. The 2 ogres had exerted all their effort, but not a single blow had landed on the Goblin Slayer. The goblins who arrived only saw the back of the Goblin Slayer as he fled. It was clear that the Goblin Slayer had waited for the goblins to arrive before making his escape. His goal was obvious: to provoke this group of goblins. Damn it! If this continues, we'll all be wiped out sooner or later. Leave 1 goblin and an ogre to guard here. The rest come with me. The Goblin leader led the remaining goblins, who weren't too severely injured, in pursuit of the Goblin Slayer. The Goblin Slayer noticed the goblins catching up. Finally can't hold back. The Goblin Slayer hid in a tree in the woods, quietly waiting for the goblins to arrive. The goblin leader cautiously entered the woods. "Everyone be careful. He is likely to launch a sneak attack." As soon as the words were spoken, a rustling sound came from the bushes, and an arrow was shot out. The goblin leader slashed the arrow in midair with his sword and jumped toward the bushes to strike. "Die, you bastard!" But he missed. The only thing in the bushes was a crossbow, along with tangled vines. 12th one. The goblin slayer appeared behind the goblins, and with a swift motion, he pierced a goblin's neck with his knife. The goblin leader immediately understood. The thing was a decoy, like some sort of trap mechanism. The arrow that had been shot earlier also felt slow. "Bastard!" The goblin leader, mad with rage, abandoned all defense and attacked the goblin slayer, exposing his entire body to vulnerabilities. The goblin slayer didn't even pay him any attention. He turned and dashed back into the forest. The goblin leader followed closely behind, but as soon as he stepped into a patch of grass, his foot slipped and he fell into a small pit. The pit wasn't deep, but it was enough to throw off his balance. The goblin slayer's short sword stabbed into his neck without hesitation. Because he lost his balance, the goblin leader couldn't make any last-ditch attempts to fight back before his death. Just as the goblin slayer thought the goblin leader had finally breathed his last, the goblin leader's sword suddenly stabbed toward him, piercing into his chest. "How was this possible?" "I clearly pierced your neck," the goblin slayer said, baffled. Such a thing had never happened before. The goblin leader did not respond and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Enry was praying, "Goblin, please don't die." All the already dead goblins were glowing faintly with a pale green light. The goblin slayer immediately stepped back, and while retreating, he quickly bandaged his wound. "Careless, I didn't expect that even with a pierced neck, they could still retaliate. These goblins are definitely not ordinary. I must eradicate them completely to prevent future troubles." After a quick bandage, the goblin slayer confirmed that he was fine. The wound wasn't deep. The goblins, carrying 2 half-dead goblins, retraced their steps. The goblins had already disappeared from the previous location, but the bloodstains marked the direction they had taken. "Boss, you have to hold on. You can't die." The goblin leader was completely unable to move, looking as though he were already dead. Watching from the sidelines, Peroroncino found it a bit boring with no one around, so he summoned a few beautiful vampire brides from the first floor of Nazarick. There is nothing more enjoyable than watching a battle while being surrounded by beautiful women. Peroroncino was also curious about how the goblin leader could retaliate even after having his neck pierced. Peroroncino used his Eye of Insight to check the goblin leader's information. Jugum. Race, Goblin. Level, 28, maximum 40. Health, 1 out of 500. A halo in the status bar caught Peroroncino's attention. Goblin General's Halo. Peroroncino carefully examined the Goblin General's Halo. When a goblin under the command of the Goblin General receives a fatal injury, it will not die, but instead enter a near-death state with 1 health point. This state lasts for 1 hour, and if not healed, the goblin will die. During this time, if attacked again, it will also die. Goblin General? Isn't this goblin the leader of the goblins? So the Goblin General is Enry? That woman. I've never heard of the Goblin General class in the game. The Goblin General's Horn. Peroroncino took out the same type of horn that Enry had in her hand. Is there some special condition required to awaken the Goblin General class? Peroroncino instructed Lupus Regina to change the display to show Enry. Inside Eye. Enry. Race, Human. Class, Goblin General. Level, 12, max 100. Skills. Word Spirit can forcefully command the goblins under her command. Goblin General's Halo. When a goblin under her command receives a fatal injury, it does not die, but falls into a near-death state. Peroroncino was shocked when he saw this panel. The level cap was actually 100. Using the Staff of Administrator Privileges, he had created many new classes, but none of them had a level cap that reached 100. This human woman, Enry, had awakened a class that could reach the 100 level cap. At this moment, Goblin Slayer caught up with the other goblins who were carrying the goblin leader. The goblins had already reached the village's fence. Lord Jugum. How could this happen? Enry saw Jugum, who seemed to be as good as dead, his legs giving way, about to fall to the ground. Nympharia hurriedly supported him. Dead goblins are good goblins. Goblin Slayer suddenly spoke coldly. It seemed like he was speaking to Enry. Goblin Slayer made his move. None of the goblins present were his match, and Goblin Slayer slaughtered them as easily as a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The scattered dozen or so goblins were no match for Goblin Slayer. "Mr. Goblin, save me." Enry took out another Goblin General's horn and silently prayed. However, a throwing knife struck and knocked the horn from her hand. Goblin Slayer instinctively sensed that the horn in Enry's hand was extremely dangerous. If blown, it might summon enemies he couldn't deal with. It could be the Goblin General, or even the Goblin Paladin, or the Goblin High Shaman. Goblin Slayer didn't know exactly what would be summoned, but he was certain it would be difficult to deal with. Enry reached out to grab the horn, but Goblin Slayer was faster and snatched it away. In a sudden movement, Goblin Slayer was also wounded in several places by the other goblins. Enry felt like she had lost everything without the horn. Arrow of Acidity. Initially, Nympharia was worried about hitting their own, but now there was no time to worry. As a result, Goblin Slayer turned around just in time, and another goblin was struck. The goblin struck by the acidic arrow felt intense pain as part of its body was corroded by the acid. At this moment, Enry recalled the scene of her family being slaughtered. She didn't know if the man in front of her would kill her, but she didn't want to be helpless-like in that scene, watching her family slaughtered without the strength to resist. "Goblin Sir, please grant me strength. All goblins, obey my command. Kill this man." Only 7 goblins remained, and they all rushed forward, but they were no match for Goblin Slayer. In one strike, they were all killed. Just as Goblin Slayer thought it was over, Goblin leader Jugum suddenly stood up. Wielding his large sword, he briefly suppressed Goblin Slayer, and the other goblins who had been killed also stood up. All the goblins moved like puppets. It was as if they were zombies, moving without relying on their own will. At this moment, Goblin Slayer found himself in the center of a circle of goblins. Jugum's attack prevented him from turning to escape, and there was no space for him to retreat as he was surrounded by goblins. How could this happen? Goblin Slayer was overwhelmed and killed by the entire group of goblins. Originally, a peaceful and serene village was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a group of goblins. "The goblins are here. Help!" Dozens of goblins, taking advantage of the night, invaded the village, starting to burn, kill, and loot. Many people were still asleep when they were awakened. The first thing they saw was the goblins' knife stabbing into their necks. The women in the village were all dragged out of their homes by the goblins and forcibly raped. A girl, with her younger brother, tried to escape, but through the window, she saw that the area outside was filled with goblins. In a panic, she quickly hid her brother. As she was preparing to hide herself, the goblins suddenly broke through the door. They crazily ripped her clothes apart. The hidden brother witnessed everything but dared not make a sound. "The goblins must die. I will kill every last one of you and wipe your race out." Goblin Slayer, who was under siege, suddenly abandoned his defense and allowed the goblin leader's large blade to strike him. His armor was slashed open with a huge crack, and a massive gash was cut into his chest. The armor worn by the Goblin Slayer was able to withstand weapons with lower lethality. However, the goblin leader's great sword was far too powerful for this armor to endure. Originally under siege, the Goblin Slayer exchanged a blow for a blow and managed to strike the goblin leader in the head with his sword. The Goblin Slayer picked up the goblin leader's great sword and swung it forcefully toward the area with the most goblins. The great sword immediately decapitated 4 goblins. "All goblins must die." The Goblin Slayer continued to switch between weapons taken from the bodies of the goblins. His original weapon had become dull from too many strikes. Surrounded on all sides, the Goblin Slayer could no longer cope with enemies coming from every direction. He was continuously wounded by goblin strikes and stabs. The 3 ogres, who were exhausted from fighting the Western Demon Serpent's minions earlier, had now rested enough. One of them swung his large club at the Goblin Slayer. The Goblin Slayer dodged and picked up a spear, throwing it directly into the ogre's eye, blinding it. At that moment, another ogre struck the heavily injured Goblin Slayer with a large wooden club. The Goblin Slayer struggled to get back up, picked up a bow and arrow from the ground, and shot, blinding the ogre in its other eye. At this moment, a goblin attempted to ambush the Goblin Slayer, but the Goblin Slayer effortlessly twisted its head off with his bare hands. Enry watched this scene, feeling as though her heart was bleeding. The goblins, with whom she had spent every day, were falling one by one in pools of blood. The Goblin Slayer, to prevent them from getting up again, was decapitating the goblins. The other two ogres were intimidated by the Goblin Slayer's overwhelming presence. They hesitated, preparing to turn and flee. As they turned, they saw Enry's gaze. "Don't run away. Keep fighting." Enry's eyes hardened, glaring fiercely at the ogres. The ogres, pressured by Enry's aura, stopped and turned back to continue fighting the Goblin Slayer. Enry felt extremely anxious inside. The enemies in front of her were incredibly powerful, but she had no combat ability. All she could do was watch, helpless and powerless. But she couldn't leave. As the village chief of this village, she had to stand with it, no matter if it sank or swam. While the two ogres hesitated in fear, the Goblin Slayer slaughtered all the remaining goblins still standing. Who's next? The Goblin Slayer was covered in blood, his hands completely soaked in it. Compared to Enry, the ogres were even more afraid of the Goblin Slayer, who now seemed like a demonic creature from hell. In a panic, they quickly fled through the front gate toward the forest. Enry and the villagers looked at the Goblin Slayer, each gripping their weapons tightly. Enry also picked up a knife from the ground, but the Goblin Slayer didn't even glance at Enry. He simply walked straight toward the outside of the gate. The villagers, seeing the terrifying aura around him, didn't dare to pursue. "I'm going to avenge Mr. Goblin." At that moment, a small figure appeared not far from Enry. Enry, holding the knife, charged at the Goblin Slayer. The Goblin Slayer turned around and swung his hand, knocking the knife out of Enry's grip. "Don't hurt my sister." Nemu, summoning all his courage, stood in front of Enry. The Goblin Slayer looked at Nemu. "Sister, if only I had been this brave back then." The Goblin Slayer, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Blood continued to flow from his body. "Sister, I'm coming to see you." Hamsuk realized that the battle was over. Looking at the Western Demon Serpent, he spoke. "That side is finished, so we should finish as well. Hey, are you exhausted?" Martial art slash. The Western Demon Serpent didn't even see what happened before its head was sliced off by Hamsuk's tail. At this moment, there was only one goblin left guarding the village's emergency gathering point in Karn Village. All the other goblins had been killed. Enry sat on the ground, at a loss, while Nemu tightly hugged her. How tragic! Lupus Regina suddenly appeared, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. "I remember you just became the village chief yesterday, right? How does it feel? The difference between being full of confidence and having nothing left. Very interesting, isn't it?" Lupus Regina's tone was filled with excitement. Enry looked at Lupus Regina, and tears couldn't stop flowing down her face. "Miss Lupus Regina, what you're saying is too much." Firia spoke up. Sorry. I just couldn't help but ask about her feelings. Are you sad? Are you grieving? Are you in despair?" Lupus Regina whispered in Enry's ear in a low tone. Firia tried to pull Lupus Regina away, but when he grabbed her arm, Lupus Regina didn't budge. "Are you holding me because you have intentions toward me? Help! Someone's trying to assault me." The others present looked at Lupus Regina with strange expressions. "Just kidding." Firia, Lord Ainz is very pleased with the new potions you provided and plans to reward you. Would you be willing to exchange the reward for resurrecting these goblins? Really? Enry grabbed Lupus Regina's hand, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at her. "I'm lying to you, huh?" Enry was stunned by Lupus Regina's words, her mind temporarily short-circuited. "Just kidding. They could be resurrected right now." Firia, what's your opinion? Enry gets to decide. 7th tier, Magic Resurrection. Lupus Regina clasped her hands together and began chanting something. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet. A magic circle also appeared beneath the body of a dead goblin. Its severed head and body fused together, restoring its life signs. After this goblin was resurrected, the magic circle appeared beneath the body of another goblin. Before long, Lupus Regina had resurrected all the goblins. Thank you so much, Miss Lupus Regina. Seeing all the goblins resurrected, Enry hugged Lupus Regina tightly. I'm being assaulted. Help! Lupus Regina's scream startled Enry, causing her to immediately let go. Just kidding. My task is done, so goodbye. Lupus Regina waved her hand and left. After Lupus Regina left, she went over to Peroroncino's side. Lord Peroroncino, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Good. Is there any reward you wish for? Well, Lord Peroroncino, I would like to destroy this village with my own hands. From hope to despair, and then to seeing hope again. When she thinks everything will get better, making her feel despair at that moment. Her expression at that time must be very interesting. Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement. It's so much fun. You really have a twisted sense of humor. Yes, Lord Peroroncino, my creator, the Supreme One, designed me this way. But I can't fulfill that request. Pick something else. Can I kill Enry, then resurrect her, and erase her memory? How about you stay in Nazarick and let someone else guard Cairn Village? Hearing Lupus Regina's idea, Peroroncino became a little concerned about Enry. After all, she is the girl that he and Mamanga personally saved. There's still some attachment, although not much. Moreover, Peroroncino also wanted to see how far Enry could grow. Lord Peroroncino, please rest assured. Without your or Lord Ainz's orders, I won't do anything like that. Being able to serve you is the greatest reward for me. Well said. There's nothing else I can reward you with. This ring of Ainz Ooal Gown will be your reward. Peronino took out a ring from his storage space. Not long ago, after Peroroncino told to give the ring to Demiurge, Mamanga had given half of all the Ainz Ooal Gown rings he possessed to Peroroncino, allowing him to distribute them to his subordinates as he saw fit. This, something only the Supreme One can possess. How could I possibly accept it? I can't accept this. Please take it back. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Thank you so much, Lord Peroroncino. Lupus Regina half knelt and presented her hands to receive the Ainz Ooal Gown ring. Once the task was completed, Peroroncino returned to Nazarick. He arrived at Shaltyr's room. At this moment, Shaltyr was hanging up. Do you know what you did wrong, Shaltyr? I know. Do you know what exactly you did wrong? I shouldn't have tackled you and tried to force myself on you. Wrong. You shouldn't have almost turned back into your original form. So, you mean it's okay to tackle you, and then? Peroroncino did not respond to her, simply accepting it. Just imagine, what boy be unwilling to let the type of girl he deeply likes tackle him, and then do things that can't be described? Then Shaltyr broke free from the ropes and pounced on Peroroncino. Master, I won't hold back then. He. On the Empire's side, Mamanga had also completed his task and returned to Nazarick. After finishing his work, Mamanga planned to find Peroroncino to catch up. When he arrived at Peroroncino's room, he learned that Peroroncino had gone to see Shaltyr. He then directly teleported to the door of Shaltyr's room. The two vampire brides guarding the door immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Mamanga. Greetings, Lord Ainz. Is Peroroncino inside? Yes, he is. Mamanga knocked on the door. There was no response from inside, but some strange sounds could be heard. Because the soundproofing of the door was very good, Mamanga did not hear clearly what the sound was. Peroroncino, are you there? But there was no response from inside. I'm coming in. When the door was opened, Mamanga saw the humanoid Peroroncino suspended by two ropes tied around his hands, completely floating in the air. Shaltyr was wearing a white cat ear girl bikini outfit. A black lace-on mask was tied around her eyes, and a tail that had been given a soul swayed left and right. Peroroncino-sama, let me see where you are. Peroroncino and Mamanga locked eyes. The two stared at each other. Sorry to interrupt. Mamanga quickly closed the door and left. I've found it. It's here. Then I won't be polite. Shaltier's voice came just before the door closed. According to the original plan, the Empire's chief court mage, Flutter, would inform the Emperor that he had discovered Nazarick and then send some workers to investigate. Flutter was very efficient, and by the next day, a group of people appeared near the great tomb of Nazarick at night. Mammon, the adventurer played by Mamanga, was among them. After exploring the outskirts, the adventurers gathered together, had a discussion, and then entered the great tomb of Nazarick. However, an elderly man's team did not enter. Peroroncino teleported behind the elderly man's team. Old man, why aren't we entering the tomb? Such a good opportunity, asked one of the old man's teammates. Stepping into an unknown tomb could be dangerous, so let them be the guinea pigs. Experience speaks for itself. You're right, it is indeed dangerous inside. Peroroncino suddenly appeared behind them and spoke. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? I'm a master of this place. Don't joke around. How could the master of this place be a young human? Sigh. Honestly, no one ever believes me. Slap. Slap. Peroroncino clapped his hands, and many undead appeared around them. There were over 100 of them, all wearing magical weapons. That is a magical weapon, the old man exclaimed. Such powerful undead, and so many of them, this is bad. Surround them. A group of undead surrounded the old man's team, but did not attack. Seeing the hundreds of undead armed with magical weapons, their hearts sank. Who would have thought that we'd be the guinea pigs? Don't worry, they'll be much worse off than you. It's been a long time since I've stretched my bones. Let me have some fun with you. With a wave of Peroroncino's hand, all the undead disappeared. Old man, let's run. The opponent won't let us leave. If we try to escape, he'll undoubtedly summon those undead to kill us, the old man said. That's right. Defeat me, and I'll let you go. He's only one person. If we cooperate properly, we might not lose. Boys, stay sharp. We absolutely cannot make any mistakes. Fireball. Peroroncino waved his hand, and a fireball flew toward them. Magic shield. The mage of the old man's team cast a spell to block the fireball. The opponent is a magic caster, so he shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Let's go. The warrior and the old man charged toward Peroroncino, one on the left and one on the right. Magic caster? Unfortunately, I'm not, Peroroncino said. Advanced item creation. A black magic circle appeared beneath Peroroncino's feet. He reached into the magic circle with both hands and drew out 2 katana. Tengu double sword slash. As Peroroncino drew his blades, he swiftly swung them forward. 2 sword waves slashed toward the old man and the warrior. The warrior barely managed to block the attack with his large shield, while the old man dodged the strike. Not bad. Martial art, swift shadow dash. Peroroncino dashed forward and appeared right in front of the old man. A dagger suddenly lunged toward Peroroncino. Peroroncino interrupted his attack, turned around, and slashed. The ambushing thief was split into 3 pieces, trying to sneak attack without even having an invisibility skill. Thunderstrike, the mage from the old man's team, cast a spell. Magic shield. Peroroncino raised his hand and waved, and a magic shield appeared to block the thunderstrike. Tengu spinning flash. Peroroncino's body turned into a flash of light, and he suddenly swung his blade toward the old man. However, the old man blocked the strike with the shaft of his spear. Although the old man blocked the attack, the next second, the spear in his hand snapped. Your weapon is really poor. With your level of strength, you dare to come explore the great tomb? Let's end this. I'm getting bored. Peroroncino snapped his fingers, and the undead armed with magical weapons appeared, beating the remaining survivors to death. Yulia, the rest is up to you. I'm going to check on Mamanga. Yes. Yulia emerged from the shadows, replying to the command. Peroroncino flashed and arrived at the arena on the 6th floor. As soon as he entered the arena, he heard Aura speaking with a microphone. The challengers are the foolish intruders who dared to invade the great tomb, a group of 4. and their opponent is the master of the great tomb of Nazarick, the king of the dead, Lord Ainz Ooal Gown. Mamanga, the legendary black skeleton, stood with his upper body exposed, holding a shield and a knife. We sincerely apologize for intruding upon your residence. If you are willing to let us leave, I will pay you gold. The leader of the four adventurers bowed and spoke. When a rat appears in your house, would you gently let it go? What if I have permission? Peroroncino jumped into the arena. Relying on fabrication to survive is impossible. I'm not fabricating anything. The leader of the four adventurers, Hecarin, broke into a cold sweat. Then what does the person who gave you permission look like? Mamanga asked sharply, his eyes piercing. He's a rather large monster. And then, Mamanga fell into thought. Before that, you need to agree to let us go. If it were former comrades, I would definitely let you go. Slippery. Slippery. And then what? What is his name, and what did he tell you? Hecarin looked around, trying to find any clues, but there was nothing. He told us to say hello to Ainz from the great tomb of Nazarick. Oomph. Say hello to Ainz. Peroroncino laughed. Yes. Mamanga wasn't angry. He just looked at Peroroncino. Good thing you stay behind, my friend. Mamanga silently thought to himself. Humans who deceive me will pay a price. Mamanga's aura emitted a powerful killing intent. Soon, Mamanga defeated the leader of the four adventurers with overwhelming force. Just as Hecarin was being held by Mamanga by the head, the half-elf, Imina, suddenly remembered something. Ainz Ooal Gown is the name of your entire group. Peroroncino's gaze turned to Imina, and Mamanga released his grip, also looking at her. Who told you that? It was a savior from my childhood. She saved me from hunters who captured elves and half-elves. She also told me stories about her adventures. They formed an organization, something like Ainz Ooal Gown. What was that person's name? Rose. Not bad, but unfortunately, the name is wrong. Peroroncino spoke. Imina recalled the scene when she met that red-haired, handsome woman. Sister, what's your name? Bukabukagama. Little Imina looked at the red-haired woman in confusion, wondering if she had heard it wrong. I'm just kidding. My name is Rose. Her name is Bukabukagama. Peroroncino and Mamanga looked at each other, wide-eyed, both shocked. Bukabukagama. Yes. Imina was clearly very nervous. The name Bukabukagama didn't sound like a person's name at all, but she couldn't remember any other names the woman who had saved her in her childhood had said. Where did you meet her? Peroroncino and Mamanga suddenly appeared in front of Imina. You need to return Hecarin to normal first. Healing, Peroroncino used an item to heal Hecarin, restoring him to his normal state. Can you speak now? When I was a child, a group of bandits suddenly broke into the half-elf village where I lived. They killed many people in our village and then took many young women. I hid, but the bandits found me. I ran away, and that's when I met a red-haired female swordsman. She learned about my situation, went to the village, killed all the bandits, and saved me. But my parents were dead, and many others lost their parents as well. To comfort us, that red-haired swordswoman told us stories about her adventures. The story mentioned Nazarick and Ainz Ooal Gown. I can't remember the details of the story. How long ago was this? About 50 years ago. Where was it? In the large forest southeast of the Holy Kingdom. Albedo, immediately send a search team to the large forest southeast of the Holy Kingdom and start a search. Yes, Lord Ainz. Since you know Bukabukagama, I will allow you to leave, but not just yet. Thank you, Lord Ainz Ooal Gown. Hecarin never expected he would be able to save his life like this. Imina, it's all thanks to you. Hecarin embraced Imina tightly. In the early hours of the next day, Mare and Aura were planning to head to the Empire as scheduled. Peroroncino also decided to accompany them to the Empire. Lord Peroroncino, we can handle this. You don't need to trouble yourself, Aura said. I just want to see what the Emperor of the Empire looks like. I've heard intelligence referring to him as the Bloody Emperor. I'm curious to see what he really looks like. Lord Peroroncino, then let's set off, Aura said as she patted the giant dragon beneath her. The giant dragon flapped its wings and flew toward the capital of the Empire. Lord Peroroncino, do you think the person that human mentioned is really Lady Bukabukagama? It should be true. She was able to accurately recall the name Bukabukagama. It's unlikely to be a lie. Aura Mare, do you want to meet Bukabukagama? Yes, both of them said in unison. 50 years ago, perhaps she didn't come to this world at the same time as us. 50 years is enough time for everything to change. It might be difficult to find any trace of her. It seems the nation-building plan is truly important. We'll have to rely on reputation to attract Bukabukagama. The dragon flew incredibly fast and soon arrived at the Imperial capital. The dragon landed in the courtyard of the Imperial palace. The landing of the dragon caused the ground to tremble slightly. A dragon. It's a dragon. The soldiers on the ground immediately shouted, attracting many soldiers to approach. Peroroncino was currently in the form of a large-winged humanoid. He flapped his 4 snow-white wings on his back. Aura and Mare jumped off the dragon's back. Aura activated the loudspeaker and said, "Because the emperor of this country sent people to trespass into the great tomb of Nazareth, disturbing the rest of the Supreme One. The master of the great tomb of Nazareth, Lord Ainz Ooal Gown, and Lord Peroroncino are very angry. If you do not come to apologize, we will destroy this country. First, we will kill everyone here." Mare raised his staff and struck it. A massive crack appeared beneath the feet of the soldiers surrounding the dragon, and hundreds of soldiers fell into the crack. Mare struck his staff again, sealing the crack. Peroroncino looked around and noticed someone with a different aura from the others. The person was surrounded by a large number of guards. "Old man, have you ever seen a dragon like that?" "No, those twins should be dark elves. As for the one flying in the sky, I've never seen their kind before. Are you the emperor?" Peroroncino suddenly appeared in front of the enclosure where the emperor and his entourage were heading. "Protect His Majesty the Emperor." The soldiers quickly raised their weapons and stood in front of the emperor. Peroroncino flapped his wings, and all the soldiers in front of the king were blown away, crashing into the walls. Thanks to the timely defensive magic cast by Flutter, the emperor was not blown away. Peroroncino landed in front of the emperor. "Bloody Emperor? You're even younger than I imagined. And you are?" "I am Peroroncino, one of the supreme beings of Nazareth, as mentioned by the Dark Elf twins." Peroroncino extended his hand and lightly tapped the defensive magic cast by Flutter. The magic instantly shattered. There's a saying, "If someone does not harm me, I will not harm them. But if someone harms me..." Peroroncino did not finish the sentence. He extended his hand and gently squeezed, causing everyone in front of him to suddenly spit out blood. "We will wait for your apology. Mare Aura, let's go." Jerkniv watched Peroroncino leave, feeling an indescribable frustration in his heart. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" A knight immediately asked. "I'm fine, just spat out some blood, but there's no serious harm. Your Majesty, for your health, I still recommend seeing a doctor. I've already called for the Empire's chief court physician." Seeing the concern of his subordinates, Jerkniv agreed, and the result was that there was no serious injury, but he was advised to rest due to excessive fatigue. "Everyone, leave me to rest in peace." Jerkniv dismissed all of them. He stood alone in front of the mirror, gripping his hair tightly. How am I supposed to deal with that monster? He didn't even touch anyone and didn't cast any magic, yet he made us spit blood. Even the strongest person in our empire, Flutter, was affected. What should we do? That guy has an overwhelming presence. Going to apologize would be a death sentence. No, we have no choice. Apologizing is the only slim chance we have. Someone, immediately prepare the guard squad. We're heading to the great tomb of Nazareth. Peroroncino, Aura, and Mare were sitting on the dragon's back. "Lord Peroroncino, you were so cool just now. The Emperor was completely scared by you. He couldn't even say a word," Mare said, looking at Peroroncino with admiration. "Yeah, Lord Peroroncino's aura was so powerful that the humans were too scared to even approach. It was amazing," Aura added. "Aura, you still don't have the ring of Ainz Ooal Gown, right? Here, take this." Peroroncino handed Aura the ring of Ainz Ooal Gown. This is something only the Supreme One can have. I can't accept it, Aura protested. Mare has one, so you should have one too. You did well in this mission, just like the last one. You deserve to have this ring, Peroroncino said. Aura sincerely knelt on one knee and presented both hands to accept the ring. Mare, is there anything you want? No, just talking with you, Lord Peroroncino, is enough for me. Then, Mare, is there anything you'd like to know? Lord Peroroncino, I want to know why Lady Bukabukagama designed my outfit to look like women's clothing. Oh, that? It's just Bukabukagama's hobby. She really likes the idea of little boys dressing up as little girls. It's called a trap, a unique preference of hers. She says boys should dress beautifully. Those are her exact words. As for Aura, I remember her exact words were, girls should dress stylishly and impressively. Ah, I see. Thank you so much for telling us all of this. Mare and Aura said gratefully. Don't mention it, considering you're both creations of my sister, Bukabukagama. That makes us somewhat related. You can ask me anything. Really? Then, can you tell me how creatures reproduce? Mare, what are you talking about? Aura immediately stopped him. Sister, don't you want to know? Mare's words left Aura stammering, unable to respond. You're only 73. Why are you in such a hurry to know about this? Because I'm curious. Mare looked at Peroroncino with an eager expression. Peroroncino really didn't want to answer. But I did say that if there's anything you want to ask, you can. Being precocious shouldn't have any bad effects, right? How about this? Tonight, you come to Shaltier's room to find me, and I'll give you a live demonstration. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Watching you demonstrate it might be disrespectful to you. Peroroncino thought for a moment, realizing that it wouldn't be very appropriate for someone to see him doing such a thing. Do you know Yulia? Yes, she's your personal maid now. She knows about this kind of thing. You can have her take you to observe, not to spy on, but to observe how humans reproduce. After returning to Nazarick about half a day later, the Emperor of the Empire, Jerkniv, and his attendants arrived at Nazarick. The head maid, Yuri, changed the weather to a more fitting atmosphere and then led everyone to the throne room. Mamanga specifically arranged a chair next to the throne for Peroroncino to sit in, symbolizing Peroroncino's status. However, Peroroncino felt very uneasy, as it made him feel like he was sitting as the queen next to the king, which was incredibly awkward. Previously, Peroroncino had said he preferred to stand, but this was strongly opposed by all the guardians, with Shaltier protesting the most. Lord Peroroncino, as the Supreme Overlord, how can you stand? If you don't like this chair, you can sit on me instead. Of course, Peroroncino rejected this offer. Having just established a perfect image of strength in the Empire, he didn't want the Empire's people to arrive and see him, Peroroncino, sitting on a woman who was constantly gasping for breath. The Empire will definitely think that Peroroncino is a pervert. Although I'm a pervert, I don't want strangers to know about such things. In the end, Peroroncino reluctantly sat in the chair, which resembled a queen's seat. After the people from the Empire arrived, Peroroncino remained silent the entire time, leaving an aloof and cold impression on everyone. Under Mamanga's guidance, the Emperor of the Empire, Jerkniv, took the initiative to propose that Mamanga build a country, and that he would help Nazarick seize Irantal as the capital of the Empire. As Jerkniv was about to leave the outskirts of Nazarick, Peroroncino appeared before them. You're truly worthy of being called the Bloody Emperor. You have some courage. I have high hopes for you. Peroroncino patted Jerkniv's shoulder, and a piece of paper fell into the collar of Jerkniv's tunic. Jerkniv noticed Peroroncino's action. After returning to his carriage and dismissing everyone, Jerkniv took out the note from his collar. You are quite impressive. Let us join forces to kill Ainz. The note contained only this sentence, and after he finished reading it, the paper disappeared. On the Katza Plains, a party of human adventurers has once again met their end. Originally, the mist on the Katza Plains would dissipate by noon, But at this moment, it is already noon, and the mist remains as thick as ever. Adventurers sent by the Adventurers Guild have all gone missing, with no one returning. The Guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild requested the help of the Adamantite rank adventurer, Mammon, but couldn't find them. The Guildmaster then sought out Chino, but still there was no sign of them. Helpless, they had no choice but to write a letter requesting the adventurer Blue Roses from the royal capital to deal with the mysterious undead on the Katza Plains. Originally, the captain of Blue Roses' team, Lockhughes, refused, but after realizing that Evil Eye wanted to meet Mammon, she reluctantly agreed to take on the task. Before long, the 5 of them arrived in Erantal to gather information, but the intel they received proved useless. None of the adventurers who went there had returned. They had all disappeared. Despite this, Blue Roses remained confident in their abilities. After preparing for the undead, they set out on their mission. Peroroncino once tried to use the undead that automatically emerged from the Great Tomb to grind levels, but he couldn't gain any experience. However, wild undead could provide him with experience. So, Peroroncino arranged for Igiva to go to the Katza Plains to develop his strength and see if the undead tamed by Igiva could provide him with experience. At this moment, Igiva was sitting on a stone in the midst of the Katza Plains, deep in thought. Why does His Excellency want me to gather power here? These undead, including myself, are insignificant in His Excellency's eyes. It seems like the gathered forces won't be able to accomplish anything. Igiva shook his head. His Excellency must have his reasons for doing this. Who am I to judge? Today we added 15 skeleton soldiers, 3 elite skeleton soldiers, and 1 skeletal cavalry. Total forces, 36,782. Igiva picked up a small notebook and jotted down the numbers. At that moment, a skeletal cavalry rider on a black skeleton mount approached Igiva. My lord, powerful humans have arrived. How strong are they? Their strength is definitely above mine. A Death Knight is level 45, so if they're stronger than you, their level must be above 50. I absolutely cannot allow this group to annihilate us. Organize the skeleton soldiers for a hidden ambush strategy. Alert all death mages and have them prepare to attack. Understood. Mere humans dreaming of wiping us out. What utter folly. Igiva crushed a stone in his hand as he muttered to himself. This Katza Plains, what's going on here? It's noon, and the mist is still this thick. Gagarin, be careful. My detection magic isn't working, Evil Eye said after casting a spell. Tia and I also can't precisely determine directions in this fog. It's really strange, said Tina. Don't worry, I have this. A compass stone I bought from a foreign merchant, Lockhughes said, pulling out a strangely shaped stone. The stone was in 2 layers, with a small pointed rock on top. When the stone was moved, the pointed rock would rotate accordingly, always pointing in the same direction. Then there's no time to waste. Let's move out. The members of Blue Roses stepped into the mist. Once inside, their visibility became significantly limited. Eternal Light. Evil Eye cast a spell, causing the group's weapons to emit a radiant glow, illuminating the path ahead. A very ordinary skeleton soldier noticed the group and charged at them, attempting to attack. However, Tina swiftly dispatched it with a single strike. More ordinary skeleton soldiers began to surround them. They're just low-tier skeleton soldiers. Nothing dangerous so far, Tina remarked. Could it be that other adventurers got lost in the thick mist and ended up dying here over time? Not likely, one of them replied. If it were just losing their way, at least some of them should have made it back to Erantal. This place feels really eerie. There might be some strange enemies lurking around. Everyone, stay alert, said Lockhughes, the leader of Blue Roses. The group continued forward for some distance, but still found nothing out of the ordinary, encountering only a few low-level undead skeleton soldiers. How strange, Evil Eye said, her tone filled with confusion. There isn't even a slightly stronger skeleton here. This is so odd. I'll fly up and take a look. Fly. Chain lightning. Lightning strike. Lightning strike. From all directions, several bolts of lightning struck toward Evil Eye. Because the skeletons they had encountered earlier were too weak, Evil Eye had let her guard down. The lightning bolts hit Evil Eye directly, causing her to sparkle in midair. Damage transfer. A glow enveloped Evil Eye's body, nullifying the continuous damage. From above, Evil Eye saw hundreds of black skeletons closing in on the rest of Blue Roses. Among them were dozens of black skeletal cavalry. At their center was a skeletal knight clad in black armor, both he and his mount larger than the other skeletal riders. Evil Eye, are you all right? Lockhughes called out urgently. I'm fine. Everyone, be careful. The undead are closing in. The other members of Blue Roses could not see the surrounding undead in their line of sight. Death Ray. Igiva formed a black energy sphere in his hand, releasing a dark ray aimed at Evil Eye. Prismatic Shield. The Death Ray was blocked by Evil Eye's shield. Magic-enhanced Crystal Homing Arrow. A crystal arrow pierced through the mist, striking Igiva with precision. The arrow left a gaping wound in Igiva's chest, but as an undead, such an injury was far from fatal. Damn it! Igiva immediately relocated, ensuring he moved to a spot safe from further attacks. Once secure, he slammed his hands onto the ground. 7th tier magic, Undead Kingdom. A massive black magic circle appeared beneath Igiva's feet as he continued, chanting an incantation. Crystal Scatter. Evil Eye moved methodically, eliminating the undead mages one by one. Due to their dispersed positions, she had no choice but to handle them individually. Meanwhile, the rest of Blue Roses encountered the advancing skeleton soldiers. Unlike the usual white skeletons, these were uniform in appearance, black-armored skeleton warriors. They moved in formation, closing in on Blue Roses with precision. The front line of skeletons carried shields and swords, advancing cautiously with shields raised. Behind them, skeletons wielding spears used the gaps in the shields to aim, prepared to strike at any moment. This is insane. These skeletons actually know how to use tactics and formations, Lockhughes exclaimed, bewildered. Leader, what do we do now? We have no choice but to fight with everything we've got. The enemy's strength far exceeds what we anticipated, Lockhughes replied grimly. Advance! The Death Knight commanded the skeleton soldiers to push forward. Martial skill, explosive strike. Gagarin swung the large hammer in her hand, fending off the attacks from the spear-wielding skeletons. She struck a skeleton soldier's shield, sending the soldier flying, crashing into the ones behind. Floating Sword Array. 6 swords flew from behind Lockhughes, killing all the skeletons that Gagarin had knocked down. Charged through the gap that Gagarin created. Not so fast. The Death Knight, riding his large black skeleton horse, blocked the gap. Damn it, get out of my way. Gagarin swung her large hammer toward the Death Knight. The Death Knight, using his mount to move quickly, generated a powerful impact and swung his massive halberd, striking Gagarin's hammer head-on. Gagarin felt an overwhelming surge of power transfer from the hammer. The hammer was cleaved, leaving a large crack, and then it was knocked out of her hands, sending Gagarin flying along with it. Gagarin, let go. How could a warrior let go of her weapon? Stop. Gagarin tried desperately to make the hammer stop, but sadly, she failed. Gagarin was dragged into an area densely populated with skeleton soldiers by the hammer. The skeleton soldiers raised their spears and thrust them fiercely into Gagarin's back. Luckily, Gagarin was wearing armor, but the armor still had several cracks from the strikes. Gagarin smashed into 2 skeleton soldiers and fell to the ground. The surrounding skeleton soldiers swarmed in, striking her armor with their weapons. As a spear aimed for Gagarin's head, Tina appeared by her side, blocking the attack. However, Tina found herself surrounded as well. She swiftly slashed at a skeleton soldier's neck with her sword, but didn't sever the head completely. It was still attached by a part of the neck. She followed up with another strike, killing the skeleton soldier. Gagarin and Tina fought back-to-back amidst the swarm of skeleton soldiers. Neither Gagarin nor Tina could kill a skeleton soldier with a single blow. Gagarin's weapon could smash the skeleton soldier's bones, but it couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Tina's weapon was too short to sever a skeleton soldier's head in one strike. These skeleton soldiers were different from ordinary ones. They reacted quickly and attacked in coordinated formations, using synchronized tactics. Gagarin and Tina had a hard time finding an opportunity to counterattack. Seeing Tina rush to help Gagarin, Lockhughes let out a sigh of relief. She teamed up with Tia to attack, making her way toward Gagarin. However, the Death Knight on horseback charged toward Lockhughes. "Lockhughes, watch out behind you," Tia immediately warned as she noticed the danger. But the Death Knight was moving incredibly fast, and Lockhughes had no time to react. Tia drew her dagger and lunged at the Death Knight, but there was no way her dagger could win against the large halberd in direct confrontation. Tia knew this, so she aimed for the Death Knight's skeletal horse. Just as she was about to strike, the Death Knight's mount suddenly halted, turning sideways to face Tia. What awaited Tia was the Death Knight's large halberd. At this moment, Tia couldn't stop herself. She could only avoid a fatal strike. The blade struck Tia's shoulder, severing her entire left shoulder along with the arm. Tia caught her severed arm and quickly retreated back to Lockhughes' side. Healing. Tia's arm was healed by Lockhughes' healing magic. At this moment, Lockhughes' gaze shifted to the insignia on the Death Knight's armor. That insignia is my childhood idol, the former Grand General of the Kingdom, Lucas. I never expected that after so many years, someone would still remember my name. General Lucas, weren't you killed in the war 15 years ago? Your remains were brought back to the kingdom and buried. How did you end up as an undead here? Buried back in the kingdom? Those nobles never accepted that I was originally of common birth. They took the body of a dead noble and buried it as if it were mine, giving it a grand burial. How could this happen? How could they treat you like this? You two are a noble, right? Don't you understand what nobles are like? General Lucas, since you still remember your life before, why would you willingly become such a monster? Ha, a monster. I hate it. I hate that I couldn't destroy the kingdom with my own hands. This kingdom, to which I devoted my entire heart. I fought countless battles for it, but what did I get in return? Every time, the nobles held me back. The king knew, but still did nothing. Even so, I never gave up. But when the nobles couldn't stand my integrity anymore, they started to plot against me. Every time, I foiled their schemes, reported it to the king, and all I got in return was that the noble had been punished. And not long after, I still saw them alive and well. The punishment they received was nothing but house arrest. Ridiculous. They couldn't get rid of me, so they poisoned the war horse that had accompanied me for many years. If it hadn't been for the horse suddenly collapsing during battle, how could I have died on the battlefield? How could we have lost that fight? I, who have won 100 battles and never been defeated, how could I lose? General Lucas, since your death, the kingdom has been losing battle after battle against the Empire. Everyone wants you to return. What does that have to do with me? What does the kingdom's victory or defeat have to do with me? The moment I died, I understood everything. The person I should hate the most is the king. My only wish now is to personally kill the king of the kingdom and wash the blood of all the nobles. An incompetent person does not deserve to sit on the throne. Trash does not deserve power. I will make them understand that the victor is king. I am very grateful to my current master, Lord Igiva. It is he who gave me the opportunity to be reborn, allowing me the chance to fulfill my resentment. Having said all that, young girl, you should be on your way. Don't worry, after you die, my master will transform you into an undead. You won't be alone, and your companions will also become undead. However, whether you retain the memories of your living self will depend on your will. After Evil Eye finished dealing with all the necromancer corpses, she saw Gagarin flying through the air. Tina immediately rushed to help Gagarin, which relieved her quite a bit. She looked towards where Gagarin had flown from and saw a Death Knight. Just as she was preparing to go help Lockhughes kill the Death Knight, Evil Eye noticed a massive black magic circle appearing on the ground. A dark aura began to spread from all the skeleton soldiers. Fire! At Igiva's command, hundreds of black arrows shot towards Evil Eye. Evil Eye had absolute confidence in her shield, but when the black arrows hit her shield, they turned into a pool of black slime, corroding the shield. These are corrosive arrows with dark attributes. Evil Eye immediately realized that it was the powerful necromancer she had encountered earlier who was responsible. Compared to magic, arrows travel faster and in greater numbers. Evil Eye found it very difficult to dodge the arrows while moving, but dealing with these skeletal archers would be even more troublesome. There were over 300 of these archers, all positioned in a scattered formation, leaving her no chance for a group attack. Evil Eye wanted to bypass these archers and attack Igiva, but she had to dodge and move at the same time. After all, her time was running out. If she couldn't deal with Igiva quickly, there was a high chance that Lockhughes and the others would die. If Lockhughes died, no one would be able to cast resurrection magic for her. The intense attacks made it impossible for Evil Eye to advance. She directly gave up on defense and allowed the arrows to strike her body. Crystal scatter. The crystal projectiles hit the area where Igiva was located. Ghost fire blaze. Blue flame sprayed from Igiva's hand, directly incinerating the crystals shot by Evil Eye. Magic-enhanced crystal spear. A crystal spear broke through the blue flames and pierced through Igiva's body. How is this possible? Igiva took several steps back. Perhaps if you keep attacking me, you will kill me, but your companions won't last much longer. In the air, Evil Eye looked toward the positions of Gagarin and Tina. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and only a dozen or so skeletons had been killed, leaving several hundred still standing. On the other side, the attacks from the Death Knight were overwhelming Lockhughes, who was panting heavily. Meanwhile, Tia was lying on the ground, motionless, possibly dead. Bastard. Most enhanced magic. Crystal explosion. 3 magic circles appeared around Evil Eye, and 3 differently colored crystals emerged. The 3 crystals simultaneously hit Igiva, creating a violent explosion. Evil Eye immediately flew toward Lockhughes. As long as I can save Lockhughes, there's still hope. Lucas also noticed Evil Eye flying toward him at high speed. He took out a bow and shot a transparent arrow. Due to the mist, Evil Eye couldn't clearly see what Lucas had done. The arrow pierced directly through Evil Eye's heart. Evil Eye fell near Gagarin and the others, and a skeleton soldier picked up a spear and directly thrust it into her body. Unlike Gagarin, Evil Eye wasn't wearing armor. The spear pierced her through, sending a cold sensation straight through her. Evil Eye. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. It was Gagarin and Tina. They had witnessed Evil Eye fall and be pierced by the spear. Is it like before? Evil Eye recalled the time when she encountered Peroroncino and Shaltir, when she was completely powerless, watching as they did as they pleased with her. Evil Eye, you can't lose. You are the strongest. Evil Eye remembered the words of her companion, who traveled with her a century ago. I can't lose. I haven't uncovered the truth behind the destruction of my country. I can't lose. Damage transfer. A light emitted from Evil Eye's body, healing all the damage she had taken, leaving only shallow wounds. Maximum strength flame pillar. Evil Eye clasped her hands together, and a red magic circle appeared on the ground. Pillars of flames erupted from the ground, incinerating all the skeleton soldiers around her. Gagarin, Tina, hurry up. Evil Eye carved a bloody path for Gagarin and Tina. Maximum strength crystal barrier. A wall made of 2 crystals formed a path for Gagarin and Tina, stopping the other skeleton soldiers from surrounding them. Let's go. Gagarin and Tina followed Evil Eye's lead, charging toward the side of the Death Knight. This sword is nice, but you will never be able to unleash its true power. After you die, I will take good care of it. Lucas's blade descended, and the powerful force made Lockhughes lose her grip on the magic sword, sending it flying. Meanwhile, Tia had already collapsed lifeless. It's over. Lucas's large sword swung down. Crystal barrier. At the critical moment, a crystal wall appeared in front of the Death Knight. How boring. Crash. Lucas's large sword struck the crystal wall, and the wall collapsed instantly. Behind the wall, the figures of the others from Blue Roses appeared. "Everyone," Lockhughes said, her eyes brimming with tears. "We can definitely escape together." Escape? What a fantasy! Igiva walked out from the group of skeleton soldiers. "You're still alive. I'm the great Death Lich, serving the mighty god of death, Igiva. How could I die here?" "Well, you, a vampire mingling with humans, should have little power left by now. You must have noticed that those arrows are draining your strength. Even so, killing you will still be more than enough. Most enhanced magic. Crystal dagger." A crystal dagger flew toward Igiva. He stepped back a few paces, and a large number of skeleton soldiers blocked him, with the crystal dagger killing only 3 skeleton soldiers. "How many more times can you cast such an attack? While I have countless undead like this. Be good and surrender. I will grant you a painless death." TCH, to be underestimated by an undead. Gagarin, severely wounded, sneered. "You think we're going to surrender? It's far too early for that." Lockhughes was also encouraged by Gagarin's words. "We are the Adamantite tier adventurers, Blue Roses." Adamantite tier adventurers? That's a joke, is it? A slightly magnetic male voice that stood out from the crowd suddenly spoke. "Do the members of Blue Roses need help?" Chino and Yulia suddenly appeared at the scene. They had completely appeared within the Undead's encirclement. Seeing Peroroncino, even Evil Eye thought she was hallucinating. "How did you end up here?" Lockhughes immediately asked. "Isn't it obvious? We used teleportation magic. I heard you traveled all the way from the royal capital just to take care of the work we were supposed to handle. Fortunately, we arrived just in time." This was completely a lie from Peroroncino. Peroroncino had been watching all of Blue Roses' actions through long-distance observation. He had been waiting for the right moment to make his entrance. Group healing, Peroroncino casually snapped his fingers. All the injuries on Blue Roses' members were healed. Peroroncino's appearance left Igiva unsure of what to do, and he immediately ordered all of his subordinates to stop attacking. The undead ceased their attacks, giving Blue Roses a chance to breathe. They had not had the opportunity to check on the fallen Tia, but now they finally had the chance. Tia is dead." Lockhughes quickly cast Resurrection on Tia. Tina said, "I can't. Tia was resurrected not long ago, and now I can't bring her back again. Tina, usually emotionless, couldn't stop the tears from flowing. "It seems you need some careful assistance." Peroroncino waved his hand. 7th tier, Faith Magic. Rebirth. A white magic circle appeared beneath the deceased Tia. The magic circle transformed into a column of white light, and Tia floated up as white butterflies entered her body. The undead instinctively took a step back. Holy magic had a great deterrent effect on them. Watching this scene, the center of Evil Eye's attention gradually shifted, and another person slowly appeared in the place of Mammon. Evil Eye was gradually developing a favorable impression of Chino. "Who are you?" Lucas shouted at Peroroncino. "I am Chino, an Adamantite-ranked adventurer. I'm here to eliminate you," Peroroncino replied. Hearing Peroroncino's words, Igiva understood what needed to be done. Pretend not to know Peroroncino. As a lowly servant, contributing even a little to my master's cause is its greatest honor, even if it means dying here. Igiva thought to himself. "Kill all these adventurers." Igiva gave the order, and the undead swarmed forward. Summon. Holy Sword. A complex magic circle appeared, and a sword glowing with a pure white light was embedded in its center. "Ignorant summoner, do you think you can draw this sword? This blade is..." A female voice echoed from within the magic circle. Peroroncino paid no attention to the sword spirit. He casually extended his hand, effortlessly drew the sword, and swung it with ease. A streak of white sword energy instantly killed the skeleton soldier. This useless sword sure makes a big deal out of nothing. With a wave of his hand, Peroroncino used the same technique to summon another identical sword. He drew it effortlessly, now wielding 2 swords, slicing through skeletons one by one with ease. The skeleton soldiers, which had been a massive headache for Blue Roses, were as easy as chopping vegetables in Peroroncino's hands. The skeleton's weapons and shields were effortlessly broken by the light swords. "What should we do, Lord Iguva?" Lucas asked Iguva. "What should we do? What else can we do?" "Go and kill him. But I don't think my strength is a match for his." "That's an order. Remember, you are merely my servant." "Understood." What's happened to the once wise and mighty Lord Iguva? He used to care deeply about the safety of high-level combatants, but now... Lucas thought for a moment, then gave up on thinking and charged toward Peroroncino. "Form the ranks. Death charge." At Lucas's command, hundreds of black skeleton cavalry emerged from a mist and charged toward Peroroncino under his lead. Seventh-tier magic, holy light domain. A massive magic circle appeared beneath Peroroncino's feet. As the skeleton cavalry charged into the circle, their skeletal horses all stumbled and fell. Even Lucas, leading the charge, and his skeleton soldiers were no exception. Peroroncino tossed one of his swords to Yulia, and the two of them moved like flashes of light, weaving through the undead, with their numbers rapidly diminishing. Peroroncino's experience as a humanoid was also growing quickly, leveling up from level 41 to level 43. How impressive! Lockhughes watched the two of them, her eyes filled with envy. If only I could be that strong. Before long, hundreds of elite skeletons had been wiped out. Lucas and Yulia were still locked in combat, neither gaining the upper hand for the time being. "Lord Iguva, help me." Lucas was unable to defeat Yulia in a short time and requested Iguva's assistance. "If you can't defeat your opponent, then go die." Iguva's words chilled Lucas to the bone. "Lord Iguva, if we gather the undead army, we can still fight these people. Are you teaching me how to do things?" Blue flames erupted from Iguva's palm, burning Lucas's body with intense fire. Yulia also created some distance from Lucas to avoid being accidentally harmed. Lucas could clearly feel the pain in his body, but the pain in his heart was even greater. His loyalty was once again ruthlessly crushed by someone. "It's all because of your appearance that this is happening." Blinded by rage, Lucas charged at Peroroncino. Teleportation, shadow, flash, kill. Peroroncino's figure moved at an incredible speed, creating 5 afterimages that launched consecutive attacks from 5 different directions toward Lucas. Each attack pierced through Lucas's body. Peroroncino's real body appeared above Lucas, and in the instant the afterimages finished their attacks, he decapitated Lucas in one swift strike. By the time everyone shifted their gaze away from Peroroncino, Iguva had already vanished without a trace. The surrounding undead were all killed as well. "Lord Chino, we can't let that undead escape. Otherwise, he'll just gather more powerful undead." Evil Eye spoke up at this moment. "Protecting your safety is more important. Let me escort you out of here first, and I'll return to search for him later. He really cares about me, but my heart still belongs to Lord Mammon." Evil Eye thought as she looked at Peroroncino, her face expressionless, though her heart was already in turmoil. "Yulia, you go after that undead." "Isn't it too dangerous for Miss Yulia to go alone, Mr. Chino?" Lockhugh spoke up. "I'm not a weakling like you all," Yulia said with a casual tone before gracefully stepping into the depths of the mist. Lockhugh could only smile wryly. After all, what the other person said was true. She was weak. After escorting them back to Errand, Peroroncino teleported to the mist in the Katza Plains. Yulia sat leisurely in Iguva's seat, with Iguva standing nearby, head lowered, full of respect. As soon as Peroroncino appeared, Yulia immediately stood up and gestured for him to sit down. Peroroncino looked at the strange, dark-colored chair and had no desire to sit in it. But as an upper-ranking person, it felt awkward not to find somewhere to sit. "Yulia, would you be willing to become a chair?" Peroroncino asked sincerely. "As long as Lord Peroroncino gives the command, I would gladly leap into a boiling cauldron or face any danger. Becoming a chair is nothing that requires asking for my opinion. If you don't want to, it's fine. After all, not everyone likes such things." I'm willing, very willing. Then Yulia knelt down, facing upwards and froze in place, supporting herself with all fours. Yulia, why are you facing upwards? This way, it's easier for you to reach. That's thoughtful, but you should turn around. Looking at your face, all willing and eager, it feels kind of strange. Then is this okay, Lord Peroroncino? Yulia placed a headpiece on her head. The headpiece was that of a white horse. Peroroncino suddenly recalled a short video titled Miss, Do You Want to Ride a Horse? Except now, the roles were reversed. You should still turn around. This way, it's easier for you to ride freely. Did you take the wrong medicine or something? Peroroncino looked around at the surroundings, filled with mist and the pervasive scent of the undead. In this environment, only a madman would think of such things. What exactly are you thinking? I command you to tell me right now, Peroroncino said, harshly squeezing Yulia. Lord Peroroncino, as the supreme being who enjoys the most, you made me your exclusive maid, but after all this time, you haven't touched me. Have I done something wrong to anger you? Peroroncino reflected on his memories with Yulia. It seemed like he was just one step away from being with her, having done everything else that needed to be done. Here's a translation of the text you provided. Don't worry. Handle the important matters first, then I'll you. Yes. Yulia replied with a big smile towards Peroroncino. Peroroncino sat on Yulia's back and reached out to touch her waist. So slender. How much do you weigh? Reporting, my lord, 50 kilograms. You should weigh about 3 kilograms. After all, C+ size should be quite heavy. Apologies, Lord Peroroncino. I can't measure that precisely. I'll find someone tomorrow to have mine removed, and then... Here's the translation of the text you provided. Stop, stop, stop. Don't hurt yourself like this. When you do this, my heart aches for you. Yulia is very emotionally intelligent, and usually, with just a glance from Peroroncino, Yulia can understand what he means. Peroroncino still likes her a lot. How could I deserve to be cared for so much by you? The most esteemed and supreme. Stop, don't get emotional. You just need to know that, in my heart, you are as important as Shaltir. Igiva, you did very well this time. Now, go to another place and continue doing the same thing as before. Understood. This is for you. Peroroncino tossed a ring to Igiva. This ring was used by Momonga when his power was weaker. It increases the upper limit of an undead's magic. It doesn't do much for Momonga now, so I'm giving it to you. Here's the translation of the text you provided. Thank you very much. Igiva knelt to the ground, presenting both hands to receive the ring. After Peroroncino and Yulia returned to Irantal, the streets were bustling with noise. Yulia casually stopped a person, slipped a gold coin into their hand, and before asking anything, the person said, "Something big has happened. The Empire has declared war on the kingdom, saying it's for the sake of the Sorcerer Kingdom and demanding the kingdom's seed, Irantal." As nightfall descended upon the royal capital, Rener and the second prince were seated across from each other. Rener, what do you think about the Empire's mention of the Ainz Ooal Gown Sorcerer Kingdom? The second prince asked as he looked at the incoming message. I think we should agree to their request. The second prince looked at Rener in disbelief. Why would you come to that conclusion? Because the kingdom's chief warrior, he should be the strongest person in this country, and he knows better than anyone what true power is. He has agreed to cede Irantal to the Sorcerer Kingdom. I think it's fine to give up Irantal. Are you serious? Yes, I'm very serious. The second prince clasped his hands behind his head and began to ponder. Rener, you're underestimating the kingdom. The chief warrior is indeed strong, but what can a mere warrior do? Are you confused about something? Rener suddenly leaned closer to the second prince, her gaze dark and ominous as she looked at him. The king is a joke. What do you mean by that, Rener? Well, I have a suggestion. How about we kill the king and the first prince, and you become the emperor? Do you know Emperor Jerkniv of the Empire? He's also known as the Bloody Emperor. How about you become the bloodthirsty emperor? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Every major noble has an undercover agent of mine. As soon as a noble dies, they can immediately take over everything that noble had. Where do you get the power? Where are your subordinates? Rener didn't speak. Instead, she shook the bell in her hand. A maid knocked on the door and entered. Lady Rener, what are your orders? Come here. The maid, hearing the command, walked over to Rener's side. Can you go die? Lady Rener, what do you mean by this? The literal meaning. Rener drew a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed the maid. However, the maid was quick and agile, dodging the attack and evading Rener's dagger. The second prince watched silently, not understanding what his very clever sister was trying to do. Lady Rener, playing with a dagger is not a good choice. You are a maid sent by the Count of Kasdi Border, but your true identity is that you are a subordinate of Duke Shryak. And the Duke has arranged many maids like you, skilled in combat, around influential people, right? Sorry, Lady Rener, but you know too much. The maid stopped pretending and drew a poison-tipped dagger from the sole of her shoe, stabbing it fiercely toward Rener's neck. However, the poisoned dagger couldn't even pierce the skin of Rener's neck. Rener ignored the maid and turned her gaze toward the second prince. Brother, do you think it's difficult for a person with extremely high intelligence and great strength to gain power and have subordinates? Rener extended her delicate hand and gently grasped the maid's arm holding the dagger. With a strong twist and pull, the maid's arm was forcibly ripped off by Rener. Do you think I'm right, brother? Rener smiled happily, her expression completely unmasked. It looked incredibly eerie. The maid's eyes went blank, not even reacting as her arm was easily torn off. Under normal circumstances, when someone's arm is torn off, their body would be pulled along with it. But if the twisting and pulling is done in an instant, it's possible to tear off the arm before the other person can react. It's just like the death roll of a crocodile. Blood splattered all over the second prince and Rener. The maid, feeling excruciating pain, was about to scream when Rener swiftly killed her first. Rener was laughing, and she was laughing very happily. Brother, have you ever experienced the feeling of having power? It's truly so satisfying. Things that couldn't be done before can now be done freely. Asking people to do things no longer requires beating around the bush. Now, brother, do you agree with the plan I just mentioned? The second prince was in shock, unsure of what to say. Can I have some time to think it over? Calling you brother is out of politeness, but if you refuse, your fate might end up like hers. If you kill me here, don't think you can escape. Divine light healing. Rener's hand emitted a glow, and the wounds of the dead maid were healed. Puppet technique. The maid seemed to come back to life, standing up covered in blood. Lady Rener, what is your command? Your place of death is not necessarily going to be here. Monster, you're monster. Don't you often call me that? You don't have the right to refuse. In order to survive, the second prince agreed. Just don't tell father. He won't believe that his beloved Rener is like this until he sees it with his own eyes. The second prince ran out of the door, madly sprinting. He didn't stop until he reached his room, closed the door, collapsed on the ground, and panted heavily. Who gave her such powerful strength? Nothing can penetrate her. What will happen to my future? Who will help me? What should I do? Rener waved her hands in the air, and the dead maid, like a puppet, started walking toward the castle gates. Stop! The gates are closed. No one is allowed in or out. A soldier noticed the maid and shouted at her. Go to hell. The maid raised her dagger and stabbed at the soldier. The guards at the castle gates were skilled, and though the attack came suddenly, they managed to dodge it. The group of soldiers quickly subdued the maid. The maid immediately slashed her neck and committed suicide. After handling things, Rener changed into more practical clothes for movement, then used flight magic to leave the castle. She arrived at a hidden location in the city. A group of masked, black-clad individuals, dressed like Rener, appeared. Leader, everything has been taken care of. Good. Once the task is complete, all of you will become nobles. Rener's voice changed, turning into that of a mature male. It's time for the kingdom to change. Now is the time for us to make history. I've been looking for you all for a long time, and finally, I've found you. A man with blue hair, holding a knife, suddenly appeared. Are you looking for death? The black-clad person, that actually was Rener, spoke up. Hello, I'm Brian Unglaus. I've been watching all the little moves you've been making recently. Surrender now. Clink. Rener drew a dagger and swiftly struck, sending Unglaus back. Martial arts domain. Unglaus immediately assumed a combat stance. 4-sword slash. Sword light flashed, but Rener remained unharmed. She appeared in front of Unglaus and struck him with a palm, sending him flying. If you have no ability, don't try to act like a hero, Rener said, then left. All the black-clad individuals disappeared without a trace. Unglaus, what happened to you? Gazef saw his friend Unglaus, whom he had arranged to drink with, suddenly fly out from a small alley. Gazef immediately rushed into the alley, but there was no sign of anyone. Unglaus stood up on his own. Originally, he had made plans with Gazef to drink, but halfway there, he noticed a group of suspicious people and decided to follow them. He overheard them discussing a huge conspiracy, so he made up a couple of lies to make them think their plan had been exposed. However, Rener saw through his intentions immediately. If Unglaus hadn't been one of her subordinates, Rener would have killed him right then and there. Gazef and Unglaus continued their investigation, following the traces left by the group. Rener returned to her bedroom. As soon as she lay down on the bed, a hand suddenly reached from behind and grabbed her small A. Rener made no resistance and allowed the person to hold her. Did my master come here with any orders? Peroroncino leaned closer to Rener, whispering in her ear. There are no orders, I just wanted your body. Rener turned around, pushed Peroroncino down, grabbed his collar, and arrogantly raised her head as she said, I'm the princess of the kingdom. How could I let you touch me so easily? Throughout the exchange, Peroroncino's hand never left the spot it was placed. Rener didn't deliberately move his hand away. You're quite bold. A mere commoner wants to lay his hands on a princess. So what if I do? Peroroncino placed his other hand on the other A. You're a pervert. 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 Rener punched Peroroncino's chest repeatedly with her small fists. It looked like Rener was hitting with great force, but in reality, it wasn't as strong as the pressure from Peroroncino's hand. Oni-chan, I miss you so much. Rener's expression suddenly changed, and with a sincere gaze full of longing, she looked at Peroroncino. Oni-chan, without you, I feel so lonely every day when I sleep. In the quiet of the night, I always look forward to your arrival. I like you the most, Oni-chan. I like you a lot, super like. The most. Oni-chan, Oni-chan, Oni-chan. Hearing Rener's repeated affectionate calls of Oni-chan, Peroroncino couldn't help but admit that she was really good at this. Then, Oni-chan, are you even doing anything? Is that it? I don't feel anything. Oni-chan, didn't you eat today? I'm a little sleepy. Ha-chew. Because, well, some things can't be written, so it's left like this. Every time Peroroncino heard Rener's words, he felt a strong urge to teach her a lesson, motivating him even more. Afterward, Rener lay limp on the bed, like a piece of soggy mud. I almost thought I was going to die. Then why did you tease me like that? Wasn't it to make you satisfied? I've noticed you don't seem to be as respectful toward me anymore. Familiarity breeds boldness. Besides, I can tell you're an easygoing person. You probably don't mind me acting like this. And if I do mind, then I'll let you do whatever you want. Rener turned over and lay on the bed with a look of utter resignation. That expression is amazing. It'd be a shame if you didn't win an Oscar for it. What's that? It's complicated to explain, so I don't plan to. Dear brother, do you have any rewards for me? Greedy little thing. Already thinking about rewards? What do you want? Are you serious? Of course. I haven't done anything, and you're already offering me a reward. You made me very happy today, so whatever reward you want, just say it. Can you resurrect humans? Of course. If Clime dies, please promise to resurrect him. You like him? Peroroncino's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. No, I just like the way he looks at his master, like a little puppy. That gaze is truly irresistible, Rener said with a shy expression. If I could, I'd love to chop off his head and place it on my bedside table. Waking up every day to see his puppy-like gaze would be perfect. Peroroncino instinctively shifted backward a bit. Dear brother, rest assured, I wouldn't actually do such a thing. I wouldn't let anyone other than you touch my body. Not even Climb. Good. You're a smart girl and should know the consequences of lying to me. Of course. As Peroroncino left, Rener turned her gaze to the moon. What an unfit ruler. But people like that are quite easy to use, Rener thought to herself as she looked at the moonlight. My body feels so tired. Seriously, how do they even grow to be that big? Referring to his abs. The books talk about a pleasant sensation, but I didn't feel anything at all. Maybe my body is just too small. With so much of it, what if I end up having a child? No, wait. If I have a child, wouldn't that make me even more important? If I could have a child, just imagining it is amazing. In that case, I might even gather more people with eyes like Climb's. Although Master is really handsome, I don't feel anything for him at all. Could it be that I don't like men? Thinking about all sorts of random things, Rener eventually fell asleep. Within the imperial capital of the Baharuth Empire. What should I do? Damn it. Damn it all. Jerkniv pounded the table in frustration, letting out an angry roar. It was already late at night, and he had sent everyone else away. This suddenly emerging Nazarick is truly a troublesome entity. Am I included in the list of troublesome entities? Peroroncino, accompanied by Shaltir, suddenly appeared in Jerkniv's bedroom. Jerkniv glanced at Peroroncino in confusion before quickly realizing what was happening. Of course not, esteemed Lord Peroroncino. Jerkniv couldn't discern any expression on Peroroncino's face, leaving him inwardly uneasy and restless. Peroroncino patted Jerkniv on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous. To what do I owe the honor of your visit? Do you remember the note I gave you before?" "What note?" Jerkniv feigned ignorance, pretending to be clueless. He wasn't sure if the Peroroncino in front of him was setting a trap. He didn't dare take the risk. One wrong move, and everything could be over. "You're very clever. You seem like a great partner to work with." "I'm not sure I understand what you mean," Jerkniv replied, feigning confusion. "It seems you're quite guarded against me. What do you think of a position just below one, above all others?" "That's the position I'm in right now. On the throne sits Ainz Ooal Gown. Once we were comrades who fought side by side and built Nazarick together. But over time, the other companions of Nazarick drifted away, leaving only him and me. And he became the leader chosen by everyone's votes. Everything I do is bound by his control, even though my contributions are no less than his. Why should the throne be his? Why should I follow his orders? To be a ruler, one must be the highest ruler. There's a saying, the second place is the greatest loser because the second is the closest to the first. I want to reclaim the throne that rightfully belongs to me. Jerkniv, let's work together. The true master of Nazarick should be me." Peroroncino's passionate and fiery words convinced Jerkniv of his sincerity. "So, Lord Peroroncino, what should I do?" "On the surface, just act as you normally would. In secret, gather powerful individuals. At the same time, it would be best if you could earn Ainz Ooal Gown's trust. When I find the right opportunity, I'll notify you to join me in taking him down." "Understood, Lord Peroroncino. I will await your call." Peroroncino flapped his wings, creating a fierce gust of wind, and shot into the sky in an instant, with Shaltir following closely behind. The commotion in Jerkniv's bedroom drew the attention of the guards. Jerkniv glanced at his own guards, then at Peroroncino. "Sigh, the difference is staggering. If he wanted to kill me, it wouldn't take him any effort. Looks like he genuinely wants to cooperate. In that case, it's time to put the plan into motion. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. You monsters can keep fighting among yourselves. When the time comes, I'll make sure to choose a decent grave for you. Wait, no, you're already living in a tomb. I should probably prepare a nice urn for you instead." Meanwhile, Peroroncino and Shaltir soared through the skies. "Master, were you serious about what you just said? If you want me to kill Lord Ainz, I will do so without hesitation. Do you think it's true or not? It doesn't seem fake at all." It's just like your true thoughts. Ow! Peroroncino gave Shaltir a light smack on the head. Of course it's fake. As soon as I speak, Momonga would give up the throne without a second thought. Momonga is a very kind person. Before the guild was formed, there were some conflicts among us, and it was Momonga who always acted as the mediator, resolving everyone's disputes. Even the supreme ones argue. Of course, just like you guardians, everyone has their own personality, and people argue over various things. For example, when we conquered Nazarick and elected the guild leader, if Momonga hadn't taken that position, there would definitely have been disputes if anyone else had taken it. It could have even led to the guild splitting into 2 or even 3 factions. Then why didn't you become the guild leader? Me? I wouldn't want to be that fool. Being the guild leader comes with so many responsibilities and no rewards. It's just a waste of time. I don't have that sense of duty. I'd rather spend that time doing something more enjoyable, like playing some adult games. The 2 soon arrived near Nazarick. Peroroncino, how's the plan? Is everything going smoothly? Momonga, flying in the sky outside of Nazarick, spoke up. Everything is going smoothly. If this opportunity succeeds, it should be able to lure out those hidden threats lurking in the shadows, Momonga said. I get the feeling those people you're talking about don't even exist. The strongest we've encountered so far is probably the one in Dragonlord attire, and next is Blue Rose's Evil Eye. I remember Evil Eye is supposed to be a vampire. Should we have Shaltir, the true ancestor of vampires, control her and bring her to our side? I don't think it's necessary. I feel like she's exactly your type. A blonde, Sunder a lowly. A forced fruit is never sweet. I remember you said before that a forced fruit isn't sweet, but it's thirst-quenching. You're quoting my own words back at me, huh? Shaltir, go ahead and head back. I want to chat with Momonga for a bit. As you command. Portal. Shaltir stepped through the portal and returned to her room. Look at this starry sky. It's so beautiful. Yes, it is. What do you think we should do after we conquer the world? I haven't thought about that, but I think finding Bukubo Kagama is the most important thing right now. World domination can wait. That's true. You're an undead, and I'm a birdman with a lifespan of thousands of years. Time is on our side. I've had the search team that Albedo sent out to find Bukubo Kagama, but they still have no news. Let's take it slow. This thing will take time. I heard Jerkniv wants you to display your strongest move on the battlefield to show your power. Exactly. We've received word from the kingdom's princess. She has everything prepared. After this battle, she'll be able to control most of the high-ranking nobles. Impressive. If it were me, I wouldn't have any idea what to do. Of course, just look at who her man is. Here's the list. Be careful not to kill these people on the battlefield. Peroroncino handed Momonga several sheets of paper, each with a portrait and information about the individuals. I'll be careful. At that time, you'll probably summon the Dark Young, right? Yes. I hope you'll try to avoid killing too many people. After all, we'll be taking over the kingdom soon. A country with a large loss of population is hard to recover from. Understood. No problem. The 2 of them gazed at the starry sky in silence. They had become so familiar with each other that there was nothing left to talk about. They simply stared quietly at the stars. In the council chamber of the city lord's manor in Erantal, a group of nobles and the king gathered for a meeting. Tomorrow marks the final day of the Empire's ultimatum. Do any of you have confidence in this battle? Of course. This time, we've assembled an army of 240,000, 4 times the size of the Empire's forces. This is our chance to avenge our previous losses and invade the Empire's territory, declared Marquis Bullope, whose face bore a scar. As the vanguard, I will ensure an outstanding victory. Perhaps we can even march straight to the Empire's capital and claim the head of Jerkniv Rune, Farlord El Nix, the kingdom's crown prince said excitedly. No one responded to the crown prince's words, as they considered it pure fantasy. This war is unlike the small skirmishes of the past. I urge you all to exercise caution. The king also felt that the crown prince might not be in the best state of mind. So, after the war council concluded, he assigned the crown prince to gather intelligence in Karn village. Although the crown prince was full of complaints, he ultimately obeyed under the king's strict orders. The Crown Prince's dispatched unit moved at a quick pace and arrived at Karn village by the afternoon. After some meaningless exchanges, the Crown Prince lost patience and ordered his soldiers to attack the village. At this moment, Peroroncino and Mamanga sat in the Empire's military camp tent, using a remote observation device to monitor everything happening in Karn village. In Karn village, the goblins and the villagers' militia formed a strong, elite force and launched a counterattack against the Crown Prince's troops, aiming to use direct pressure to force the Crown Prince to recall his soldiers stationed behind the gates. Just as the Crown Prince ordered the rear troops to provide reinforcements, the commander of that unit secretly sent the soldiers back instead. This detachment happened to encounter Enry and the village's elderly, women, and children trying to escape through the back gate. "Goblin, sir, please save us." At this moment, memories flashed through Enry's mind. With absolute trust in the goblins, Enry blew the goblin general's horn with all her might. A powerful horn blast, with immense penetrating force, echoed across the skies. A flash of light appeared, and an elite goblin unit materialized. "What the?" This scene left Ainz stunned beyond words. "Holy crap, that's insane." Even Peroroncino was utterly shocked. The 300 cavalry troops that had rushed in to capture Enry and the others found themselves face-to-face with the elite goblin unit. In an instant, the cavalry was surrounded and annihilated by two goblin cavalry squads, one clad in white and the other in black. Meanwhile, the goblin heavy armor unit began an orderly march toward Karn village's main gate. The massive horn blast was heard clearly by the Crown Prince and his entourage at the main gate. Reinforcements? But which army could it be? A baron beside the Crown Prince asked in confusion. It wasn't long before a force of goblins appeared along the perimeter of Karn village's walls. They wore black armor, wielding massive axes in one hand and shields as large as their bodies in the other. A formidable goblin army. "Reinforcements are here. Head that way," the goblin leader shouted upon spotting the goblin heavy infantry unit. Without hesitation, he led the charge, carving a path of blood and clearing the way for the others to break through into the goblin formation. The goblin heavy infantry made way for them, opening a path into their ranks. The commander of the attacking unit quickly realized the situation had taken a dire turn. His elite cavalry unit, sent out just moments ago, had been wiped out in an instant without a single survivor returning. Adding to his concern was the goblin army's magnificent equipment. Rushing to the Crown Prince's side, the commander urgently said, "Your Highness, we must retreat. Their strength likely matches or even surpasses the goblins we faced earlier." "No retreat. Your Highness, please reconsider. We should retreat. If we leave that unit unchecked, what if they march on Irantal? Attack them now." The commander, realizing he couldn't convince the Crown Prince, reluctantly agreed to proceed. Even with just a glance, the commander could tell that the opposing force was exceptionally strong. At that moment, a steady drumbeat echoed through the battlefield. It was the goblin army's marching band. The rousing rhythm invigorated the goblin troops, drawing out their full potential. Everyone formed the crane-wing formation and charge. The soldiers formed the formation and charged toward the goblin heavy infantry. The spears of the kingdom's soldiers collided with the goblin heavy infantry's shields, snapping upon impact. What followed was the goblins' giant axes. With a single swing, soldiers were reduced to bloodied, unrecognizable remains. The soldiers in the front lines were cut down as though they were made of paper, massacred by the goblin heavy infantry in a relentless slaughter. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's cavalry tried flanking the goblin heavy infantry, seeking any weak point to exploit. However, the left-wing cavalry encountered the goblin paladin unit, mounted on white hunting hounds, adorned in uniform silver armor and wielding gleaming silver lances. They clashed with the human cavalry. Only the human riders fell in the encounter. The human cavalry stood no chance against the goblin paladins. They couldn't even scratch their opponents. Their weapons, mounts, armor, and individual combat abilities were all overwhelmingly inferior. On the other side of the Goblin heavy infantry formation, the human cavalry ran into the Goblin Beast Rider unit. Riding unified black wolves, lightly armored, and each armed with black bows, the Goblin Beast Riders unleashed volleys of arrows that sent the human cavalry into disarray. Only a handful of scattered riders remained. The Goblin Beast Riders then switched to hunting blades, swiftly cleaning up the remaining cavalry. Behind the Goblin heavy infantry, a coordinated rain of arrows descended upon the human forces. The human troops who had not yet engaged in the front lines were struck down en masse by the Goblin archers. The Goblin longbowmen made their appearance, boasting an exceptionally far range that allowed them to launch precision strikes at distant targets. Following this, a series of fireballs soared over the front lines of the Goblin heavy infantry, wreaking devastating havoc on the human soldiers. The Goblin Magic Unit and Goblin Magic Enhanced Unit made their entrance. The enhanced fireballs struck the human forces, completely shattering their morale. The soldiers began fleeing in all directions. The commander rushed to the prince. "Your Highness, we must retreat." "Fine, let's do that. You won't get away." A group of masked goblins wielding daggers emerged, the Goblin Assassination Unit. The Goblin Assassination Unit has long been awaiting this moment. Hidden in the shadows, this will be our final act in plain sight. "Your Highness, hurry." Before he could finish, the commander was instantly silenced, his throat slit by one of the Goblin assassins. The Crown Prince tugged the reins of his horse, attempting to escape in another direction, only to be confronted by a group of goblins wielding scythes, each wearing red caps. 13 red caps of the Goblin Honor Guard. "But it seems we aren't even needed here," one of them said. "Protect His Highness." "Retreat." The captain of the Royal Guards couldn't finish his sentence before one of the red caps cleaved both him and his horse clean in half. The Baron by the prince's side was also not spared. After a fierce skirmish, nearly all of the prince's entourage had fallen, leaving only a few survivors to flee with him. "Does the Goblin General's horn have specific activation conditions?" Ainz said, stroking his chin in thought. "I investigated Enry's class earlier. She has awakened the Goblin General class. Activating the Goblin General's horn likely requires a bonus from this class," Peroroncino replied. "That class didn't exist in the original game. It must be a hidden class that requires fulfilling specific conditions with goblins to unlock. In the original game, no one would bother leveling up with goblins, the weakest creatures, so no one discovered this class. Seems like we need to conduct an experiment," Ainz concluded. On the Katza Plains, the entire kingdom army was assembled, waiting for the Empire's attack. In previous years, the Empire had always been the one to initiate the attack. However, when the time came for the attack, the Empire's army remained silent. "Strange. What exactly is the Empire waiting for?" Marquis Raven said, looking into the distance at the Empire's army. "If only it could be like previous years with small skirmishes," Gazef, wearing a set of magical armor, said from the side. "Unfortunately, it can't be like that." Marquis Bullope, with a scar on his face, could no longer contain himself as the vanguard. He ordered his 70,000 troops to advance. At this moment, the gates of the Empire's fortress slowly opened, and 2 Death Knights holding the flag of Ainz Ooal Gown marched out in perfect step. Behind them followed hundreds of Death Knights. Mamanga and Mare walked confidently behind the Death Knights, their steps deliberate and calm. The eerie presence of the Death Knights, with the aura of the deceased, sent chills down the spines of the Empire soldiers. The Death Knights lined up, waiting for Mamanga's command. Mamanga raised both hands, and a massive magic circle appeared. Inside the magic circle were numerous complex subcircles, intricately interwoven and alternating within the main circle. "What is that?" Marquis Raven exclaimed in shock upon seeing the gigantic magic circle. "Is this truly the power of Ainz Ooal Gown?" Kingdom's chief warrior Gazef said, speaking up in awe. As Mamanga cast his spell, he observed the kingdom's army, looking for any signs of players among them. "Looks like there aren't any. In that case, there's no need to use them as bait." Mamanga glanced at the pay-to-win item in his hand. Never mind, such things probably won't be obtainable in the future. Marquis Bullope, who couldn't understand the magic Momonga was casting, mistakenly thought it was some kind of trick. He immediately ordered his subordinates to continue advancing while he remained still, not moving an inch. After more than 20 seconds, the magic circle Momonga cast disappeared. A powerful black wave struck Marquis Bullope's 70,000-strong army. All the soldiers, including Marquis Bullope and his steed, were hit by the black wave, their eyes rolling back as they instantly died. The strike actually killed 70,000 people. Nimble, one of the 4 knights standing in for the Emperor, had an extremely grim expression. "Is there a problem, Lord Nimble?" No. You really used an incredibly powerful magic. To think you killed 70,000 people with just one move. Do you think this is the end? No, it isn't. The tribute to the Dark Mother of Abundant Soil will return with a gift called Children. There's some very fine children. Above the 70,000 dead soldiers, a black orb appeared out of nowhere. The orb gradually enlarged, then shattered into liquid that covered all the corpses. After absorbing the bodies, the black liquid transformed into 6 enormous monsters. These creatures had the legs and bleeding of goats, with their bodies covered in goat mouths and tentacles. Despair has begun. My lovely little goats attack. The kingdom's soldiers were stunned for a moment when they saw the black goats, but it wasn't long before many of them were crushed under the hooves of the creatures. The kingdom's soldiers began to flee. Seeing that the kingdom's soldiers had lost all morale, Momonga snapped his fingers. 5 of the black goats disappeared, leaving just 1 remaining. Death Knights attack. Lord Nimble, it's your turn to act. Understood. Sorcerer King, all troops advance. The Empire's soldiers all followed behind the Death Knights, carefully navigating through the chaos, fearing that they might be mistaken for enemies by the Death Knights if they moved too quickly. On the kingdom's side, the nobles began fleeing in all directions. It's my turn to make an appearance. Peroroncino, watching the scene through a long-distance telescope, stood up and retracted his hand from gently caressing Yulia's soft spots. Peroroncino and Yulia teleported to the outskirts of Errand. This was the path the kingdom's retreating army had to pass through. 100 vampire brides dressed in black tight-fitting clothes were already waiting. Each vampire bride looked very much like female ninjas. Soon, dozens of black-clad individuals appeared in the area. Password. One of them spoke first. Survival of the fittest. Winner takes all. After confirming their identities, the person spoke again. Is it okay if they're all women? You can pick one to test their strength. The person chose the one with the largest chest. Before he could make a move, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, as if the world around him was spinning. He was inexplicably lifted and suspended by the thigh by the large-breasted female, black-clad vampire. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your strength. Let him go. The vampire bride released him. From now on, he will be your commander. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. As you command. The 10 black-clad individuals split into 10 groups, each group led by one male black-clad figure with 10 vampire brides. Their mission was to hunt down all the high-ranking nobles. One by one, the counts and marquises who passed through this area were intercepted and killed by the vampire brides, with only a few nobles being spared. The remaining high-ranking nobles did not survive to return to Errand. Peroroncino and Yulia arrived on the battlefield. Peroroncino was now using the identity of the adventurer Chino. The group of black-clad individuals also knew that Chino the adventurer and Yulia were on their side. Peroroncino's arrival on the battlefield was a decision made after discussions with Momonga. They needed a hero to save the retreating soldiers. Originally, Peroroncino had recommended that Momonga take the stage, but Momonga rejected it. Multitasking was too difficult, so the task was handed over to Peroroncino. At this moment, the commander of the kingdom's army, in an attempt to protect the king, engaged in battle with a Death Knight. Martial art, ability boost, super ability boost 6/combo. Without hesitation, Gazef used his strongest technique to strike at the Death Knight. With the enhancement of his magical weapon, Gazef's sword created a crack in the Death Knight's large shield. Roar! The Death Knight, unwilling to back down, launched a counterattack at Gazef. Every strike from the Death Knight was expertly blocked by Gazef. This thing is incredible. Gazef could feel that the Death Knight's speed and strength were on par with his own. Martial art, flowing acceleration. Gazef seized the opportunity and swung his sword, aiming for the Death Knight's neck. However, the sword only penetrated about a third of the way into the Death Knight's neck before it could go no further. The Death Knight's sword lunged toward the unprepared Gazef. Thanks to the magical armor he wore, Gazef was able to withstand the Death Knight's blow. Martial skill, immediate reflection. In that instant, Gazef swung his sword with all his might and severed the Death Knight's head. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't expect Lord Gazef to defeat an existence that humans should be incapable of defeating with nothing but a human body, Momonga said as he rode his black goat and approached Gazef. Gazef, upon seeing Momonga's skeletal face, froze for a moment. Lord, it turns out you are an undead after all. On the Katza Plains, many humans were fleeing. Lord Raven. Several former adventurers caught up with Lord Raven. That's great. I'm so glad you're all okay. It's a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune, Lord Raven said, clearly relieved to see they were still alive. I just found out that another group seems to be attacking the kingdom's nobles. We've already seen over 10 earls killed, and 3 marquises as well. They didn't attack you, did they? No, they didn't. From now on, we must be extra cautious and avoid being ambushed by these people. With the protection of the former adventurers, Lord Raven safely arrived at Irantal. Peroroncino had already arrived on the battlefield. The Death Knights were relentlessly hunting down the humans. Peroroncino had once summoned 2 holy swords, and both of those swords were now in Yulia's hands. Peroroncino took out his own high-level magic weapon. You handle the 8 on the left, I'll take the 12 on the right. Understood. My God, what kind of monster is this? Slinka, who was originally responsible for defending Irantal, also arrived on the battlefield. But this was far from a battlefield. It was a one-sided massacre by the monsters. Slinka had just organized the soldiers to counterattack, but their weapons couldn't inflict even the slightest damage on the Death Knights. The counterattack force quickly collapsed. As a general, he could only barely escape under the protection of his personal guard. At this moment, the Death Knights had caught up with him again. His entire personal guard had been slain, with no one surviving. Just as the Death Knight's sword was about to fall, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Shadow blade flash strike. 3 streaks of sword light flashed, and the Death Knight's head was severed by Yulia, causing the Death Knight to gradually turn to ash. Yulia? Is that you, Yulia? Yulia glanced at the general of Irantal, someone she had exchanged a few words with before. Take care of yourself. Illusionary light flash. Like a streak of light, Yulia passed through the 3 Death Knights in an instant, slaying them all. Holy Light Apostle Yulia. This was a title Slinka had heard soldiers in the barracks use to refer to Yulia. I actually once foolishly thought about marrying her. I don't deserve her. Someone as strong as her. No one is worthy of her. Slinka noticed a strong light flashing from the other side and looked over, only to see 12 Death Knights being killed in one strike by Peroroncino. Truly a match made in heaven. But my heart hurts. The feeling of the goddess being taken away is so painful. Slinka shed tears of frustration. I still remember you. General of Irantal, it's been a while, but you look so run down now. Peroroncino said with a playful tone. You bastard. How far have you and Yulia gone? Seeing Peroroncino's casual demeanor, Slinka's frustration boiled up. Even though Peroroncino could kill him with a gesture, he had to ask, what step are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Every man knows what that means. Oh, that? You should ask Yulia to tell you. Soon, Yulia had also taken care of the remaining Death Knights. Peroroncino waved his hand, and Yulia immediately appeared next to him, her speed even faster than during the battle. Slinka asked us how far we've gone. You tell him. How far have we gone? Yulia looked at Peroroncino with loving eyes and hugged him as she spoke. Just a step away from pregnancy. Slinka had seen that kind of look before, the one a fanatic gives when looking at their object of devotion. A person with that look would willingly die for their belief. Slinka gasped and collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Life has lost its meaning. Hey, don't die on me. Peroroncino cast a healing spell, forcing a dose of magic, but it was completely ineffective. Slinka still looked half dead. Slinka was still important to Peroroncino, as the next step in controlling Irantil required the adventurers Mammon and Chino to take action, and Slinka was the perfect substitute for Chino. Peroroncino glanced at Yulia. Yulia instantly understood what he meant. Slinka, wake up. What I said earlier was a joke. I haven't done anything with Lord Chino yet. Is that true? Slinka asked as he got up. It's true. What I said earlier was just Lord Chino trying to play a joke on you, so I went along with it. That's great. The goddess hasn't been defiled. Hey. What are you saying? What do you mean defiled? How could someone as handsome, dashing, and elegant as me be considered defiled? We're a perfect match, aren't we? Well, beautiful lady is true, but as for talented man, Slinka said, giving Peroroncino a look of disdain. Don't think that just because you've taken me to brothels a few times, I won't beat you. You bastard, stop spitting nonsense. When did I ever take you to a brothel? Slinka was still trying to maintain a good impression in front of his goddess, even though Yulia had no interest in him. All right. I think I made a mistake. Peroroncino glanced at Yulia, and she understood his meaning. On July 6th at 1600 hours, Slinka came to see Chino-sama with 2 bottles of wine. And then, on July 25th at 1800 hours, Slinka came to see Chino-sama with an important document. And then, on August 9th, before Yulia could finish, Slinka once again collapsed to the ground with a look of despair. Maybe I should just die. There's no point in living anymore. Nothing was more soul-crushing than hearing his goddess recounting the exact dates he had visited brothels. Although Peroroncino had gone with Slinka, his purpose had only been to broaden his horizons. He wasn't interested in the women there. After all, this was still a battlefield. Although all the Death Knights had been eliminated, soldiers from the Baharuth Empire had surrounded them. There are still people here. The one lying on the ground looks like a general. If we capture him, we can rise in rank and fortune. Wow, there's also a very beautiful woman here. If we offer her to His Majesty the Emperor, we'll definitely be rewarded. Peroroncino suddenly smiled and looked at Yulia. Yulia also understood the look in Peroroncino's eyes. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. Don't hurt them, and I'll come with you quietly. Yulia stood in front of Peroroncino. I really hate these pretty boys who hide behind women, the officer said as he picked up his weapon and walked toward Peroroncino. I told you, you're not allowed to touch him. Yulia spoke in a pitiful voice, but she was holding a sword, and the soldiers hadn't noticed when Yulia had stabbed it into the officer's chest. Yulia's voice and actions presented a stark contrast. This woman ambushed our captain. Kill her to avenge him. Vengeance for the captain. You guys are really going to gang up on a fragile woman like this? Yulia said in a high-pitched voice. The sword in her hand struck once more. Slinka looked at Peroroncino, then at Yulia, and his faith in her shattered. Give me back my perfect goddess. At the edge of the elf kingdom, near a village far from the kingdom, a male elf repeatedly examined the mirror in his hand. It looks perfect. I shouldn't be recognized. This person was once the cavalry squad captain of the slain theocracy, who had been mentally controlled by Shaltir. Later, he was renamed servant by Peroroncino, and his occupation was changed to impostor. After Shaltir's death, the mental control over him was lifted, which allowed him to escape. He originally fled back to the slain theocracy, but after witnessing the strength of its powerful individuals, he fled again. He wandered and eventually ended up near the Elf Kingdom. If I've escaped to this place, those monsters should no longer be able to find me. Now, I possess strength stronger than the kingdom's warlord. I'll be able to thrive wherever I go. Hey, There's a red-haired woman up ahead, and she's quite good-looking. After running away for so long, it's time to enjoy myself. Up close, she's even bigger than I expected. Looks like it will be very pleasurable. Is the left side east? No, that's not it. Is the right side east? That doesn't seem right either. The red-haired woman looked at the map in her hands, thoroughly confused. Need help? I can assist you. Yelena turned to look at the elven man beside her. He looked quite handsome. I've lost my way. Can you help me? I'll reward you afterward. Of course, no problem. Let me take a look at the map. Yelena handed the map to the elven man. By the way, what's your name? My name is Yelena. My name is Buckstek Stalin. You can just call me Buckstek. Buckstek looked at the map and then spoke to Yelena. Follow me. I haven't even told you my destination yet. Sorry, I just instinctively started heading toward where I need to go. I'm heading to the Dream Forest in the Elven Kingdom. How coincidental. Our destinations are the same. The two didn't walk for long when Buckstek suddenly stopped and said, It's getting late. How about we take a break? This place is perfect, surrounded by dense trees, hard to be detected. Buckstek thought to himself. Yelena looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. When she looked down again, Buckstek suddenly lunged in front of her, holding a cloth with white powder on it. Yelena took a step back. Are you here to rob me or assault me? Of course, both robbing and assaulting. You're quick on your feet. I should get serious too. Buckstek drew his long sword. It was a magic weapon, one that Shaltir had casually given him in the past. It's been a while since I've encountered someone trying to rob me, but that sword of yours looks familiar. I just can't remember where I've seen it before. Don't worry, I have plenty of time. I'll let you remember slowly. He. Buckstek grinned lecherously. Do you think it's better to lose your left hand or your right hand? Buckstek didn't quite understand what Yelena meant, so he charged toward her with his weapon. Never mind. Losing a hand would make it impossible to take care of yourself. Let's go with the third option. Just as Yelena finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In an instant, she appeared right in front of Buckstek, delivering a swift kick to the area between his legs. Buckstek's face instantly turned a shade of deep discomfort. Buckstek's body suddenly changed, transforming into a human form. The place Yelena had kicked was actually his stomach, not his lower region. However, the force was enough to make him cry out in pain. I didn't expect to meet someone who can transform. You're the first person I've encountered in all these years who can do that. Damn it. Woman, you shouldn't have provoked me. While in disguise, I can't use my full strength. Let me show you what true power is. Buckstek's speed significantly increased as he charged at Yelena. Yelena didn't make any move and allowed him to attack. When the sword struck her body, it was mere millimeters away from piercing her, but stopped there, unable to move forward any further. What is this? You're on the same level as those monsters. What monsters? Damn it. Buckstek used all his strength, wildly swinging his sword, but he couldn't even scratch Yelena. How was this possible? I finally escaped from their clutches. I was supposed to enjoy a beautiful life, yet I'm still encountering someone like this, a monster. Buckstek dropped his sword and turned to run, dashing into the nearby bushes. Yelena followed him, passing through the bushes, but couldn't find Buckstek anywhere. My detection skill can only work if he reverts to his original form. I don't want to revert to my original form, but I'm really curious about the monsters he mentioned. Yelena's body began to shift, almost like liquid, gradually transforming into a strange-looking red slime. Yelena is the human name that Bukabukagama gave herself. She had chosen this name just like a username, and if she didn't like it, she'd change it. Life perception. Bukabukagama's vision shifted into a three-dimensional state, like a thermal scanner, sensing the life forms around her. One particular figure was large and easy to detect. Buckstek, hidden in the bushes, had disguised himself as part of the foliage. Bukabukagama reverted to her human form and approached the bush where Buckstek was hiding. She simply stared at him without speaking. At that moment, Buckstek was sweating profusely. I shouldn't be found, right? My disguise was perfect when I tested it earlier. Bukabukagama kicked him. Startled, Buckstek reverted to his original form and began to run wildly. Quagoa followed behind him. She didn't push herself too hard, instead waiting for him to tire out before giving up. This would make questioning him easier. Buckstek kept glancing back, but Quagoa was always right behind him, maintaining a distance that wasn't too close, but also not too far. No matter how fast he tried to run, he couldn't shake her off. After running for several hours, Buckstek finally grew too tired to continue. Can you answer my question now? What did you mean by those monsters you mentioned earlier? Buckstek recalled the true vampire form of Shaltir. His eyes were filled with fear, and he remembered how he had been completely under her mental control. He had been like a puppet with no will of his own, a slave serving his master without any independent thought. Buckstek suddenly pulled a knife from his chest and swiftly stabbed toward Quagoa's forehead. However, the attack still couldn't break through Quagoa's nullification ability. Still not cooperating, huh? It's time to make you suffer a bit. Quagoa took out 4 daggers from her storage space and forcefully stabbed them into the center of his hands and lower legs, pinning him firmly to the ground. Ah! The pain made Buckstek scream out. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. What are the monsters you mentioned? There's a group of monsters near Karn village in the Resurrecting kingdom. They, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several elven arrows suddenly shot toward Quagoa. When she transformed back into her human form, her perception was significantly impaired, and she didn't sense the approaching elves at all. Several arrows struck Quagoa's body, but her nullification ability negated all of them. However, Buckstek, being human, wasn't so lucky and was shot through a fatal spot by the arrows. It was that human who killed the chief's son. He has a unique elven mark on him. Buckstek could only disguise himself as someone he had seen before, and the elf he had disguised himself as had been killed by him just days ago. What about this human woman? Kill her too. Any human who dares to enter the elven territory should be killed without question. Due to her poor perception, Quagoa didn't shield Buckstek in time, leading to his death. Additionally, she didn't possess any skills to revive others. I'm getting a little angry now. On the Katza Plain, many kingdom soldiers were fleeing from the pursuit of the Death Knights. A figure flashed by, a graceful silhouette swiftly killing several of the Death Knights that were chasing the soldiers. That's the goddess of Errand, Yulia. Many soldiers from Errand recognized Yulia. Amidst the flashes of sword and blade, all the nearby Death Knights were quickly slain by Yulia. I knew it. Once the goddess appears, we are sure to be saved. You all better run. You'll only be a hindrance here. May the gods bless you. The soldiers, offering their heartfelt blessings, began to flee. A goddess so powerful and beautiful, she's like an angel. Calling her an angel doesn't do her justice. She should be called the Savior. I think she should be called the light of hope, illuminating the dawn for those trapped in despair. As the soldiers fled, they continued to praise Yulia. Peroroncino, after killing a dozen or so Death Knights, stopped continuing to hunt them. The Death Knights didn't give any experience points. He despised doing such thankless tasks and couldn't be bothered. He thought it was better to spend his time flirting with beautiful women. In the first level of Nazarick, a group of vampire brides sat together, discussing topics related to Peroroncino. How did you manage to earn Lord Peroroncino's favor? Yes, we really want to know. The vampire bride, surrounded in the center, spoke up. Actually, I didn't do anything special. What attracted Lord Peroroncino was my voice. Your voice? Your voice sounds nice, but there's nothing particularly special about it. Lord Peroroncino said, I speak with a lilt, but I've always spoken like this naturally. And then Lord Peroroncino said that when I speak like this, it makes him feel very angry. After that, Lord Peroroncino started spanking me. And after spanking me, Lord Peroroncino said it wasn't enough to vent his frustration, so he started tearing my clothes. I was completely indifferent and even actively helped Lord Peroroncino tear things apart. Lord Peroroncino told me to stop and ordered me to resist. Then what happened? What happened next? Then I still didn't dare to resist Lord Peroroncino. Lord Peroroncino took out a piece of paper and made me look at the words on it and speak. What did it say? Let me think. It said, "No, please don't do this. This is wrong. I'm going to be defiled. No, to me, who will save me?" Then Lord Peroroncino started to me. Then he took out another piece of paper and told me to read the words on it. What did it say? A voice suddenly rang out, full of impatience. This voice gave many of the vampire brides a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing it, they all froze for a moment. Lord Shaltir. The vampire brides were about to salute Lord Shaltir. No need continue. I need to take notes. Shaltir took out a small notebook and a pen, waiting for the vampire bride to continue speaking. The paper said, "It's too small. It really doesn't feel like anything. Did you not eat? Hoo. Try harder. Hoo. Is that it? I can't feel you me at all." Although Lord Peroroncino told me to say those words at the time, my real feeling was that I was going to die. Really, Lord Peroroncino's there is so big. It's even bigger than my forearm. I almost couldn't handle it and died there. Lord Peroroncino is really amazing. If I could be with Lord Peroroncino and die, that would be such a fortunate thing. So envious. I'm so envious too. At that time, Lord Peroroncino's so much. I didn't dare waste any of it, afraid that even a little would fall to the ground. I quickly ate it all. Only after making sure there were no leftovers did I collapse from exhaustion and faint. Lord Peroroncino personally took me to his bed to rest. When I woke up, he asked if everything was all right and if my body was okay. He even apologized, saying he shouldn't have been so forceful. Then I said without hesitation, "To be with you is a great honor. You don't need to apologize. You can do whatever you want. There's no need to apologize." Then Lord Peroroncino looked at me with a very strange expression and said nothing. "What are you all talking about?" Lord Peroroncino suddenly appeared behind everyone. When Peroroncino saw that vampire bride, he immediately knew what they were talking about. At that time, Peroroncino was stunned, realizing that he had nearly killed the other person. But the other person woke up and said that being with him was an honor for her. This made Peroroncino feel especially embarrassed because he had been forcing the other person all along, though the other person didn't mind being forced. But the vampire bride's voice made Peroroncino want to hit her. When that didn't feel satisfying, he thought about using a weapon. Since the other person didn't resist, Peroroncino lost interest and decided to make her resist. However, the not-so-bright vampire bride had no idea what to do. Peroroncino had no choice but to take out his secret note. He had learned all these from Princess Rener. Many of the vampire brides began to bow when they saw Peroroncino, but the one who had almost been to death by Peroroncino was shaking her legs uncontrollably as she bowed. Clearly, the hidden injuries had not healed yet. However, hearing her voice, Peroroncino admitted that he was once again overcome by the urge to hit her. The vampire bride immediately cleared a path, and only then did Peroroncino realize that Shaltir was among the vampire brides. "Shaltir, what are you doing?" "I'm taking notes. With these notes, I'll know how to make you happy. This place is nice." Shaltir. Without hesitation, Shaltir instantly teleported to Peroroncino's side. "Lord Peroroncino, I am always ready whenever you need me." Peroroncino glanced at all the vampire brides nearby. He instructed them to prepare for acting reluctance. But they just stared at each other, not knowing what to do. Shaltir then stepped in and taught them one by one. Meanwhile, Peroroncino randomly selected a lucky one and launched the attack. The king, under the protection of his personal guards, returned to Irantal. Upon returning to Irantal, the king found that no other high-ranking nobles had returned. Shortly after, the king received news of many noble casualties. It was at this point that the second prince appeared before the king. "Father, we have just received news that the commander of the warriors have been slain by Ainz Ooal Gown in a one-on-one duel. His bodies have just been brought back. Gazef, how could this happen?" The elderly king collapsed onto the ground. "Father, the most important thing now is for you to recover. You are the ruler of the kingdom. I should have listened to Gazef's advice and given up Irantal. What about Marquis Raven? The king asked. I don't know. There's still no news of Marquis Raven. All the information we have now is of the nobles' deaths, and not a single major noble has returned alive to Irantal. What about your older brother? We don't know yet. No messenger has returned with news about him. As night fell, a few more nobles returned to Irantal. They immediately gathered to discuss what should be done next. The only suggestion was to cede Irantal with no other proposals. Around a conference table large enough for 100 people, fewer than 10 remained, all their faces filled with despair. This scene conveys a sense of mounting loss and hopelessness, as the leadership of the kingdom seems to be crumbling. The absence of major nobles and the grim atmosphere at the meeting table indicate a kingdom on the brink of collapse, with no clear solutions on how to proceed. After the meeting, the other nobles immediately left Irantal, unwilling to stay even one more night. Not far from Irantal, a very exhausted group was making its way toward the city. How could we lose to goblins? Why did we lose to goblins? The crown prince shouted angrily. During the escape, the crown prince's horse had died from exhaustion, and without a horse, he was forced to walk. Along the way, some soldiers gathered them together, forming a small group of about 100 to head toward Irantal. Are goblins really that powerful? A youthful voice asked. The surrounding soldiers all turned to look at the one who had spoken. Rener, what are you doing here? How could Princess Rener be here? The soldiers were also curious. Of course, I'm here to welcome my esteemed older brother. Rener slowly approached the crown prince. Rener, didn't you bring any guards with you? Guards? I don't need them. Before the crown prince could ask further, Rener extended her hand and pierced his chest. Rener, actually, the crown prince spat out a mouthful of blood, and Rener immediately distanced herself to avoid the splatter. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. The crown prince had already confirmed Rener's identity. They didn't dare act against her. The crime of attacking a princess was not something they could bear. Brother, do you know? I wanted to kill you for a long time. Every time you yell on my dear climb, it makes me so angry. I really want to cut your tongue out. Saying this, Rener took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off her hands. The wound she inflicted was near the crown prince's chest, close to his arm, and it wasn't fatal. No, you can't be Rener. How could she be this powerful? You're so distant, older brother. Do you remember me when I was little? Rener gave the crown prince a very unsettling look. You, I remember now. You're a monster. You're not human. You're a monster. Someone kill her. I, the crown prince, command you. The soldiers armed themselves and surrounded Rener, none of them daring to make the first move. Rener ignored everyone and walked directly towards the crown prince. What are you all waiting for? Go kill her. A soldier, gathering his courage, raised his sword and swung it at Rener. Rener lifted her delicate little hand and caught the sword with her palm. With her other hand, she ripped the soldier's head off. Blood splattered everywhere. Monster! At this sight, the soldiers lost all their courage and began to flee, but after just a few steps, they slammed into an invisible wall. I've already cast a barrier spell. None of you here will escape. You will all die here. 6th tier, Faith Magic. Angel's Wings. A pair of snow-white wings appeared behind Rener. If one didn't look at her face, she would resemble a beautiful angel. But Rener's expression was horribly twisted. From a distance, Rener looked like a stunning angel. Brother, do I look beautiful now? Rener, have you thought this through? I am a crown prince. If you kill me, you'll definitely be punished. Rener covered her mouth and smiled. You're really naive. Do you know why I set up this barrier? Of course, it's to kill all the witnesses, so no one will know it was me who killed you. No. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. After I become king, I will reward you greatly. Please don't kill me. As king, I can give you everything you desire. Everything? Just you? I really don't understand why someone as clever as me has such a stupid brother. Any commoner on the street would be smarter than you. Lick my feet. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare you. I'm a crown prince, the future king, and you're asking me to lick your feet. Rener raised her hand, and a magic circle appeared in her palm. A beam of light shot out from the circle, piercing the head of a soldier who was tapping on the barrier. Rener didn't say anything, and the crown prince took a few steps back in fear. I'll do it, I'll do it. The crown prince knelt down, about to lick Rener's feet. Just as he was about to do so, Rener kicked him. How boring. My eye. Rener's kick directly blinded the crown prince's left eye. You bastard. The crown prince drew his sword and swung it at Rener. Rener didn't even dodge, letting the sword strike her. When it made contact with her body, it only cut through her clothes and couldn't even scratch her delicate skin. Is this the swordsmanship you've practiced for years? So what if you try to strike me? Rener put a glove on her hand, then she cut off the crown prince's tongue. Every time you insult Climb, I remember a total of 7,865 times. So I will cut you 7,865 times. Rener snatched the crown prince's sword away, and the prince was stammering, unable to say anything. Each time Rener struck, she used healing magic to mend the crown prince's wounds. Many soldiers around them watched the scene, and one brave soldier tried to attack Rener but was obliterated in an instant by her strike. The soldiers couldn't take it anymore and began collapsing in despair, some even committing suicide. Some soldiers attempted to dig their way out, only to find that the underground was also covered by the barrier. Eventually, one soldier hid in the dirt, hoping to escape Rener's notice. Rener's abuse of the crown prince continued for over 2 hours before she finally finished, cleaned up the other soldiers, and left. The soldier hiding in the dirt thought he had survived. As he emerged from the ground, he saw Rener, with an innocent smile on her face, staring at him. Rener's body was covered in blood, a stark contrast to her expression. I also enjoy playing hide-and-seek. Her soft voice made it hard to imagine she was a bloodthirsty murderer. Please spare me. I have a wife and children. I swear I'll never tell anyone about what happened today. This has nothing to do with me. Only the dead can keep secrets. Rener said, in the gentlest tone, the most hopeless words. Without hesitation, Rener killed him. The kingdom ultimately decided to give the city of Irantal to Nazarick. At this moment, Peroroncino, who was playing the adventurer Chino, was in Irantal. Peroroncino also received the news that Gazef had died after a one-on-one battle with Ainz Ooal Gown. Did Gazef die? Yulia, what do you think would happen if I revived him? Perhaps the king would be very grateful to you. Although Yulia had high emotional intelligence, her intellectual capacity was actually quite average. I used to think highly of him back in Karn village. It's so boring that he just died like this. More importantly, Peroroncino asked Yulia to find Brian and inform him that he could revive Gazef. Upon hearing the news, Brian hurried over to meet Peroroncino. Lord Chino, can you really revive Gazef? Of course, but Ainz Ooal Gown said when he killed Gazef that low-level resurrection magic can't bring him back. My resurrection magic is not low-level. Where is Gazef's body? Please follow me. Brian led the way to where Gazef's body was stored. Everyone, leave the area, including you. Can I stay? I just want to watch. No, you'll interfere with the resurrection. All right, I'll leave now. Brian was quite well known, and upon his command, the surrounding soldiers quickly left. Peroroncino took out a world-class item, the perfect resurrection jade. A strong light flashed. Gazef's body floated up, and his lifeless form began to slowly regenerate. Originally, Gazef's body had become weak after death, with the cells losing their vitality. At this moment, Gazef appeared extremely frail. The light was slowly restoring the vitality of each of his cells, and gradually, Gazef began to regain his normal form. He now looked as though he was merely sleeping. Brian, you can come over now. Peroroncino's voice wasn't loud, but it reached Brian's ears with precision. Seeing Gazef's condition, Brian immediately knelt at Peroroncino's feet. Thank you so much, Lord Chino. If you have any requests, please feel free to tell me. I will risk everything without hesitation. No need for that. I just didn't want to see the famous Gazef die so easily. At that moment, Gazef opened his eyes. Where is this? Brian? I'm not dead. Gazef, you were originally dead, but this adamantite-level adventurer, Chino, revived you. Brian, choosing to willingly die is the coward's choice. As the kingdom's captain of the guards, the one who loves this country the most, you were just going to leave this mess and walk away like that. Brian yelled angrily at Gazef. I'm sorry, Brian. Gazef, it's great that you're revived. Brian's tears began to fall. Peroroncino, not in the mood to watch their emotional exchange, turned around and prepared to leave. Please wait a moment. I remember His Majesty the Sorcerer King said he wouldn't let me be revived, so how did you manage to bring me back? Gazef asked Peroroncino. I used a rare item. I don't deserve such an honor for you to use such a precious item on me. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. The kingdom needs you. After saying that, Peroroncino and Yulia left. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. Mr. Chino, thank you very much. I want you to keep the fact that I revived Gazef a secret. Just say it was done by a mysterious person. The two only heard Peroroncino's voice, but his and Yulia's figures had already disappeared. Lord Peroroncino must not have revived Gazef on a whim. Yulia suddenly spoke while walking on the streets of Irantal at night. That's right. Reviving him was more for Brian's sake. I have a good view of Brian, but the person who supports him in growing stronger is Gazef. How strong can humans become? Really? Is it worth your anticipation? I just want to witness the birth of a miracle. Brian has seen 4 top-tier powerful beings, and yet he continues to strive to grow stronger. If the roles were reversed, I might have already lost my belief in becoming stronger after encountering such powerful beings. I understand now. You must be interested in their fragile lives, just like how humans observe ants. Yulia completely ignored the latter part of Peroroncino's words. Peroroncino gave a wry smile. In his heart, he thought, I used to be human too. I still have some fondness for the human race. There was a swordsman who said something very well. My original intention, never to be forgotten. I'm not like Mamanga. I still have some faith in humanity. Yulia still couldn't understand why Peroroncino had faith in such a weak race. Let's go back to Nazarick. Peroroncino extended his hands toward Yulia's, and they were teleported back to Nazarick. Soon, the day arrived when the kingdom would offer Irantal to Nazarick. The entire Irantal was empty, except for a few guards stationed at the city gates. There was no one on the streets. The citizens were hiding inside their homes, observing the new rulers through their windows. Albedo walked at the front of the procession, followed by high-ranking skeletal warriors clad in golden armor, holding flags that symbolized the Ainz Ooal Gown Guild. Behind them were 20 Death Knights. After the Death Knights came a grand carriage, which was extremely luxurious and adorned with several large gems. Inside the carriage sat Mamanga. A child, around 7 years old, suddenly appeared by the side of the procession. He picked up a stone and threw it toward the Death Knights. Monster, give my father back to me. The Death Knight turned and looked at the young boy. I'm sorry, child doesn't understand. Please forgive him. The child's mother appeared and immediately hugged the child, pleading. Albedo, at the front of the procession, walked over, wielding her weapon, and spoke. Disrespecting Lord Ainz is a crime punishable by death. Albedo raised her weapon high. Just as it seemed she was about to strike, a large sword flew down from the air and embedded itself into the ground in front of Albedo. Who is it? Quagoa. Mammon performed a front flip in the air and landed smoothly. Throwing such a tantrum over a child throwing stones? Be careful. You might never get married. Disrespecting Lord Ainz, no matter the age or gender, is a crime deserving of death. What will you do if I don't allow it? Then we will declare you a rebel against the king of this land and execute you on the spot. Don't think you can easily defeat me. The people watching from the windows looked on with eager expressions, hoping that Mammon would be able to defeat these monsters. Count us in. Yulia and Peroroncino appeared beside Mammon. Many people recognized Yulia. and their eyes were filled with hope. While they had only heard of Mammon and his fame, many of them had seen Yulia in person. Both sides were tense, ready to battle at any moment. At this moment, Mamanga appeared in the sky, flying over to Albedo and saying a few words to her. "What are your names?" "Mammon." "Chino." "Yulia. Lord Ainz wants you to surrender to us. We don't intend to assist the tyrants." Yulia's words made the people eagerly anticipate. Lord Ainz, the merciful, does not intend to rule here with violence and terror. Let you become the representatives of the citizens and the enforcers. If anyone like that child just now throws stones at Lord Ainz, you will kill them. If you refuse, we will kill you on the spot, regardless of how many people are affected. We will eliminate all of you. The mother of the nearby child trembled in fear upon hearing Albedo's words. Mammon hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Chino and Yulia also agreed. "This performance is putting me to sleep. Later, I'll go and take Yulia's first time. Recently, I've been playing with the maid a lot. Almost forgot to take Yulia's first time." Back in the third level of Resurrecting, Peroroncino stretched both hands and directly lay back in an empty space behind him. Yulia immediately flashed behind Peroroncino and caught Peroroncino's head. The surrounding vampire brides were very perceptive and quickly brought over a soft, large bed. Someone brings a pillow when you're sleepy. Now, this is the good life. Yulia silently removed her clothes. Underneath, she wore a light asterisk outfit. One leg was clad in high stockings and the other in tights. This instantly piqued Peroroncino's interest. Mamanga led the Guardians to the central location of Irrantil, the Lord's mansion, where he declared the founding of the Ainz Ooal Gown Sorcerer Kingdom. At this time, Peroroncino was engaged in inappropriate activities with Yulia and had not arrived. Mamanga also understood Peroroncino's personality, and such matters like founding a country were just formalities, so it didn't matter whether he came or not. As the highest ruler of Resurrecting, Lord Mamanga is founding the country, but Lord Peroroncino hasn't come. Could it be that Lord Peroroncino doesn't want to acknowledge Lord Mamanga's imperial status? Albedo thought silently. Wait, maybe in Demiurge's previous plan, the Empire was going to attempt to incite us. Lord Peroroncino requested to personally contact Emperor Jerkniv. Is Lord Peroroncino planning to turn the act into reality? Even if Lord Peroroncino is one of the 41 supreme beings, I will not forgive you for acting against Lord Mamanga. It is well known that Albedo is very intelligent, but she is also a woman. Most women tend to imagine things that haven't happened, relying solely on their own imagination, especially women in love, who are most prone to such fantasies. Clearly, Albedo had already convinced herself that Peroroncino had betrayed Lord Mamanga. Since you betrayed Lord Mamanga, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anyone who tries to harm my beloved, no matter who they are, must die, even if they are a supreme being. Albedo, what are you thinking? Mamanga looked at Albedo, who had been lost in thought. Mamanga's gaze seemed as though he could see through everything. Could it be that Albedo has too much on her plate and is overworked? Should I reduce her workload? Seeing Mamanga's gaze, Albedo suddenly froze. Could it be that Lord Ainz already knew? With Lord Ainz's intelligence, he must have discovered Lord Peroroncino's intentions long ago. Could it be that Lord Ainz wants to give Lord Peroroncino a chance to repent? Albedo, have you been overworked recently? No, Lord Ainz, I was just thinking about how to govern Irrantil next. Looks like it's going to be hard work for you from now on. It is an honor to serve Lord Ainz. After the founding of the country, there may be many things to deal with. I'll be relying on everyone from now on. Lord Ainz, you're being too modest. It is our pleasure to serve you, Demiurge said. I'm very happy to hear you say that. It will be hard work ahead. We will serve the Supreme One with all our hearts and souls. Albedo glanced at Demiurge. Should I tell him? Forget it. If Demiurge is on Lord Peroroncino's side, everything will be exposed. The plan must be carried out by someone I trust. My sister, Rubido, should be a good choice. With her combat strength, She is more than capable of killing Lord Peroroncino, one of the 41 supreme beings. Night fell, and Momonga invited Peroroncino to go take a bath together. Peroroncino, being an emperor is really exhausting. I know. It seems like the emperor of the empire only sleeps for 6 hours a day, and the rest of the time is spent dealing with all sorts of chaotic matters. Albedo hasn't been in the best mental state lately. It seems it's because I've assigned her too much work. I actually wanted to help her share some of it, but when I look at the things she's handling, it's like reading a book in a foreign language. I can't understand any of it. Nazarick doesn't have anyone with this kind of expertise, but you can try looking in Erantil. Although the people of Erantil can't be fully trusted, for handling some trivial matters, they shouldn't cause too much trouble. That's true, but how we find such talent? I'm quite familiar with the city's general from Erantil. I'll go see him tomorrow and ask. Then I'll leave it to you. We're friends, don't mention trouble. It's nothing. Do you think I have favoring to humans? I still can't treat humans and other species equally. Other NPCs in Nazarick consider humans to be inferior beings, but I keep hoping that one day a strong human will rise up and slap them in the face. Make them understand that humans are not inferior beings. Whether or not I'm right, it's not up to me to decide. It's up to you. Don't worry about what others think. Peroroncino, haven't you always been like this? I remember when you played Chino, not long after you came to Erantil, rumors spread that you were just a guy living off others. Didn't you not care at the time? That's because they were jealous since they couldn't get anything for free, so they deliberately tarnish my reputation. I live off for my girl, but I do it proudly, just to make them jealous. Yeah, this is the Peroroncino I know. Do you remember you once said, "We were all humans once"? I think you're not wrong. Favoring humans is the right thing to do. Thank you, Momonga. After you said that, I'm no longer so confused. I've already said, we're friends. No need to thank me. I don't think we're just friends anymore. We're best friends. Yeah, best friends. They both raised their fists and bumped them together. Even now, looking at your skeleton appearance is still really scary. Didn't you get used to it in the game? Games are games. Reality is reality. The feeling they give off is completely different. How about this? Momonga put on a clown mask. Looks much better now. Peroroncino also put on a mask with a funny expression. Ha ha ha. The two of them exchanged smiles. At that moment, the two alien creatures looked as happy as two children laughing. The next day, Peroroncino found Slinka and restored his position as the general of Erantil. It turned out that he had been dismissed by Albedo. When Albedo arrived in Erantil, she first dismissed all the officials. Those with some background fled and left Erantil. The remaining officials were all locals of Erantil. Slinka was also a native of Erantil. Chino was still nominally a member of the Sorcerer Kingdom, but all the NPCs with any sense knew that Chino was under the command of Lord Peroroncino, so no one would refuse his appointment. Do you know if there are any people skilled in management? Skilled in management? Slinka took out a piece of paper and wrote down several names and addresses. Peroroncino immediately handed the list over to Yulia. Bring these people here. Aren't you going? Slinka asked. Why should I go? Yulia can handle it perfectly on her own. What would I go for? Then, can I go with Yulia? Up to you. Slinka mentally encouraged himself. The goddess just has a small flaw. How can I give up now? This time, I must earn a little bit of her favor. The two walked down the street for a long time, and Slinka couldn't think of a single topic to talk about. Yulia, how old are you? Is that polite? Sorry. Slinka straightened his legs and gave a very formal bow to Yulia in apology. Soon, they found all 5 people from a list. Peroroncino casually asked each of them a few questions. For example, how would they handle a sudden emergency? Or what would they do if there was a funding shortage? The results of their answers were rather disappointing. How did the interviews go? These people aren't very good. Are there other candidates? Let me think. Oh, right, there's a guy in the prison. He once organized a rebellion to overthrow the king and establish a new country. But it was short-lived. As soon as he gathered a group, he was reported by an insider. Interesting. Soon, Peroroncino met this person, a 16-year-old boy. Peroroncino promised him that if he could provide perfect answers to his questions, he would release him. Peroroncino asked the same questions he had asked the others, and the boy's answers were flawless. Even Peroroncino, the one who posed the questions, couldn't come up with such perfect answers. Without hesitation, Peroroncino ordered for the 16-year-old boy to be dressed up and taken to see Albedo. Albedo, I heard you've been busy lately. I found an assistant for you. This is a power grab, right? Lord Peroroncino just appointed the general in charge of defending Irranel this morning. And now you're trying to replace me? Does he think I'm an idiot? Albedo thought to herself. Sorry, Mr. Chino. I can handle these tasks just fine and don't need an assistant. All right. Peroroncino left with the boy. For now, the boy was assigned to work under Slinka. Peroroncino privately communicated with Mamanga at this time. Perhaps Albedo still doesn't trust humans. I'll ask her about it later. Indeed, it might be that she just doesn't trust humans. Once Peroroncino had left, Albedo suddenly slammed the table, shattering it. To think you're so blatantly starting a power grab. I will never let you succeed. The plan must be accelerated. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the Sorcerer Kingdom took over the governance of Irranel. With the help of adventurers Mammon and Nabe, the people quickly adapted to their new way of life. The current Irranel had significantly reduced taxes and encouraged commerce among its citizens, with many welfare policies introduced to improve their daily lives. Mamanga walked down the streets of Irranel. The streets were sparsely populated, and many people, upon spotting Ainz from afar, immediately detoured to avoid crossing paths with him, afraid of a direct encounter. Following behind Mamanga were 6 angelic beings resembling soldiers. They were summoned through the use of the super-tier magic Heavenly Army Descent and were level 80 Seraphim. Their combat prowess was undoubtedly exceptional. Mamanga headed straight to the Adventurers Guild. At the front desk, there was only one receptionist, who visibly tensed upon seeing him. The receptionist quickly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty the Sorcerer King. Rise. Is your guild master here? He is. He's currently upstairs on the 2nd floor. At this moment, Peroroncino was upstairs conversing with the guild master of the Adventurers Guild. Peroroncino had come to inquire about the whereabouts of any elves known to the guild master. As a self-proclaimed connoisseur of beauty, he believed his harem couldn't possibly be complete without an elf. Unfortunately, the guild master had no information on the matter. Most adventurers in Irranel usually took on tasks to hunt monsters in the nearby areas and rarely ventured far from the guild. Information about foreign lands was even scarcer. Just as Peroroncino was about to leave, he bumped into Mamanga. When Mamanga hesitated, wondering whether to step aside for Peroroncino, the latter had already moved out of the way. Greetings, Your Majesty the Sorcerer King. The guild master immediately bowed upon seeing Mamanga. Lord Chino. The guild master subtly hinted to Peroroncino in a low voice, but Peroroncino did nothing and returned to his seat. No need for formalities. How fortunate. It's such a coincidence to run into you here, Lord Chino. Indeed, it's quite the coincidence. Peroroncino and Mamanga exchanged a few polite words. After that, Mamanga began a long-winded conversation with the guild master of the Adventurers Guild. After listening to their lengthy discussion, Peroroncino felt that they had only exchanged a couple of sentences. Adventurers should go explore the unknown world, venture beyond the map, and explore what lies outside. Agreed. Peroroncino felt that after all their talking, they had basically said just these 2 simple sentences. How did they manage to turn such a simple statement into such a long-winded conversation? Peroroncino couldn't figure it out. He couldn't help but admire them. After all, he knew he could never do that. After accepting Mamanga's suggestion, the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, Ainz proposed that they go to the Empire and poach some of their adventurers. Mamanga agreed with Ainz's proposal. At this moment, Peroroncino suddenly received a message from Emperor Jerkniv of the Empire. Jerkniv mentioned that he had arranged a meeting with high-ranking officials from the slain theocracy and invited Peroroncino to join him in discussing how to deal with Ainz Ooal Gown. The slain theocracy, huh? Interesting, Peroroncino thought. Peroroncino returned to Nazarick, took Shaltir, and directly teleported to the Empire's royal palace to meet with Jerkniv. Holding the communicator Peroroncino had given him, Jerkniv was startled when Peroroncino suddenly appeared before him. I just cut off communication a moment ago, and now he's teleported all the way here. He truly has such abilities, Jerkniv thought in amazement. At this moment, standing next to Peroroncino was Shaltir, dressed in a pure white dress and wearing a white hat. Mr. Peroroncino, who is this? She is my most loyal subordinate. You should have seen her before, Shaltir. Jerkniv recalled when he visited the great tomb of Nazarick and did indeed see a young vampire lowly, but her aura was completely different from the one in front of him. Then, where are the representatives of the slain theocracy you arranged to meet? Please wait a day. They're still on their way and are expected to arrive tomorrow. Feeling that his current appearance was a bit too conspicuous, Peroroncino changed his form into Chino. Jerkniv didn't know about the adamantite-level adventurer Chino from Irantal and had never met him, so he didn't recognize him. Jerkniv had arranged for the slain theocracy's representatives to meet at the Empire's arena. The large crowd there would help mask his true intentions. The next day, the representatives from the slain theocracy arrived as scheduled. The visitors were two high-ranking priests from the slain theocracy, along with their subordinates. The two high priests were the high priest of the Fire Temple and the high priest of the Wind Temple. Welcome. Please take a seat. The two high priests glanced at Peroroncino and Shaltir, who were sitting to the side, but said nothing and took their seats. After sitting down, they handed a note to Jerkniv. The note contained the names of the two high priests. They're conveying information through a note, being quite cautious. They are powerful allies I found who are capable of matching Ainz Ooal Gown's strength. The high priest did not sense how powerful Peroroncino was. Instead, they only felt the immense power emanating from Shaltir, who was by his side. And this power feels like it has a holy attribute. Shaltir's attire was designed to conceal her vampire aura. As one of the floor guardians, floor 1 to 3, Shaltir had 3 forms. The first form was her berserk state, where she transformed into a true vampire. In this form, both her speed and attack power greatly increased, but her intelligence dropped significantly. Given that Shaltir's intelligence was already not very high, this transformation made her resemble a wild beast. The second form was her current appearance, where she could cast holy and fire attribute magic, making her a close combat mage type. She could also use the special skill Heroic Spirit Warrior. The third form was the Valkyrie form, where she wore red armor and wielded a long spear. In this form, she could use many special skills, including all the abilities from her second form. Her combat power in this form was extremely formidable. Shaltir did not make any effort to conceal her aura, and both high priests clearly sensed it. Who is the girl wearing the mask? The high priest of the Wind Temple felt that Shaltir's aura was very similar to the slain theocracy's strongest individual, the godlike being known as Certain Death. Her name is Shaltir. That's all I know. If you want to ask anything, you can ask her directly. Jerkniv handed the note to the high priest. Upon hearing this name, neither of the high priests connected her to the vampire who had killed the 3 members of the Black Scripture. From the information they had received, the vampire responsible was named Honio Pinocco, not Shaltir. The high priest wrote a message and handed it to Peroroncino. Without even glancing at it, Peroroncino conjured a ball of fire in his hand and burned the note. Such a coward, you shouldn't even be here. You haven't done anything yet, and you're already too scared to speak. You should just stay hidden like mice in your holes. What would happen if you came out and got scared to death by mistake? Shaltir taunted. One of the high priest's subordinates was about to speak, but was stopped. My apologies. Hello, I am Raymond Zarg Loranson, the high priest of the Earth Temple from the slain theocracy. The high priest of the Earth Temple? Isn't he supposed to be the high priest of the Fire Temple? It seems the slain theocracy still doesn't trust me, Jerkniv thought to himself. May I ask, Do you truly have the power to defeat Ainz Ooal Gown? Of course. Could you please demonstrate your abilities? Oomph. Peroroncino smiled. Since you want to see, just show him Shaltir. Suddenly, Shaltir vanished from her spot, and the subordinate standing behind the two high priests, who had just been about to speak, was transformed into a cloud of blood. No one present could follow Shaltir's movement. From the moment she attacked to the moment it ended, they didn't even have time to blink. There's no mistake. This person absolutely has the power to match the strength of Anti-Lean Heron Fouché. Both of the high priests thought in unison. Jerkniv watched everything unfold, his face filled with shock. This power had completely surpassed his understanding. 7th tier, faith magic, reversal resurrection. The person who had turned into blood mist was enveloped in a beam of light and slowly had their body reshaped. They were revived. This is a resurrection magic never seen before. The group from a slain theocracy was astonished by what had just happened. Now it's time to show me your worth. The two high priests of the slain theocracy looked at each other, unable to think of anything stronger than the magic Peroroncino had just demonstrated. Next, let's welcome the Martial King. The announcer in the arena shouted loudly. And the Martial King's opponent is a mystery. Even I just found out. His name is one that everyone knows. He is none other than the Sorcerer King, Ainz Ooal Gown from Sorcerer Kingdom. Upon hearing the announcer's words, Jerkniv was stunned. The pen and paper in his hand fell to the ground. How could the Sorcerer King be here? The soldiers from the slain theocracy immediately became tense, positioning themselves in front of the two high priests. Jerkniv stood up and looked down at Ainz Ooal Gown. Your Majesty, the location was booked by you. How could you not know whether Ainz Ooal Gown would show up? The high priest of the fire temple spoke. Are you trying to betray us? The high priest of the earth temple asked. No, it's not like that. I would never betray you. If that were the case, I wouldn't be this flustered. Facing the insistence of the high priests, Jerkniv hurriedly explained. Is His Majesty trying to make us trust you? Mamanga flew up and came in front of Jerkniv. Your Majesty, Jerkniv. It's been such a long time. Mamanga's tone was flat, without any emotion. To Jerkniv, those words felt like the whisper of death. Likewise, Your Excellency. What a coincidence to meet here. I feel the same. Truly a coincidence. Mamanga's red skeletal eyes seemed as if they could pierce through a person's heart and see everything. Mamanga's words were taken literally, but to Jerkniv, they carried a different weight. He predicted my prediction. He figured everything out? No, this must be his plan. After I made an agreement with the theocracy, he came here to disrupt our alliance and pressure both nations. He's got me completely under his control. Jerkniv turned to look at where Peroroncino had been, but it was already empty. Peroroncino and Shaltir had disappeared without anyone noticing. Are those people over there His Majesty's friends? Mamanga's tone was very flat, but to Jerkniv, it felt like Mamanga was saying, Is that the ally you found, Jerkniv? What venomous words! Isn't this forcing me to choose sides? If I say they are my friends, they'll have a reason to attack me. If I say they are not, then the alliance is ruined. Jerkniv thought to himself. Jerkniv seems to be sweating a lot. Is it hot? All right, I'm a skeleton, so I can't feel it. Maybe it really is hot, Mamanga thought inwardly. My apologies, we should have introduced ourselves, but we have urgent matters to attend to and must leave immediately. Please ask His Majesty Jerkniv about our identities, said the Earth Temple High Priest without hesitation. Is that so? What a pity. I hope we meet again by chance. Take care, Mamanga said, his words still cold and indifferent. The people from the slain theocracy did not interpret it literally. Is that so? Then I'll let you go this time. But next time I see you, it will be your end. The people from the slain theocracy pretended to stay calm, nodded, and turned to leave. What's wrong, Jerkniv? You look pale. Have you been overworking or feeling unwell recently? Jerkniv only sleeps 6 hours a day. He must be very tired, Mamanga thought inwardly. No, I am not ill. Is that so? Health is the foundation. Please take care of yourself. I still have a match to attend to. So I'll take my leave. With that, Mamanga flew down. You've lied to us, Jerkniv. The two high priests from the slain theocracy spoke from the doorway. Jerkniv desperately tried to explain, but the others completely mistrusted him. Jerkniv, like a deflated balloon, slumped down onto the chair. It's over. Everything is over. Without the powerful slain theocracy as an ally, relying on myself alone, I'm no match for the Sorcerer King. Jerkniv glanced at the spot where Peroroncino had disappeared. What will Peroroncino think of me? He won't think I betrayed him, will he? Did you discover me? Peroroncino suddenly appeared. Peroroncino, sir, you haven't left? You've been here the whole time. Of course, if I had left, Ainz Ooal Gown would have noticed. I had to hide my presence. Fortunately, he didn't use any detection magic. For this matter, I need an explanation from you. Peroroncino, sir, this was all just a coincidence. I never betrayed you. Is that so? I will investigate the truth of this matter. If I find out you lied to me, I'm sure you can guess what your fate will be. Let's go. Shaltir extended her hand and summoned a portal. Peroroncino and Shaltir left, but instead of leaving the arena, they appeared high above the arena. Perfect, I'm bored. Let's watch the battle between Mamanga and the Martial King. As the king of the Sorcerer Kingdom, will the Sorcerer King be able to defeat the Martial King? Let's wait and see. The announcer shouted loudly. Martial King, go for it. Jerkniv shouted with all his might, cheering loudly. In the battle between Mamanga and the Martial King, Peroroncino used his Eye of Insight and observed that while Mamanga was exchanging blows with the Martial King, his health bar hadn't changed at all. Moreover, Mamanga's attributes were all partially restricted. Even his ability to nullify effects was disabled. Martial King, go. Martial King, go. Go, kill him. Martial King, go, kill him. Jerkniv screamed hoarsely, his voice breaking. His throat was already very sore, but he showed no signs of stopping. How annoying. I'm talking about you, Jerkniv. What do you mean, kill me? I'm really getting angry. Mamanga thought to himself while continuing to fight the Martial King. Peroroncino, watching the hoarse Jerkniv, couldn't help but want to laugh. Knowing everything, he understood very well how Jerkniv must be feeling at this moment. Lord Peroroncino, is something funny? Clearly, Shaldir didn't understand what Peroroncino was laughing about. I'm laughing at Jerkniv. Because of Mamanga's appearance, all of his plans have fallen apart. Now he can only scream at the Martial King to kill him in impotent rage. I see, that's really laughable. Shaltir also tried to imitate Peroroncino and smiled. Stop pretending to laugh. It's very fake. Peroroncino pinched Shaltir's face as he said. Then, Peroroncino wrapped both arms around Shaltir, pulling her into his embrace. Not for any particular reason, just to casually hug and touch her. The feeling of her clothes was completely different for Peroroncino. Soon, the battle between the Martial King and Mamanga ended with a victor. Mamanga then began, not to kick down the walls as expected, but to recruit adventurers for exploring unknown territories. And Mamanga casually resurrected the fallen Martial King, telling everyone that even if they died, he could bring them back to life for adventurers. After doing all this, Mamanga approached Jerkniv to bid farewell. As expected of Lord Ainz, you easily defeated the Empire's strongest warrior. I must say it was truly magnificent. The victory was not surprising. It was just that luck was on my side. Ugh, Jerkniv gritted his teeth. Damn you. Still acting like you're all high and mighty when it was a one-sided crushing defeat. Jerkniv roared inwardly. Well, nothing more to do. I'll be leaving now. Wait, Sorcerer King. No, the Baharuth Empire is willing to become a vassal state of the Sorcerer Kingdom. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? His subordinate immediately shouted. Jerkniv waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Jerkniv, are you sure you want to become my vassal state? By the way, what's a vassal state? I've never heard of this term before. Mamanga thought to himself. This is such an important matter. It shouldn't be just spoken. It should be in writing. Then if I send you a written document, will you acknowledge it? I need you to write a draft outlining the powers the Empire will have after becoming a vassal state. After saying this, Momonga flew away, not giving Jerkniv any chance to respond. After Momonga left, Jerkniv slumped into his seat. Do I really have the strength to fight against such a monster? The answer is obvious. I can't fight back at all. I lost. And with just the Empire, we are powerless to resist. Your Majesty, why did you choose to become a vassal state of the Sorcerer Kingdom? 2 of the 4 knights looked at one another, and one of them spoke up. My plans were seen through by him. I have been completely outplayed by Ainz Ooal Gown. I lost completely and utterly. Your Majesty, our empire hasn't lost a single soldier. Why do you say we have been utterly defeated? I ask you, do you have the confidence to defeat the Death Knights that Ainz Ooal Gown brought to the Katza Plains? No, and he only brought 100 of them, and that 100 is enough to bloodily wipe out the Empire. He doesn't even need to act personally. Their military power already completely crushes us. And I wanted to ally with the slain theocracy to resist Ainz Ooal Gown, but the time and place of his appearance. Could that be a coincidence? It's not a coincidence. He knows everything I've done in secret. He's very smart, far smarter than we imagined. We are completely no match for him. Aside from becoming a vassal state, we have no other choice. All other paths lead to death. Momonga revived the Martial King and exchanged a few words with him, learning about the runecraft. Runecraft. If we possess the technology to craft rune, the strength of Nazarick should improve even further. Momonga then looked up at the sky as Shaltir and Peroroncino flew over. Momonga, what are you doing here? I'm here to recruit adventurers. How did your discussion with Jerkniv go? Don't you know anything? What do you mean? At that time, when you were in the arena, Jerkniv was entertaining the slain theocracy's envoy. Your appearance directly caused a rift between them. Those who suddenly said goodbye are from the slain theocracy. Momonga suddenly understood everything. That's right. I thought you knew they were here to cause trouble on purpose. This is just a coincidence. Erantal Adventurer Guild Leader suggested I come to the Empire's arena to defeat powerful enemies and promote the new Adventurer Guild, recruiting adventurers. Do you remember how Jerkniv was screaming for the Martial King to kill you? At that time, Jerkniv was in a frenzy and just wanted you dead. It was hilarious. Momonga recalled how Jerkniv was screaming at the top of his lungs. Ha. Momonga was about to laugh, but stopped abruptly. His forced calmness was interrupted. I see now. It's because my appearance was so coincidental that Jerkniv was willing to voluntarily become the vassal state of the Sorcerer King. Peroroncino, do you remember the runecraft? Isn't that the enchantment from the game? I just learned about the runecraft from the Martial King. This is a huge discovery. With the runecraft, maybe we can create artifacts with our own power. Hearing Peroroncino's words, Momonga's eyes glowed red as he eagerly thought about the possibility of crafting artifacts himself. Creating artifacts isn't very realistic at the moment, but it's not impossible. After all, we never lack time. By the way, have there been any updates on your sister, Quagoa? No, the search teams we sent out haven't found anything related to Quagoa. Looks like we'll have to increase our fame and wait for her to come find us. It seems like the only option. I'm planning to visit the Dwarf Kingdom soon. Would you like to come with me? Momonga invited Peroroncino to join him on a trip to the Dwarf Kingdom. All right, I don't have anything serious to do anyway. Though I must admit, there are plenty of not-so-serious things to occupy me. I wonder how the arrangements for the vampire brides are coming along. After the battle with the kingdom ended, Peroroncino temporarily ordered the 100 vampire brides to obey Rener's commands. Rener assigned them to her subordinates, typically in groups of 2 or 3, to assist them in securing their claims to inheritance. In a certain noble's mansion within the kingdom, 5 or 6 children of account were arguing over who should become the heir. With father and big brother dead, it should naturally be me, the second son, who becomes the heir. You spend your days idling, playing around, and chasing women. If you made the heir, we'll all be ruined. If you ask me, the 5th brother is the most suitable choice, said a woman dressed in lavish clothing with heavy makeup. She was the Count's third child. Though being a woman disqualified her from inheritance, she still had some say in the matter. Well, I think I should be the heir. Everyone turned their attention to the Count's youngest son, the ninth child, named Sil. You? Ha. Aren't you only 16 years old? You think you can become the heir? You must be dreaming too much. Make you the heir? That'll only happen if we're all dead. Oh, is that a promise? Second brother, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? His voice, though still youthful, sent a chilling sensation through everyone who heard it. You want to kill me? The second son glared at him coldly. I didn't say that, Sil replied with a smile, but it was a smile that was unsettlingly sinister. I'll kill you right now, you little brat. The second son drew his sword in a fit of rage. Killing your younger brother, a fellow noble? You'll lose any chance of inheritance if you do. Just you wait. The second son stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The group dispersed, leaving in discontent. Late at night, the second son was accompanied by 5 or 6 strong men, his personal guards. As the most likely heir, a merchant had pledged allegiance to him, providing him with vast wealth. These robust guards were mercenaries the merchant had hired at a high price. That little brat, still wet behind the ears, thinks he can kill me, he muttered, drinking as he made his way home from the red light district. It was obvious he had just come back from there. At that moment, a woman dressed in black appeared by the roadside. Her skin was unnaturally pale. Hey there, little lady. Are you waiting here just for me? Guess what? Your big brother here is about to become the new count. Stick with me, and I'll make sure you live a life of luxury, he said with a grin. The woman nodded silently. Young master, something's not right. Her skin is too pale. Unnaturally so. She looks like a vampire, one of his guards said, stepping protectively in front of him. Step aside. How could such an adorable girl be dangerous? The second son tried to push his guard away, but with his meager strength, he couldn't budge him. I'm here to kill you, the vampire bride declared coldly before rushing forward without hesitation. The strong men, confident in their weapons, thought they could at least hold her off for a while. But with a casual swipe of her claw, the sword of the man at the front snapped in two, along with his arm. For the level 35 vampire bride, these level 25 guards were no challenge at all. In just a minute, the guards' dismembered bodies lay scattered around. Don't kill me. I'm the future count. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. The vampire bride didn't hesitate and struck him down immediately. The next morning, the rest of the family gathered in the same room for another meeting. When they opened the door, they were greeted by the sight of the second son's severed head hanging from the central beam of the room. Then, I won't be the heir. Does anyone object? Sil stood directly beneath the severed head, speaking calmly. You actually killed our second brother. Do you have any proof it was me? Sil replied with a faint, eerie smile. Or are you claiming you saw it happen with your own eyes? Everyone here knows it was you. Stop pretending. Again, where's your evidence? Oomph. I will never let you become the heir. Then perhaps the next head hanging here will be yours. Is that so? The third sister sneered, and a burly man suddenly charged into the room, wielding an axe to kill the 16-year-old boy. A slender hand caught the handle of the axe mid-swing. A slim, black-clad woman appeared before the burly man. No matter how much force the man used, the axe wouldn't budge an inch. Frustrated, he released the axe and swung his fist at the woman instead. Just as he prepared to attack, the black-clad woman delivered a swift kick, sending him flying across the room. Who are you? The third sister shouted. My bodyguard, Sil replied calmly. A bodyguard who covers her face? She can wear whatever she likes. It's her freedom, and none of your concern. My apologies to everyone. It seems a lunatic accidentally barged in here. I hope none of you were hurt. A soldier pushed open the door and spoke nervously. You were negligent and nearly got me killed. By law, you deserve death, Sil declared. Before the soldier could respond, the black-clad woman grabbed his neck and strangled him to death on the spot. Oomph. The third sister stormed out, slamming the door behind her. That night, 150 soldiers lay in ambush around the third sister's residence, awaiting the enemy's arrival. By the next morning, the area was littered with corpses, the scene gruesome beyond words. After hearing of this event, the remaining heirs unanimously agreed to grant Syl the right to inherit the title of Count. Similar incidents occurred across many noble inheritance disputes within the kingdom. In the royal castle at the capital, the second prince frowned as he reviewed the reports. Why are so many of the nobles inheriting titles, either the youngest children or illegitimate offspring? Perhaps because they're more talented, Rener remarked with a light smile. The second prince shuddered involuntarily. Every time Rener smiled, he was reminded of that fateful night. He couldn't defeat Rener physically, and when it came to wits, he was no match for her cunning. With no other choice, he could only obey her. Momonga used message to ask the Guardians if they knew the location of the Dwarven Kingdom. Albedo and Demiurge were unaware, but Cositus reported that someone among the lizard men knew the location. With the destination determined, Momonga and Peroroncino set out for the Dwarven Kingdom, accompanied by 12 level, 80 Hanzos for reconnaissance, 100 level, 60 elite skeletal warriors clad in platinum armor, Shaltir and Aura. After a journey of over 2 days, they reached the dwarven city known to the Lizardman informant. The scouting Hanzos reported that the city appeared deserted. However, one Hanzo discovered a dwarf engaged in excavation. Momonga dispatched Aura to approach and communicate with the dwarf. After a brief conversation, Aura gained the dwarf's trust. Momonga then revealed himself, causing the dwarf to jump in fright and attempt to pull Aura away to escape. However, he quickly realized he couldn't budge her. Through dialogue, the dwarf came to believe that Momonga, despite being an undead, was not one to kill the innocent indiscriminately. From the dwarf, Momonga learned that the residents of this city had fled due to an invasion by Quagoa. The dwarf had remained behind to mine rare ores in an effort to restore his family's honor. His grandfather had been a renowned runesmith, but lacking talent himself, the dwarf hoped to hire skilled runesmiths using the rare ores he unearthed. Hearing the dwarf's story, Momonga felt a twinge of compassion. A person striving so hard toward their goal, despite the odds, was someone worth recruiting as an ally. I will support you in fulfilling your wish. Whatever you desire, I can provide, but in return, I will take your soul, Momonga declared. Is what you're saying true? Of course. I am Ainz Ooal Gown, the Sorcerer King of the Sorcerer Kingdom. I never lie. I am willing, Your Majesty. I am willing to offer my soul. At this moment, Peroroncino spoke up. Did you say you don't have the talent to be a runesmith? Yes. I can grant you that talent, but the process may be dangerous. Are you willing? I am willing, the dwarf Gondo answered without hesitation. Then let's begin. Peroroncino took out an ordinary-looking magic staff of administrator privileges. Here we go. Peroroncino aimed the staff at Gondo, and Gondo immediately fainted. Changing class to runesmith. Levels set to 40. All attributes set to 999. I have insight. Name, Gondo. Race, dwarf. Class, runesmith. Level, 40. Max level, 70. Strength, 999. Speed, 999. Passive skill, excellent craftsman. Increases enchantment success rate as level increases. Current success rate is increased by 40%. Active skill, focus. Concentrating will improve attention to detail, increasing it by 300%. Inheritance can gain knowledge from books to learn the experiences of previous runesmiths. How did it go, Peroroncino? Was it successful? Momonga asked. It was successful. You should now be an excellent runesmith, Peroroncino replied. At that moment, a Hanzo appeared before Momonga and Peroroncino. Lord Ainz, Lord Peroroncino, we've discovered the Quagoa in the city. Their numbers are around 1,000. Shall Shaltir capture them? Momonga asked. No, I will go with Shaltir, Peroroncino said as he transformed into his humanoid form. I've been stuck at level 46 for a while. It's time to farm some experience. Shaltir, your task is to find their leader and capture him. Peroroncino stretched out his hands, and 2 swords, one black and one white, flew out of his storage space and into his hands. The slaughter has begun. There's a human over there. Kill him. Dozens of Quagoa charged toward Peroroncino. Martial arts slash. Peroroncino swung his sword, and all the charging Quagoa were cleaved in half at the waist. Then, Peroroncino raised his right-hand sword toward the Quagoa. 6th tier magic, infernal hellfire. A magic circle appeared in front of Peroroncino's sword tip. Dense fireballs flew toward the Quagoa, indiscriminately raining down on them. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously, causing heavy casualties among the Quagoa. Shaltir had already found the leader of the Quagoa before Peroroncino cast his magic and captured him separately. As the smoke cleared, the Quagoa, undeterred by death, continued charging toward Peroroncino. Even without their commander, they would not surrender. Their fate was to die on the battlefield, advancing in their assault until the end. Quagoa were unlike humans. Very few of them ever felt fear. The Quagoa charged toward Peroroncino one after another. Their commander could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were killed, unable to do anything to stop it. Let me go. I want to fight with them. Look into my eyes. The leader of the Quagoa gazed into Shaltir's eyes and fell under her mental control. Soon, all the Quagoa, except for their leader, were dead. Gondo looked at the numerous corpses of the Quagoa scattered around. The gruesome scene made his body shudder in fear. Shaltir, controlling the Quagoa leader, successfully extracted their goal. They had come here to eliminate the dwarves who had fled to this city. Their army had already launched a full-scale attack on the dwarves. Your Majesty, please save my kingdom, Gondo pleaded to Mamanga. Of course, I came here to ally with the dwarves. Helping you deal with the Quagoa won't be difficult, Mamanga replied. Led by Gondo, they soon arrived near the dwarven capital. Peroroncino took flight and saw many dwarves using the terrain and magical weapons, desperately fighting back against the attacking Quagoa. There's so many Quagoa. This is an experience farm, Peroroncino exclaimed. Falling star. Peroroncino descended like a meteor above the Quagoa, crashing into their ranks. The ground cracked under the impact of Peroroncino's attack. The shockwave sent all the nearby Quagoa flying, their lives snuffed out. Human. Where did this human come from? Just one human. Warriors, kill him. 7th tier enchantment. Enhanced magic weapon divinization. Peroroncino's 2 swords were infused with black and white light, and their blades extended to 10 meters. Under the command of the Quagoa general, the Quagoa surged forward. However, every time Peroroncino swung his massive swords, dozens of Quagoa were cleaved in two. Even so, the Quagoa did not waver. Nearly 20,000 Quagoa were being slaughtered, with almost 5,000 already wiped out by Peroroncino. Damn it, does this human have unlimited stamina? Normally, Peroroncino's stamina would have reached its limit by now, but he possessed the full-class skill that allowed him to use magic to infinitely replenish his stamina. Additionally, Peroroncino had brought items that rapidly restored his mana, so his mana bar never ran out. The Quagoa general realized that continuing like this wouldn't work. He left a portion of the Quagoa behind to block Peroroncino's pursuit while the rest retreated. The dwarven defenders, having survived the onslaught, cheered in relief. Before Peroroncino and the others arrived, the dwarves had been steadily losing ground to the Quagoa. Their defensive line had been pushed back more and more, and they had already been driven to the point of having no way to retreat. Moreover, the battle had been going poorly for them, and it was only a matter of time before the Quagoa breached the city. The dwarves, having survived the disaster, were all deeply grateful to this human who had suddenly joined the fight. After the Quagoa fled, Mamanga and the others approached from a distance, as Peroroncino needed experience. Mamanga and the others did not get close to the battlefield. It was all Peroroncino fighting alone and slaughtering the enemy. Just when the Dwarf Kingdom thought it was over, they saw Mamanga, a terrifying undead archmage. The battle isn't over yet. Get ready. the dwarf general shouted loudly. The dwarves stood in formation, gripping their weapons tightly and watching Momonga flying towards them from the distance. At this moment, the dwarves also noticed Gondo. He stepped forward and explained the situation. Only then did the dwarf general invite Peroroncino and Momonga into the city. After bidding farewell to Momonga and Peroroncino, Gondo immediately ran towards his home. He was eager to begin crafting runecraft weapons. The dwarf general ushered Momonga and the others into a meeting room. Your Majesty the Sorcerer King and Lord Peroroncino, please wait a moment while we discuss a few matters. Okay. It's a bit boring waiting. I'll go see Gondo making the runecraft weapons. All right. The dwarf general left and went to another meeting room, where the room was filled with dwarves. They had also heard about Momonga's arrival and had rushed to the meeting room before the dwarf general. So, what do you all think about the alliance between the Sorcerer King and the Dwarf Kingdom? No, we absolutely cannot cooperate with the undead. They despise the living, and who knows, they might destroy us one day. But they possess tremendous power. Just now, I saw one of them single-handedly repel the Quagoa army that had us completely cornered. If we refuse them, everyone fell silent. Why does the Sorcerer King want to cooperate with the Dwarf Kingdom? It's because of the runecraft. The Sorcerer King wishes to revive the glorious age of the runecraft era. Just now, His Majesty the Sorcerer King said that if we agree to let them take the runesmiths, the Sorcerer Kingdom will help us defeat the Quagoa and reclaim the former royal capital that was once taken by the Frost Dragon, the dwarf general explained. Many dwarves looked at the dwarf general with incredulous eyes. Reclaiming the former royal capital was an incredibly tempting offer for the dwarves. I agree to cooperate with His Majesty the Sorcerer King. I agree as well. Same here. Cooperating with the undead is very dangerous. I oppose it. But if His Majesty the Sorcerer King hadn't appeared to help us repel the Quagoa, we would have likely lost the city. If we refuse the cooperation, it will be difficult to defeat the Quagoa next time. Upon hearing the dwarf general's words, those who had been shouting in opposition fell silent. If they did not cooperate with the Sorcerer King, their kingdom might be destroyed at any moment, whereas cooperation didn't guarantee the fall of their kingdom. The choice between the two was clear. Soon after, they invited Momonga, who asked a few questions and made some requests, and they reached an agreement to cooperate. At this moment, Peroroncino and Shaltir arrived at Gondo's house. Now that Gondo had awakened his talent, he eagerly began crafting runecraft weapons. He could completely memorize the books left behind by his ancestors. Thanks to the skill inheritance, he had acquired his grandfather's experience. With his awakened skills, he was now able to craft runecraft weapons with ease. After an hour of effort, Gondo accomplished something that only his grandfather had been able to do, engraving 6 rune symbols on the weapon. I did it! I did it! Gondo shouted excitedly, raising the weapon engraved with 6 rune symbols. Peroroncino remained silent, observing Gondo as he crafted the runecraft weapon. Peroroncino was also curious about how the runecraft weapon was made. Of course, it would be even better if he could learn how to do it himself. After watching, Peroroncino came to a conclusion: he couldn't do it. The process of making runecraft weapons required an incredibly high level of attention to detail. A small mistake would result in a wasted weapon. Thank you, Lord Peroroncino. You are like my reborn parents, Gondo said, bowing repeatedly to Peroroncino. Stop. I don't have the habit of being a father, Peroroncino replied. As I said before, there was some risk involved. Being able to successfully craft a runecraft weapon is your own effort. Gondo looked at Peroroncino, and tears couldn't stop flowing down his face. I, Gondo, will do my best to serve the Sorcerer Kingdom wholeheartedly. By now, Momonga should have returned, Peroroncino said. Just then, Momonga arrived. The dwarves agreed to the cooperation. So, does that mean the kingdom has abandoned the runesmiths? Gondo sighed and returned to normal. Your Majesty, Lord Peroroncino, I will go find other runesmiths right away. Gondo, holding the weapon with 6 rune symbols enchanted on it, smiled like a child who had just received Christmas present, excitedly running out. At that moment, Mamanga felt a message coming in. It was from Demiurge. Not long ago, Demiurge had contacted Mamanga to discuss future plans and report on some matters, requesting to meet in person. As a good boss, Mamanga agreed to Demiurge's request. At that moment, Demiurge had already arrived at the Dwarven Kingdom and was waiting in the room that Mamanga had previously used. After all, there were some things that the dwarves shouldn't hear. Mamanga, accompanied by Peroroncino, teleported to the room where Demiurge was. Lord Ainz, Lord Peroroncino, Demiurge greeted as he saw them, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities. Please sit down, Mamanga said. Yes, my lord, Demiurge replied, sitting down after seeing that Peroroncino and Mamanga had taken their seats. Demiurge then reported on his work. Naturally, he received verbal praise from Mamanga. Lord Ainz, you made the Empire willing to submit in just 3 days. It's truly incredible. I wonder how far into the future you have predicted. I predicted 3 days, which is already an extraordinary result. The Empire's situation was just a coincidence. Mamanga roared inwardly. But in order to be a competent ruler, such things cannot be said. I remember there was a guild that used to frequently speculate on what the game developers would do in the future. What was it called again? 10,000 years. Mamanga accidentally spoke out loud. That's amazing. Truly, it's incredible. You even predicted plans for 10,000 years from now. My intellect doesn't even come close to 1,000th of yours. You are like the dazzling sun, and I am like a star that only emits faint light, relying on the radiance you emit, barely shining. Actually, it is my honor to serve such a powerful supreme being like you. Mamanga wanted to interrupt him, but cutting off Demiurge and revealing the truth would affect his perfect gentleman image. After Demiurge's 3-minute-long praise, during which not a single word was repeated, he finally stopped. Meanwhile, Peroroncino could only silently think to himself, impressive. Demiurge then bid farewell to the two rulers. Peroroncino couldn't shake the feeling that Demiurge was up to something. Previously, Demiurge had done some things in the royal capital without mentioning them in his reports. After all this time, the fact that Demiurge hadn't done anything yet seemed a bit unusual. After Demiurge left, Peroroncino teased, Ainz Ooal is really amazing. You managed to predict things to 10,000 years in advance. My admiration for you is like the endless, flowing river. Ainz Ooal, stop mocking me. You know me. There's no way I could predict something that far ahead. I can't even predict what will happen tomorrow. But Demiurge believes it. Soon, it will probably spread to the other guardians. What are you going to do? We'll take it one step at a time. As their ruler, I still need to maintain a perfect image. If you're tired, I can act as the Sorcerer King for you. My universal humanoid transformation can already transform into anyone's appearance. It's not impossible for me to replace you. Then you'd be working too hard. Well then, let's go take back the dwarf capital. Okay. Before leaving, Mamanga and Peroroncino were sent off by a guide from the dwarf kingdom to lead them on their way. Mamanga glanced at the guide and said, Gondo, if you die, I'll have a hard time. With your strength, you shouldn't let me die, Gondo replied. Saying this, Gondo walked over to Mamanga and whispered, The treasury vault of the former royal capital has remained sealed by the frost dragon to this day. Inside, there are very important runecraft documents. Isn't betraying your country a bit much? Mamanga also whispered in response. Since the dwarf kingdom has already abandoned the runesmiths, then this isn't betrayal. I'm already a member of the Sorcerer Kingdom. I'll pretend I didn't see you enter the treasury vault. Afterward, they bid farewell to the many dwarves and set off. To reach the former dwarf royal capital from here, we must pass through 3 difficult trials. The first one is the Deadlock Canyon. As soon as Gondo finished his introduction, Mamanga had already flown past with him. The second one is the Lava Hell, and here. Before Gondo could finish his sentence, Mamanga cast a spell. A large amount of water appeared and directly extinguished the lava. The extinguished lava turned into stone. Gondo opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. It was clear that Momonga's strength far exceeded his expectations. The third one is the toxic gas maze. Momanga cast another spell, and a violent wind swept through, dispersing all the toxic gas in the maze. Moreover, the terrain had changed. It was no longer a maze. What lay before them was now a vast continent. You're so amazing. For us dwarves, the maze is as hard as climbing to the sky, yet you solved it so easily. Of course, Lord Ainz is the Sorcerer King, so he's incredibly powerful, Aura agreed. As expected of Lord Ainz. Shaltir echoed. In truth, Momanga didn't want to be so high-profile. However, this was something Peroroncino had privately told Momanga through communication. The goal was to show Gondo their strength and make him completely give up on returning to the Dwarf Kingdom. Peroroncino could tell that Gondo would definitely become a particularly powerful runesmith in the future. Peroroncino, then you and Shaltir go handle Quagoa and Aura, and I will handle the Frost Dragon. No, I also want to see the Frost Dragon. Large-scale massacres are still a bit hard to bear mentally. The ground was littered with corpses, and for an ordinary person, it was really hard to accept. The previous battles had been against small groups of beasts or undead. Peroroncino was different from Momanga. He was still a living being with flesh and blood, unlike Momanga, who had become a true undead. He had no humanity left and felt no emotion toward slaughter. What he cared about was only Nazarick and the members of Ainz Ooal Gown. He didn't care about the lives or deaths of anyone else. Even if humanity were to be wiped out, he wouldn't mind. Then Shaltir and Aura can go handle Quagoa. Peroroncino said to Shaltir and Aura, Lord Peroroncino, please take me with you. If we encounter danger, I want to be the first to protect you, Shaltir said, kneeling before Peroroncino. Don't worry. If we face danger, I'll notify you immediately. Besides, with Momonga's and my combat strength, there's no one in this world who can gain the upper hand against us. Understood. Aura, Shaltir, if the Quagoa refuse to surrender, then kill them until only 10,000 remain. Understood. Shaltir could only watch reluctantly as Peroroncino and Momanga left. Let's go, Shaltir. We'll finish the task and deal with the Quagoa. Then we'll come back to find His Majesty the Supreme. Before Momanga and Peroroncino reached the former dwarf capital, the Quagoa king attempted to bribe the Frost Dragon Lord with treasure. He wanted the Frost Dragon's help to defeat Peroroncino, who had been slaughtering the Quagoa at the time. However, the Frost Dragon was greedy. The treasure the Quagoa king brought was too little, and it demanded 10 times more. The Quagoa king gritted his teeth and agreed to provide the additional treasure. The Quagoa king was still a good king. When the Quagoa general suffered defeat, he didn't punish him. Instead, he relied on the general's words to deduce the strength of Peroroncino's humanoid form. Thus, he specifically came to seek the help of the Frost Dragon. My king, is it really worth it to give the Frost Dragon so much treasure? The Quagoa general asked. As long as we capture the Dwarf Kingdom and obtain rare ores, then everything will be worth it. The Frost Dragon Lord sent one of his weakest sons to help the Quagoa to defeat the dwarves' allies. It was a very special Frost Dragon, extremely fat and wearing glasses. Then this Frost Dragon encountered Peroroncino and Momanga. So, this is a Frost Dragon? Why is it so fat? Peroroncino remarked, looking at Hijinmal. I've never seen a Frost Dragon this fat, Gondo replied. Frost Dragon teeth and fur are very valuable. The more Frost Dragons, the better, Momanga thought. I have insight. Name, Hijinmal. Race, Frost Dragon. Level, 45. Truly a great experience boost. Without hesitation, Peroroncino grabbed his black and white twin swords. I'm the son of the Frost Dragon Lord. Hijinmal began to speak, but immediately sensed a strong killing intent. Twin sword instant slash. I surrender. Just as Peroroncino's sword was about to strike Hijinmal, the Frost Dragon knelt down and showed his submission. Peroroncino's sword also halted. Since you know when to yield, I'll spare your life. Do Frost Dragons have to store fat to maintain warmth in such a cold place? Mamanga asked as he looked at Hijimmel. No, only my belly is like this in my family. A rare frost dragon? That should have collectible value. We can give it to Aura later, Mamanga said, thinking. What's your name? Mamanga asked, looking at Hijimmel. Lord, my name is Hijimmel. Take us to the Frost Dragon Lord's territory. But the Frost Dragon Lord is very powerful. Hijimmel wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt an incredibly terrifying aura. It was the aura of despair emanating from Mamanga. Its power wasn't great, and it was only directed at Hijimmel. If it wasn't controlled, Gondo might also be affected by the aura of despair. Feeling the terrifying presence, Hijimmel was so scared that he wet himself, collapsing to the ground. Seeing that, Mamanga and Peroroncino instinctively took a small step back. Gondo was so shocked he didn't know what to say. In his impression, frost dragons were incredibly powerful beings, and yet even such a being had been frightened to this extent. Soon, Mamanga, Peroroncino, and Gondo sat on top of Hijimmel and headed toward the former dwarf capital. Mamanga, Peroroncino, and Gondo stood on Hijimmel's back as they arrived at the former dwarf royal capital, which was also the residence of the Frost Dragon Lord. Hijimmel pushed open the large door. The Frost Dragon Lord was napping on a pile of gold coins. Upon hearing the noise, it got up and looked toward Hijimmel. On Hijimmel's back were Mamanga, Peroroncino, and Gondo. On my back are Ainz Ooal Gown, the Sorcerer King, and his friend, Lord Peroroncino. From now on, they will also rule this land, as the kings of us frost dragons. Hijimmel, what are you saying? Are you out of your mind? The Frost Dragon Lord roared at Hijimmel. Hearing the Frost Dragon Lord's voice, Hijimmel was frightened and took a step back. Dragon King, if you are willing to submit to me, I might consider sparing your life. A mere undead dares to make the noble Frost Dragon submit. Don't kill him. I still need them to contribute experience points. Peroroncino spoke up before Mamanga could act. No problem. 9th tier magic, abyssal binding. As Mamanga extended his hand, large black shadows appeared beneath the feet of the 4 frost dragons in the hall. The shadows under their feet suddenly covered their entire bodies, and the 4 frost dragons were all pressed down, their bodies slammed to the ground. The Frost Dragon Lord attempted to release its Frost Dragon breath to attack Peroroncino in front of him, but the shadow immediately pressed down, preventing its mouth from even opening. I have insight. Title: Frost Dragon Lord. Level: 59. Strength: 2,648. Speed: 1968. Defense: 3,691. Level 59. This is a really good experience boost. Oath: Holy Light Greatsword. This skill was the exclusive ultimate move of the Holy Swordmaster. It had immense destructive power and a large range, but the casting time was very long. A massive sword materialized in Peroroncino's hands, extending 10 meters long. The greatsword continued to grow longer and bigger, increasing by a meter per second. The Frost Dragon Lord could only watch as the sword grew, feeling the killing intent intensify with each passing moment. Lord Ainz, the one on the left is my biological mother. Please spare her, Hijimmel said in a pleading tone to Mamanga. Is that so? Peroroncino, what do you think? Mamanga didn't care whether the frost dragons lived or died, but he decided to leave the decision to Peroroncino. Then let Hijimmel's mother go. Thank you. Mamanga extended his hand, and the black shadow on the female frost dragon on the left disappeared. She quickly flew to the side, afraid of being affected. As time passed, Peroroncino's greatsword had already extended to 50 meters. 50 meters was the limit for now. To make it longer, Peroroncino would need to level up. Be destroyed. As Peroroncino's holy light greatsword came down, a dazzling light flashed, and both Hijimmel and Gondo were unable to open their eyes. The Frost Dragon Lord had already considered surrendering when the greatsword reached 30 meters, but the shadow kept his mouth firmly shut, preventing him from speaking. He could only watch as his death approached slowly. The light dissipated and the bodies of the 3 frost dragons lay there. Their outer bodies showed no visible damage, but if one were to cut them open, they would find that their internal organs were completely shattered. The strength of this skill lay in the fact that it dealt area of effect true damage, directly penetrating the outer armor and attacking the internal body. Such a skill is usually only useful against bosses. If used on players, they would have run away at the sight. This skill could instantly kill someone. Peroroncino looked at Hejimil's mother, a pure white frost dragon. Through Eye of Insight, Momonga discovered that her level was 56. The other 2 frost dragons likely had similar levels. Go and gather all the other frost dragons here. Reaching level 55 so quickly, that's impressive. Do you remember our previous agreement, Momonga? What agreement? Sorry, I forgot. It's not really something important. It's just that I want to fight you with a humanoid and your mommin. Oh, you're talking about that. All right. When and where should we fight? How about in the Empire's arena, after we finish with the dwarf matters? No problem. I'll go to the dwarf treasury with Gondo first. All right. Not long after Momonga and Gondo left, the female frost dragon brought the other frost dragons over. Peroroncino used a skill to briefly scan them, and the levels of these frost dragons ranged from 39 to 45. They were completely unsuitable for farming experience. Killing them all wouldn't even level them up by 1. From now on, I am your ruler, Peroroncino said, looking at the group of frost dragons. Are you kidding? A mere human. Before the frost dragon could finish its words, Peroroncino teleported beside it and sliced off its head with a single strike. Now, is there anyone still opposed? All the frost dragons lowered their heads, pressing them to the ground in submission. Peroroncino casually glanced around and noticed a silver-white frost dragon that caught his attention. He walked over to it. I have insight. Name, Heyudes. Level, 39. Race, frost dragon. Seems pretty good. Look up. Yes. Hearing its voice, Peroroncino paused for a moment. It was female. The frost dragon looked at Peroroncino, her eyes filled with reluctance, and it seemed she was not planning to submit. What's your name? Heyudes. Not a good name. From now on, your name is Misty. Yes, master. Who wants this useless name? Just wait. The first chance I get, I'll run. There are so many places in the world. Let's see how you find me. Misty thought to herself. Peroroncino looked at her, and he could tell exactly what she was thinking. There was no hiding it. Her eyes practically screamed, I don't agree. Hold her down. As soon as Peroroncino spoke, Hejimil's mother quickly moved without hesitation and pressed Heyudes to the ground. Mother, why are you listening to this human? Shut up. This master told you what to do, so you do it. Don't talk back. Heyudes froze. Her mother had never treated her like this before. How does it feel, having your own mother help an outsider? Peroroncino squatted beside her, looking at her mockingly. Contract. Peroroncino pressed his hand to Heyudes' forehead. Heyudes wasn't stupid. She realized it was a servant's contract. Just as she tried to struggle, her mother bit down on the back of her neck. Her mother's strength was so great that she couldn't break free. The contract was quickly completed. Let her go. Her mother released her. Without hesitation, Heyudes slapped at Peroroncino, but as her hand got close, she couldn't bring herself to strike. The servant contract prevented her from doing so. Sit down and don't move. Heyudes sat down, completely still. What kind of servant contract is this? How could it be so powerful? Heyudes struggled, but it was useless. From now on, your name is Misty. Yes, administrator's staff. Peroroncino took out a staff, and a beam of light shot toward Heyudes. She immediately lost consciousness. Change class to Dragonkin. All attributes 999. Soon, Misty woke up, feeling her strength increase, but she had no idea what had happened. Misty, you've turned into a human. Are you stupid? I'm a frost dragon. How could I turn into a human? Misty thought to herself, and then she turned into a human. She was extremely shocked. Slap yourself 10 times. I can hear your thoughts. Misty slapped herself 10 times, and she hit herself particularly hard. Peroroncino observed Misty, now in her human form. She was about 175 centimeters tall, with long, white legs, slender arms, and a well-shaped rear. But such a flat chest. It's as flat as a board. My lord, she's still young, so it's normal that she hasn't developed yet. Although Misty's mother didn't know how Peroroncino had turned her daughter into a human, she still felt the need to explain. After all, if her daughter did something wrong, she could suffer the consequences. Her life was more important than anything else. How old is she? My lord, a frost dragon typically lives for 1,500 years. She is currently 97 years old. Frost dragons usually reach maturity around 150. And how old are you? My lord, I am currently 549 years old. Peroroncino took out a special maid outfit from his storage space and tossed it into Misty's hands. Put it on. This maid outfit was unlike any normal maid outfit. It exposed the legs, arms, and waist. In short, it was a particularly revealing maid outfit. Who would want to wear such a weird outfit? Bastard. Misty immediately spoke out, no longer pretending, since the other party could hear her thoughts. Though she said that, as soon as Peroroncino finished speaking, she began putting it on, looking like it's Sundara. Come over here. Misty obediently walked over. Though she desperately wanted to resist, she simply couldn't. Peroroncino slapped her on the rear. Does it hurt? How about you let me slap you and see? Seems like it doesn't hurt. Now do a handstand, then split your legs. Misty looked at Peroroncino, unsure of what the other person wanted her to do by having her do a handstand. As is widely known, after a handstand in a super short skirt, and then doing the splits. Do the splits. Are you a virgin? Answer my question honestly. Yes. Peroroncino looked at Misty with a wicked smile. Misty looked confused, not understanding what the other person wanted to do. As is widely known, frost dragons don't wear clothes, and when frost dragons reproduce, no one makes a big deal about it. So Misty was still confused. After that, there were some indescribable scenes. While Peroroncino and Misty were playing a game, the other frost dragons had no idea why Peroroncino was doing this. Only Hijimel's mother knew what Peroroncino was up to. She was somewhat knowledgeable and immediately called all the frost dragons away. A few of the frost dragons didn't want to leave and were curious to watch. If you want to end up like that dead frost dragon, then you can continue watching. Hijimel's mother pointed to the deceased frost dragon and said. They glanced at the dead frost dragon and decisively gave up the idea of continuing to watch. All of them left. After some time, Misty lay limply on the ground, while Peroroncino stood beside her, thoroughly satisfied. The feeling of a virgin is truly wonderful. Stop playing dead, let's go. Peroroncino said directly, without any politeness. Misty didn't want to move at all, but her body wouldn't listen, so she reluctantly straightened her clothes and followed Peroroncino. Can the remaining frost dragons form a dragon rider corps? Peroroncino thought more and more that this plan was feasible. But how should the squad leaders be selected? Forget it. I won't think about it now. I'll discuss this with Momonga later before making a decision. Peroroncino arrived at the entrance of the dwarf treasury and instructed Misty to wait outside while he went in alone. Inside, the place was filled with gold, silver, and treasures, along with a variety of random artifacts. Gondo was still diligently rummaging through the trove. Momonga stood nearby, reading a book. Though Momonga wanted to help with the search, he was politely declined. Sorcerer King, with your status and rank, I am already deeply grateful that you helped open the treasury. How could I trouble you with something as trivial as searching for this item? Gondo had responded firmly. Momonga, what are you reading? Peroroncino leaned over curiously. Without hesitation, Momonga handed him the book. Peroroncino took a look and realized it seemed to be something like Story Club, an ordinary collection of short stories. If you're bored, why don't we play a game of shogi? A game similar to chess. Time passed quickly. Momonga and Peroroncino played over 10 matches, with Momonga winning only one, and that was because Peroroncino had gone easy on him. I'm not very good at shogi, Momonga admitted. It's fine. It's just to pass the time, Peroroncino replied casually. Thank you, Your Majesty the Sorcerer King and Lord Peroroncino, for waiting. I've found what I was looking for, Gondo said as he approached Peroroncino and Mamanga. Then let's head back to the Dwarven Kingdom. Portal. The three entered, instructing Gondo to relay the news to the Dwarven Kingdom. There, they met Shaltir and Aura, who had been waiting for some time and had already completed their task. They had reduced the Quagoa to just 10,000 survivors. Although the Beastmen were initially unwilling to surrender, after Shaltir executed a devastating attack, killing over 5,000 in a single blow, their king decided to surrender. However, Aura informed him that only 10,000 of them would be allowed to remain. At that moment, Demiurge arrived with a document regarding the Holy Kingdom. The group moved to a meeting room within the Dwarven Kingdom to discuss the matter. Demiurge had already made all the necessary preparations, and the details of the plan were outlined in the document. After briefly reviewing it, Mamanga handed the document to Peroroncino and agreed to Demiurge's plan. As Peroroncino read through the plan, he noticed the mention of the Holy Kingdom's Holy Queen, and some thoughts began to stir in his mind. Demiurge, when do you plan to implement the plan? Tomorrow, Demiurge replied. Let me know when you reach the Holy Kingdom's capital. I'm somewhat interested in the Holy Queen. Understood, Demiurge acknowledged before excusing himself. Afterward, Peroroncino and Mamanga wrapped up matters regarding the old dwarven capital and the runesmith, then returned to Nazarick. They also arranged for some casual promotion of the adventurers Mammon and Chino, announcing that they would be sparring in the Empire's arena. As soon as the news spread, those with access to information channels were eager to head to the Empire to watch. However, without teleportation magic, it was impossible for them to make it in time. By the time the kingdom received the news, night had already fallen, and there was simply no way for anyone to reach the Empire's arena within the available time. The Emperor of the Empire, Jerkniv, received the news and spent half a day pondering why the two would choose to spar in the Imperial arena. After much thought, he gave up and decided to let it go. Whatever they want to do is none of my business, he concluded, adopting an indifferent attitude. Still, a battle between powerful individuals is bound to be spectacular. Meanwhile, the seventh seat of the Black Scripture from the slain theocracy, who had previously witnessed Mamanga's overwhelming power on the Katza Plains, was left utterly demoralized. Despite this, the slain theocracy persuaded them to investigate the battle between the adventurers Mammon and Chino. Time flew by, and soon it was the scheduled time for the sparring match between the adventurers Momo and Chino. From a kingdom, only the adamantite-ranked adventurer Evil Eye managed to arrive, thanks to a teleportation magic marker she had previously left in the Empire. On the day of the battle, she reached the Imperial arena. Joining her were the Empire's own adamantite-ranked adventurers, the Silver Threadbird. With these two adamantite teams present, the stage was set. An hour before the battle, the arena was already packed to the brim with a sea of people. Tickets to the event were so expensive that ordinary citizens couldn't afford them, yet the arena was still overflowing with spectators. Everyone was eager to witness the rumored extraordinary strength of the adventurer Mammon. At last, the time arrived. Mammon appeared on the scene using teleportation magic. Roar! A dragon's mighty roar echoed throughout the entire arena as the adventurer Chino descended, seated on the neck of a frost dragon. A dragon. He actually tamed a dragon. The spectators in the stands exclaimed in astonishment. Turn into your human form and wait on the side, Peroroncino ordered. Upon hearing this, Misty transformed into her human form. At the moment, she was dressed in the JK uniform that Peroroncino had gifted her, a perfect outfit for her petite figure. From the high platform, Jerkniv watched Peroroncino and mused, could he be trying to win over Mammon to stand against Ainz Ooal Gown? He quickly dismissed the thought. Whatever, not my problem. The rules are simple. The match continues until one side surrenders. How does that sound? Peroroncino proposed. No problem. Evil Eye, watching the two on the field, found herself at a loss for whom to cheer for. Buffing was one of Mamanga's favorite things to do, but now, Unable to use magic, he could only watch as Peroroncino buffed himself. Mamanga wanted to cry inside. He, a mage, unable to use magic, while watching his opponent go wild with buffs. Weapon fusion. Peroroncino combined his black and white swords into one, creating a sword that was black and white, resembling a Tai Chi sword. "It's time to settle this," Peroroncino said. "That's exactly what I intend," Mamanga replied. Peroroncino charged toward Mamanga, striking at his face with his sword. Mamanga swung his sword with one hand, trying to block the attack. However, Peroroncino's sword passed through Mamanga's blade. Phantom. The next moment, Mamanga felt a chill behind him, as another sword was waiting for the opportunity. Without hesitation, Mamanga swung his sword toward the back. However, the Peroroncino behind him was also an illusion. The first phantom hadn't disappeared. The sword was an illusion, but the person was real. Peroroncino struck toward Mamanga, and a massive crack appeared in his chest armor. Mamanga was sent flying and slammed heavily into the wall. "Do you surrender?" "I refuse." Mamanga immediately threw a flame spear at Peroroncino. Peroroncino tilted his head and dodged the attack. Ultimate move. Phantom Dance of the Shadow. Peroroncino's figure suddenly accelerated, moving with ghost-like speed across the arena. Peroroncino's afterimages appeared all over the field. Mamanga observed every direction, trying to keep track of Peroroncino. Though he couldn't tell exactly where Peroroncino was, his instincts told him that Peroroncino would attack him from the front. Chop! A voice echoed from all around the arena. Countless versions of Peroroncino, each holding a black and white sword, struck at Mamanga from different directions. Without hesitation, Mamanga swung his sword at the Peroroncino in front of him. Clang! The swords clashed, releasing a massive shockwave. The flames on the battlefield were blown out by the force of the impact. The ground beneath their feet shattered, illustrating the immense power of the two combatants. So much so that even the specially constructed arena couldn't withstand it. Is this truly the kind of power a human can display? The Platinum Dragon Lord remarked in awe. The Platinum Dragon Lord considered himself to be stronger than both of them, but seeing such powerful humans for the first time left him in awe. He felt that the two combatants on the field were even stronger than the legendary 13 heroes he had heard of. Could they also be players? Perhaps there are players who aren't affiliated with Ainz Ooal Gown, but temporarily submitted due to the strength of the Sorcerer King? After their fight, I must meet them privately. Both combatants had exerted tremendous force in their strikes, with cracks now appearing on Peroroncino's sword. Mamanga's sword was similarly cracked, but the fissures on his blade were far more significant than those on Peroroncino's. Suddenly, Peroroncino released his grip on his sword, leaning back and executing a sweeping kick. It was a position that no normal person could have achieved, but Peroroncino pulled it off effortlessly. As a result, Mamanga lost his balance. Peroroncino stretched out his hand, and the sword that had been knocked away flew back into his grip. Taking advantage of Mamanga's unsteady balance, he struck and severed Mamanga's sword, where it had developed cracks. Flame tempering. A white flame appeared in Peroroncino's hand, which he used to cover the crack on his sword. The sword was restored to its original, undamaged state. How is this possible? Repairing a weapon during a fight? That's incredible. Watching this battle is definitely worth it. The spectators were completely focused, not even cheering or shouting to avoid missing any details. With his balance still unstable, Mamanga's weapon was once again severed. He decided to abandon the weapon altogether, using one hand to steady himself on the ground and leaping backward to regain his footing. Ultimate move. Sword draw slash. With a whoosh, Peroroncino instantly appeared in front of Mamanga. Mamanga did not show any weakness, and their swords clashed, resulting in Mamanga's sword breaking. It's been a long time since I've fought like this. Ha ha ha, Mamanga said with a hearty laugh. The battle has only just begun. Just when everyone thought it was over, Mamanga said this. He then reached out, grabbed Peroroncino's sword, and, using his strength, broke it in half. SSSS. The crowd gasped. This reversal was completely unexpected, breaking a weapon with bare hands. Peroroncino wasn't surprised. He immediately discarded the broken sword and kicked toward Momonga's stomach. However, Momanga anticipated the move and grabbed Peroroncino's ankle. With a powerful motion, he slammed him onto the ground. The ground itself was shattered upon impact. "Will you surrender?" Momanga asked. "Surrender? As you said, the battle has just begun. Heal." A green light flashed, and all of Peroroncino's wounds healed. Peroroncino had previously activated the Berserk buff, so he didn't even feel the pain. Faith-based skill, heroic spirit armor. Peroroncino flew into the air, light enveloping his body, as he donned a silver-white suit of armor. Snow-white wings were embedded on his back. Blood burn. At this moment, Peroroncino's eyes turned blood-red, and his blood vessels became highly visible. His hair also turned red, contrasting sharply with his silver-white armor. "Peroroncino, why go this far? We're just sparring. If you care that much about winning, I'll concede." "No, I just want to test the limits of my power." "You don't have to concede." "All right, as you wish." Seeing Peroroncino in this state, Momanga couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. After all, he was playing as a high-level character with high resistances, while Peroroncino's low-level character took significant damage. Falling Destroyer, a suicidal skill that reduces the user's health to 1% while dealing devastating area damage. Peroroncino fell like a massive meteor, crashing into the battlefield. If it weren't for Pandora casting a spell, many people in the arena would have likely perished. As the smoke cleared, the entire battlefield had sunk by a meter, and the vanished land had likely been melted away by the enormous force. Momanga stood at the center of the arena, untouched by the destruction around him. His armor was perfectly intact, as if it were brand new. In fact, it was new. The massive explosion had melted his previous armor, but he immediately crafted a new one. "I surrender." Both of them spoke simultaneously. Super recovery, status recovery, pain relief, blood regeneration, pain numbness. Without hesitation, Peroroncino cast a series of buffs on himself. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm much better. I declare, the battle ends in a draw." Pandora announced from above. Although it was declared a draw, anyone with clear eyes could tell that Momanga had won. Evil Eye looked at the disheveled Chino, felt moved. Even though the opponent was unbeatable, Chino still chose to face them head-on. "Lord Chino, Lord Mammon, Evil Eye, what's wrong?" Gagarin walked over and asked. "Who do you think is stronger?" "Mammon, probably, but I have more faith in Chino. That guy's skills are like there's no cost. He just releases them at will. If I could team up with him, I wouldn't hesitate to choose Chino. That guy is completely versatile, but someone like that probably wouldn't want to team up with me." "Lord Chino," Evil Eye recalled the time when she was saved. "How about I serve as the referee for this match?" At that moment, a figure appeared between the two. The Sorcerer King? Why is he here? Jerkniv thought, watching the Sorcerer King in confusion. Standing in the center of the arena was Pandora's actor, disguised as the Sorcerer King. "Fine by me. I agree." In a shadowy corner of the arena, a man fully clad in armor sat silently. Ainz Ooal Gown, the Sorcerer King? Is this guy a player? Is he part of the same group as that four-winged birdman? He muttered through gritted teeth. He was none other than the Platinum Dragon Lord, who had been killed by Peroroncino in the past. His level 85 dragon armor had been completely destroyed, leaving him no choice but to don a simple suit of armor to gather intelligence covertly. His true form couldn't be revealed. It would draw too much attention. I wonder if these two humans, forced to join Ainz Ooal Gown's Sorcerer Kingdom, can be persuaded to turn against the Sorcerer King, he murmured to himself. "Are both of you ready?" Momanga nodded. Peroroncino said, "Let's begin. Then, let the battle commence." With that, Pandora's actor flew into the air above the arena. Flame Domain. Peroroncino slammed his palm forcefully onto the ground, and intense flames erupted from his hand, quickly spreading across the entire arena. Peroroncino did this not for any particular reason, but simply to look impressive. The spectators in the front rows could all feel the heat radiating from the flames. Fighting in flames is amazing. Just how powerful are these two? Despite being surrounded by the blazing fire, the two combatants remained unharmed, letting the flames burn around them. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it, the Platinum Dragon Lord pondered. Momonga drew the two great swords from his back and charged forward, rushing toward Peroroncino. Peroroncino also summoned a black and a white sword in his hands and charged toward Momonga. Clang! In an instant, the two were in the center of the arena, their weapons clashing with such force that a massive shockwave was sent out. Clang! Ping! Clang! In the midst of the flashing blades, their attacks were exchanged at lightning speed, with ordinary people unable to follow the movement of their weapons. All they could see were the sparks flying from where the weapons collided. The two of them simultaneously unleashed a powerful strike. The immense force from each of them forced the other back. "You're stronger than I expected," Peroroncino remarked. "Then it's time to show my true strength," Momonga replied. As a max-level mage, Momonga's close combat abilities were naturally stronger than Peroroncino, who was level 55. The attacks they had exchanged earlier were merely probing strikes from Momonga, as he was inherently cautious. "Since you're ready to use your true power, I won't hold back either." 8th tier magic, summon angel. A massive magic circle was formed in the center of the arena. An angel wielding a silver-white greatsword appeared. Its size was slightly taller than Peroroncino, and its body resembled the ordinary angels once summoned by the slain theocracy. However, its strength was far beyond that of those common angels. Dominion Vehemence. Level 50. In a distant corner of the arena, a person from the slain theocracy widened his eyes in disbelief. After Jerkniv had invited the slain theocracy to observe the Empire, this individual had stayed behind to monitor the Empire's activities. As a member of the High Priest's retinue, he had seen the slain theocracy's sunlight scripture. He recognized the angel immediately. This was the angel that the High Priest had always wanted to summon using only his own power. But despite many attempts, the High Priest had never succeeded. Dominion Vehemence was one tier below the Dominion Authority, the same type of angel that Momonga had dealt with in the beginner village of Karn Village. It was an angel that the slain theocracy needed a demon-sealing crystal to summon. As Dominion Vehemence appeared, Momonga immediately rushed toward Peroroncino. "Go ahead and play with it for now. I was born from the shadows." Peroroncino recited an incantation, and his figure vanished from the battlefield. The moment Peroroncino disappeared, Momonga arrived at the spot where Peroroncino had been. His speed was much faster than before. Dominion Vehemence appeared behind Momonga and swung its sword at him. Momonga dodged just in time. As Momonga prepared to counterattack, Peroroncino reappeared on the other side of the arena. Maxime's magic chain lightning dragon. A roaring lightning dragon surged toward Momonga. The spectators could only stare in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. 9th tier magic, spatial restriction. Pandora, who was observing, cast a spell that separated the battlefield from the audience, preventing the chain lightning dragon from potentially harming any humans in the stands. As Pandora frequently impersonated the Sorcerer King, and since the Empire was a vassal state of the Sorcerer Kingdom, it was his responsibility to protect the spectators. At this moment, Momonga desperately wanted to dodge the chain lightning dragon, but Dominion Vehemence charged forward, restraining him. A momentary hesitation was all it took for Momonga to be hit by the chain lightning dragon. Dominion Vehemence also took some damage, but as a summon creature, it wasn't concerned about being attacked. It would only carry out its master's orders. Momonga didn't take much damage, as his true form was a skeleton, and lightning had little effect on him. Dominion Vehemence charged at him again, ready to engage in another sword fight. Without hesitation, Momonga launched a fierce counterattack on Dominion Vehemence. As Dominion Vehemence was on the verge of being slain by Momonga's relentless strikes, Peroroncino's voice rang out. 8th tier magic, summon angel. At that moment, Peroroncino's mana bar had fully regenerated, thanks to the powerful mana recovery items. Peroroncino once again cast the spell to summon an angel. How shameless! Peroroncino, Momonga silently yelled in his mind. If you can't win, you can always surrender. Peroroncino seemed to have noticed Momonga's thoughts and spoke up. It's too early to surrender now. Momonga struck down the injured Dominion Vehemence with a single sword strike. At that moment, another Dominion Vehemence charged toward him. 7th tier magic, Swamp Abyss. Just as Momonga was about to attack the angel, the ground beneath his feet turned into a swamp. He quickly leaped into the air, trying to jump out of the swamp's reach, but was struck by Dominion Vehemence and failed to escape the swamp's range. The swamp seemed alive, with the mud gathering around Momonga's feet. Momonga, unsure wherefrom, drew out the Frostpane. Freeze Blast. Several ice blocks appeared around Momonga, using them as leverage to push himself out of the swamp with one hand. Dominion Vehemence charged at him, attempting to knock him back down. Freeze Blast. Dominion Vehemence was surrounded by ice blocks, its movement restricted. As it struggled, the ice blocks began to crack. Piercing Spear. Peroroncino threw a spear made of energy at Momonga. Momonga withstood the attack head-on, simultaneously slaying the Dominion Vehemence. Ability Increase. Ability Super Increase. Perception Enhancement. Speed Limit Break. Body of Domination. Berserk. While Momonga was killing Dominion Vehemence, Peroroncino wasn't idle either. He applied several buffs to himself. How shameless! Taking advantage of the fact that I can't use magic. Momonga roared inwardly. What a spectacular battle! The Platinum Dragon Lord exclaimed with admiration. Adventurers, join the Sorcerer Kingdom, Pandora's actor, disguised as the Sorcerer King, declared. With the Sorcerer Kingdom as your backing, you too can achieve such strength in the future. Initially, many were reluctant to join the Sorcerer Kingdom, as it was a nation ruled by an undead being, something normal humans instinctively avoided. But at this moment, they hesitated. After all, Mamin and Chino were both humans. This implied that other adventurers might also attain such immense power. There are always those who crave strength, no matter the circumstances. As the battle came to an end, Peroroncino glanced at Misty, who had transformed into a massive frost dragon and lowered its head. With a light leap, Peroroncino landed gracefully on Misty's back. The adventurer Mammon vanished from the arena in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. No one noticed when he disappeared, and along with him, the Sorcerer King had also vanished. Even the Platinum Dragon Lord failed to notice, his attention entirely focused on Peroroncino. Peroroncino rode atop the Frost Dragon and flew away. The Platinum Dragon Lord secretly followed from behind. Evil Eye noticed the person trailing Peroroncino. After thinking for a moment, she assumed it might be a fervent fan of Peroroncino and decided not to interfere. Peroroncino, however, was aware of the person following him. He instructed Misty to stop and wait for the pursuer. What do you want? Peroroncino asked coldly. Peroroncino had already sensed it. This person's aura was identical to that of the armored figure he had previously defeated. He refrained from attacking, intending to extract some information first. You possess such immense power. Don't you feel like doing something with it? The pursuer asked. Do something? Like raising a banner and founding a new nation? Peroroncino replied mockingly. That's not what I mean. Don't you think a nation ruled by the undead is far from ideal? And what does that have to do with me? It has everything to do with you. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The heavens gifted you such strength so you could protect the weak. You don't seem weak yourself, so why haven't I seen you challenging the Sorcerer Kingdom to a decisive battle? I'm waiting for the right opportunity. So you want to trick me into becoming your lackey? Peroroncino sneered. Lackey? That's not it. You've misunderstood me. My goal is to help the weak. A nation ruled by the undead surely means its people live in misery and despair. We must save them. If you had ever been to Irantil, you wouldn't be saying that. That's only temporary. It's common knowledge that the dead resent the living. Before coming to talk to me about all this, shouldn't you at least introduce yourself? My apologies, that was rude of me. I'm one of the Council State's representatives. You can call me Charles. The Council State? So, that means you're a dragon too? That's correct, Charles replied confidently. In that case, let me introduce you to a friend of mine. Shaltir, come here for a moment. Peroroncino called out. The Platinum Dragon Lord was still wondering who he was about to be introduced to when a portal suddenly appeared beside Peroroncino. From the portal emerged Shaltir. The Platinum Dragon Lord's eyes widened in shock. The memories of the past came flooding back. When the slain theocracy sent people to capture the Elder Coffin Dragon Lord, 2 of them were killed, and another was gravely injured. Curious about what had happened, the Platinum Dragon Lord went to investigate, only to be severely beaten by Shaltir. Lingering nearby to observe Shaltir, the Platinum Dragon Lord was caught by Peroroncino, who promptly destroyed his draconic armor double. It's you. Recognizing them, the Platinum Dragon Lord immediately turned and fled without hesitation. Catch him, Peroroncino commanded. Time acceleration. Shaltir activated her unique skill. In an instant, Shaltir caught up with the Platinum Dragon Lord and seized him. I'll remember this, the Platinum Dragon Lord declared, preparing to self-destruct. Mental suppression. Peroroncino wasn't about to let things go the way his opponent intended. Suddenly, the Platinum Dragon Lord felt darkness envelop him and lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself bound and immobilized. Moreover, he couldn't sense any power within his body. Even self-destruction was now impossible. The Platinum Dragon Lord possessed a unique origin magic he had developed himself, allowing him to transfer his consciousness into armor. However, he couldn't remotely sever the connection between his consciousness and the armor. The only other way to cut the link was for the armor to be destroyed, but that would result in backlash. His level would decrease. Originally level 95, losing his draconic armor had caused him to drop 2 levels, leaving him at level 93. You're with that guy wearing draconic armor and wielding 8 weapons, aren't you? Peroroncino interrogated. The Platinum Dragon Lord refused to respond. Don't worry, there are plenty of ways to make you talk. Shaltir, take him to the Inquisitor. Tell them not to use any physical methods of interrogation on this one. Understood, Shaltir replied before leaving. After she departed, Mamanga teleported over. Who was that just now, he asked. After the earlier battle, Mamanga had been secretly observing Peroroncino using a remote surveillance mirror. When the fight ended, Peroroncino mentioned wanting to draw out some rats. Mamanga had volunteered to handle the matter himself, but Peroroncino had refused. As a result, Mamanga had been monitoring Peroroncino for his safety, ready to rush in with Pandora's actor at a moment's notice if anything happened. That guy just now is probably connected to whoever controlled Shaltir. They seem to be from the Council State. Once we're done dealing with the Holy Kingdom, let's focus our efforts on taking action against the Council State, Peroroncino suggested. Let's prioritize gathering intelligence first, Mamanga advised. The Council State likely has many dragons, so they won't be easy to handle. We're already enemies. If they dare to target Shaltir, they're declaring war on us. And when dealing with enemies, we should utterly annihilate them. Hearing Peroroncino's decisive words, Mamanga tacitly agreed. After all, real combat was the quickest way to gather intelligence. Beep beep. A message came through from Demiurge to Peroroncino. Lord Peroroncino, I will attack the Holy Kingdom's capital tonight. I look forward to your arrival there. I might need your help when the time comes, Peroroncino replied. Serving the Supreme Beings is my greatest honor, Demiurge responded. Afterward, Peroroncino and Mamanga returned to Nazarick. How's the kingdom doing lately? Peroroncino asked. The kingdom? From what I've heard, thanks to Princess Rener's efforts, half of the nobles have already pledged allegiance to the Sorcerer Kingdom. It won't be long before the kingdom becomes a vassal of ours. Also, the vampire brides you assigned to Princess Rener, 4 of them have been killed. In the southeastern part of the kingdom, in a count's territory, a young man was arrogantly ordering his servants around. Dare to oppose me, And this is what happens next. Not long ago, during the struggle for the countship inheritance, he had used 2 vampire brides to eliminate all other candidates. Now, he was the only remaining candidate. However, the fact that he had used the vampire brides to kill others had been exposed, and the Adventurers Guild didn't sit idly by. They sent adventurers to deal with the vampire brides. Unfortunately, aside from silver-tier adventurers, no other adventurers were a match for the vampire brides. Outside the Count's estate, the Blue Roses squad was lurking nearby. "Tina, how's the situation?" Invisible, Tina then appeared. I just went inside and took a look around. Aside from the 2 vampire brides, there are no other guards. It seems this noble trusts the vampire brides a lot. Though he is a legitimate noble, his collaboration with the vampires to murder other noble heirs is unforgivable. If we happen to kill him by accident, it's no big deal. After using the vampire brides, other lords typically kept the information under wraps, trying their best to prevent news of the vampire brides from being exposed. This noble was different. He had witnessed the power of the vampire brides firsthand and believed their strength surpassed even that of the king's warrior captain. This made him completely arrogant. He didn't bother to conceal the information and allow the news to spread. As a result, he attracted the attention of the adamantite-tier adventurers, Blue Roses. Unlike other adventurers, Blue Roses was driven by a sense of justice. When they heard about the vampire brides indiscriminately slaughtering humans, they immediately took action. "Now I'm the Count. I can do whatever I want," the young man said, looking at the vampire brides with a thoughtful expression. "If you want to die, we can help you with that." One of the vampire brides shot back, seeing the lustful look in his eyes without hesitation. "That lord commanded you to obey me." "That's true, but if you die, that command will become invalid." The 2 vampire brides knew very well that the most important thing when serving Peroroncino was to keep themselves pure and untainted. If they were to fall to someone like this human, they would lose all face in front of Peroroncino. Although Peroroncino might not necessarily act against them, they had to remain pure. Seeing the cold, indifferent gaze of the vampire brides and the faint killing intent, the young man no longer dared to look at them with such lustful eyes. At that moment, a dagger suddenly appeared and was thrust toward the neck of one of the vampire brides. The vampire bride noticed the attack, but there was no time to dodge. The dagger pierced deep into her slender neck. Tina immediately withdrew the dagger and retreated. The other vampire bride lunged at Tina with her sharp claws, but what awaited her was a large hammer. One powerful blow sent her flying into the wall. "You're pretty tough," Gagarin remarked as she watched the vampire bride rise again. The vampire bride, whose neck had been pierced by the dagger, quickly healed her wound. The 2 vampire brides coordinated, attacking Gagarin from both the left and right. Gagarin struggled to block their attacks. "You're good at coordinating." "Not bad," she said. "However, you're not the only ones who can coordinate." At that moment, Tina and Tia appeared simultaneously behind one of the vampire brides. Together, they struck, severing the vampire bride's head and arm. Despite such heavy injuries, the vampire bride didn't die. Her body continued to move, desperately trying to retrieve her head and arm. The other vampire bride had already been reduced to a lifeless husk by a barrage of magic from Evil Eye, her life extinguished. Captain Lockhughes used her enchanted sword to deal with the last remaining vampire bride, who was still struggling in her final moments. The group turned to look at the noble young man, trembling in fear in the corner of the room. "We'll spare you this time," Evil Eye said coldly. "But if you ever join forces with such monsters to harm humans again, that will be your end." Just as Evil Eye had turned to walk away, a Death Knight suddenly appeared in front of the group. As the guardian of the first floor, Shaltir had been monitoring the situation of every vampire bride dispatched through the information panel. After all, these vampire brides were sent by her master, Peroroncino. Upon hearing the news of their deaths, Shaltir couldn't just ignore it. She quickly discovered that it was the Blue Roses group who was responsible. Since Peroroncino had once saved the lives of the Blue Roses group, it meant that Peroroncino didn't want them dead. However, they had killed the vampire brides, and that couldn't be easily overlooked. There were many Death Knights in the Great Tomb, and Shaltir casually borrowed one to deal with the Blue Roses group. If she personally intervened, she might accidentally end up killing them. Shaltir was also not skilled in resurrection magic, so this punishment had to be carried out by the Death Knight. Is this the legendary Undead? A Death Knight? Lockhues recognized the figure. At that moment, Lockhues' gaze turned to Evil Eye, who was standing at the back of the group. Evil Eye's body was trembling, her mouth open but no sound coming out. Her eyes were vacant, as if she had lost her soul. Evil Eye, what's wrong with you? Evil Eye looks exactly like she did when she faced the Demon Emperor, Jaldabaoth. Everyone, we might die here. This time, no one will come to save us, Gagarin said. Roar! The Death Knight let out a furious roar and charged at the Blue Roses group. Gagarin took the lead, swinging her large hammer at the Death Knight, but the Death Knight easily blocked the strike with its massive shield. The Death Knight then swung its sword toward Gagarin. At that moment, Lockhues, holding her magical sword, intercepted the Death Knight's attack, and she gained the upper hand. Together with Gagarin's attack, which suppressed much of the Death Knight's power, she was able to gain the advantage. The Death Knight ignored Gagarin, withdrew its shield, and swung it at Lockhues. There's no way I'll let you succeed. Gagarin swung her hammer, blocking the Death Knight's shield as it came down. At that moment, Tia and Tina lunged from behind, aiming for the Death Knight's neck. The Death Knight let out a painful roar and then swung violently, throwing everyone off. It seems one Death Knight still isn't enough. After all, a Death Knight is more of a tank. Its offensive capabilities aren't that strong, Shaltir thought from a distance. Summon minions. A group of small cats, rats, and bat-like shadow creatures crawled out from the shadows at Shaltir's feet. Attack those humans. Hundreds of these shadow creatures rushed towards the Blue Roses group. As a priestess, Lockhues immediately sensed the presence of the shadow creatures. Holy light. The light magic struck the shadow creatures, instantly taking out a group, but there were too many of them surrounding her, and they were scattered all over. Lockhues couldn't eliminate them all in an instant. If it were Evil Eye, Lockhues glanced toward the motionless Evil Eye. We can't rely on Evil Eye now. We've gotten too used to depending on her. Lockhues placed Evil Eye behind her and cast a protective light magic on Gagarin, Tia, and Tina, enveloping them in a shield of light. With this, the shadow creatures would temporarily avoid attacking them. Meanwhile, Gagarin continued to draw the Death Knight's attention in the front line, while Tia and Tina kept looking for opportunities to strike the Death Knight from behind. In a one-on-one fight, Gagarin was no match for the Death Knight, but with the assistance of the two ninjas, Gagarin managed to keep the Death Knight from ending the battle quickly. The Death Knight's greatest strength was its enormous health, while it was weak in other areas. At this point, Gagarin and the others had the advantage in stamina, as their endurance was greater than the Death Knight's health. Lockhues continued to cast Holy Light to attack the shadow creatures. She also wanted to release more powerful holy magic, but doing so would harm Evil Eye, who was a vampire. The battle dragged on for a long time, but eventually, Gagarin and the others managed to wear down the Death Knight. Lockhues also exhausted her mana to eliminate all the shadow creatures. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground. Finally, it's over. Gagarin and the others had already reached their physical limits, fighting the Death Knight purely on willpower. Lockhues was still okay. Though her mana was depleted, she still had some stamina left. At this moment, many undead appeared around the forest, with the lowest level being common skeletal undead, without weapons. These undead were as weak as 10-year-old children in terms of combat ability. However, the number of undead here was enormous in the thousands. Only Lockhues still had the strength to fight, while Gagarin, Tia, and Tina tried to stand, but their bodies simply wouldn't respond. Lockhues stood in front of the others, continuously using her magical sword to attack the skeletons. But as a priestess, her stamina was limited. After desperately taking down half of the skeletons, her own stamina finally reached its limit. Exhausted, She collapsed, losing consciousness. Evil Eye looked at her fallen comrades, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She desperately tried to move, but it was impossible. As a true vampire ancestor, Shaltir had absolute dominance over Evil Eye, a normal vampire. Just one glance was enough to render her completely immobile. The undead surrounded the members of Blue Roses and began tearing at their clothes, including Evil Eye's. Everyone except Gagarin, who was wearing armor and hadn't been torn, was left in tatters. Are they mocking us? Evil Eye could do nothing but cry. At this moment, Lockhughes also woke up, her body completely drained of strength, unable to resist at all. She could only watch as her clothes were torn by the skeletons. At that moment, a figure appeared like a flash of light, killing all the skeletons in just 10 seconds. Are you all right? Yulia asked, looking at the group. Lord Chino is over there. He felt it wasn't convenient for him to come, so he sent me instead. Yulia gave everyone a restorative potion to recover their strength and found some clothes for them. Then, she took her leave. On the eastern side of the Holy Kingdom, there is a structure resembling the Great Wall. The difference is that there are no beacon towers, only outposts set up at intervals. At the center of the border wall stands a massive outpost, housing a large number of soldiers. Their task is to defend the borders and respond promptly to attacks from demi-humans. Tens of thousands of soldiers are currently undergoing training. The border general is Pabel Baraja, one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom. The 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom are titles held by powerful individuals, much like the 4 Imperial Knights of the Empire. At this moment, a scout rider gallops in on horseback. Report, General. We've spotted demi-humans along the border. After investigation, their numbers are estimated to be over hundreds of thousands. Immediately send word to the princess. Soldiers, it's time to show the results of our training. Everyone to the walls. All the soldiers climbed up to the border walls. Time quickly passed, and before long, night had fallen. Hundreds of thousands of demi-humans had gathered at the border. The Holy Kingdom's defending army had only gathered 30,000, a significant disparity. However, no soldier felt fear. In their eyes, there was more anticipation than anything else. They had all faced battles like this countless times before. Even though the enemy outnumbered them, they felt no fear. To gather so many demi-humans, there must be a leader among them with absolute power, Pabel thought. Immediately transmit the message. Understood. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the ranks of the demi-humans. Pabel was an elite archer, possessing the special skill Eagle Eye, which allowed him to see farther than most. He observed the figure emerging from the demi-humans, but he couldn't discern which race the person belonged to. Could it be an unknown race? Or perhaps he is the leader of the demi-humans? Should we shoot, General? No. Let's see what he has to say first. The figure stepping out from the demi-humans was none other than Demiurge, or more accurately, the Demon Emperor, Jaldabaoth. As Jaldabaoth advanced, the soldiers began to feel discomfort all over their bodies, swallowing nervously. Stop! Beyond this point is the territory of the Holy Kingdom. Pabel immediately shouted loudly. Pabel could feel his body trembling with fear, and the source of this fear was the demi-human in front of him, dressed in red, with a tail, and looking very tall and thin. I have known that for a long time. But who are you? Jaldabaoth spoke in a gentlemanly tone. Pabel introduced himself, stating his name and position. I see. Then, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jaldabaoth. Hearing this, many of the soldiers began to panic. The great demon who caused havoc in the kingdom. I'm honored that someone knows my name. Jaldabaoth replied with a smile. But the title Great Demon sounds quite unpleasant. Could you call me Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth instead? Jaldabaoth, what do you want to do? Pabel asked. I came to the Holy Kingdom to turn this place into hell. Jaldabaoth replied calmly. That's impossible. As long as we are here, you will never step foot in the Holy Kingdom, a general shouted. You will not set foot on our land. We will defend our country to the death. The soldiers echoed the general's words. So, if I kill all of you, Does that mean I can enter the Holy Kingdom? Jaldabaoth said in a calm tone. Since the enemy had declared war like this, Pabel decided not to continue the conversation. Now is the best time to kill Jaldabaoth. Everyone fire. Pabel immediately drew his bow and aimed at Jaldabaoth. Thousands of arrows were shot toward him. However, Jaldabaoth did not move at all. He simply stood there, doing nothing. But as the rain of arrows approached Jaldabaoth, they were all blocked by an invisible barrier. Whoosh! A colored arrow flew through the air, shot by Pabel. Pabel wielded the Holy Kingdom's most powerful magic bow. However, even that arrow was stopped by an invisible barrier as it neared Jaldabaoth. How is this possible? Pabel was stunned. He knew that with his full-strength arrow, he could pierce even a large boulder. Yet, he couldn't even get close to Jaldabaoth. Is this all the strength you have? Then, unfortunately, you won't be able to protect your kingdom. It will eventually turn into hell. Tier 10 magic, meteor fall. Boom! A huge sound echoed from the sky. The soldiers all looked up and saw a massive meteor with a red glow, leaving a trail of thick smoke behind, falling toward them. However, it wasn't just one meteor. One after another, meteors rained down upon the Holy Kingdom soldiers. Many soldiers, in a panic, tried to escape, but with just their legs, they had no chance of outrunning the falling meteors. Boom! The meteor hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. Boom! Boom! One after another, meteors fell, each causing a chain reaction of explosions. Huge flames illuminated the ground. The many subordinates of the demi-humans swallowed nervously, grateful that they were followers of the demon Emperor Jaldabaoth and would not be affected by such attacks. The entire 30,000-strong Holy Kingdom army was annihilated, with no survivors. Soldiers moved forward. The demi-humans received the order from Jaldabaoth and began commanding their subordinates to advance. Just as Demiurge was considering the next steps while looking toward the demi-humans, a loud bang sounded from behind him. A human emerged from the rubble, breaking through the debris. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was covered in burns caused by the meteor explosion. Much of his skin was necrotic. He was covered in blood, both his own and others. His armor was completely shattered, no longer wearable. He was Orlando, one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, and a subordinate of Pabel, a close brother with whom he shared a deep bond. Boss is dead. He trembled as he looked at Pabel's broken bow not far away. Without seeing Pabel's body, the only conclusion was that he had been crushed into pieces by the meteor, with his remains obliterated. Just last night, they had been chatting and laughing together, talking about their future plans. A fleeting memory turned Orlando's grief into strength as he quickly charged toward Demiurge, sword in hand. If Pabel were here, he would have noticed that Orlando's speed was now twice as fast as before. However, this speed was still too slow for Jaldabaoth. Jaldabaoth sneered and spoke coldly. Kill yourself. Orlando, in shock, looked at his own body, slowly raising his sword to cut his own throat. Jaldabaoth watched as Orlando's lifeless body fell. A human who survives my 10th tier magic must have some research value. Jaldabaoth flew off with Orlando's corpse. On the second night, after Jaldabaoth breached the border defenses, the messenger who had fled from the front finally arrived at the northern city of Kalansha, which was also the city where the Holy Queen was currently located. Along the way, the news had already spread throughout the Holy Kingdom. The ruler of the Holy Kingdom, the Holy Queen, had issued a national mobilization order commanding all the nobles to raise armies and join forces to defeat Jaldabaoth. The news quickly reached every corner of the Holy Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of demi-humans had united to attack the Holy Kingdom, with their supreme commander being the demon Emperor Jaldabaoth. Furthermore, Jaldabaoth had defeated the border defense forces with overwhelming strength. The nobles of the Holy Kingdom hurriedly sent soldiers toward the border. If they did not mobilize, the Holy Kingdom might be destroyed. After all, the border forces of the Holy Kingdom, which had never been defeated, were completely crushed this time. It was said that no one managed to escape, except for the messenger. Inside Kalansha, The Holy Queen listened to the message delivered by the messenger, and her mood was not good. The messenger spoke of Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth as a godlike figure, and both messengers gave the same account. Clearly, these two individuals had never met each other, nor had they had a chance to communicate. They had both been rushing toward Kalinshah with all their might. In their accounts, Demon Emperor Jaldabaoth had approached the city walls. Then, several meteors fell from the sky, completely destroying the border forces. Following that, there was a sky-high fire. After the messenger left, the Holy Queen furrowed her brows tightly. The Holy Queen's name is Kalka Besserez, known for her beauty, which is said to be the greatest treasure of the Holy Kingdom, as delicate and radiant as a flower. She also possesses an extraordinarily high talent for light magic. It was precisely due to her unprecedented talent that the Holy Kingdom saw the rise of its first Holy Queen. She is accompanied by two women. One is Remedios, one of the 9 colors of the Holy Kingdom, and the leader of the Holy Knights Order. The other is Kalart, the highest priestess of the temple. They are known as the Holy Queen's Wings and are considered to be sisters. I believe the messenger must have gone mad out of fear and said those things. How could anyone control meteors? Remedios spoke up. I can sense it. The two messengers are filled with an aura of fear. Perhaps they were subjected to a special magic that distorted their perception, Kalart said. I heard that an adamantite-grade adventurer from the kingdom managed to repel Jaldabaoth. Surely, I'm not worse than an adamantite-grade adventurer, Remedios remarked. I'd really like to meet Jaldabaoth. I've been so bored lately. Kalart giggled. If it's really as you say, then I hope it's true. The Holy Queen thought to herself. At that moment, the Holy Queen seemed to hear the sound of a bell, like the alarm bell at the city gates. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open. A squad leader rushed in. Who gave you the audacity to barge in and forcefully open the Holy Queen's door? Remedios scolded angrily. The squad leader spoke without hesitation. Your Highness, the Holy Queen, it's bad. Jaldabaoth has led a horde of demons into Kalinshah. The city gates have completely fallen, and the demons are slaughtering the people of Kalinshah. Remedios no longer had the mood to reprimand the squad leader for his disrespect. She immediately called together all the Knights of the Order and the Holy Queen's personal guard. The group made their way toward the city gates, effortlessly dealing with all the demons along the way. To think they thought they could attack here with just this level of demons. It's utterly ridiculous. I really don't understand how the gates fell so easily. Were they just sitting around doing nothing? Remedios said. Let's talk about such things after we deal with Jaldabaoth. Kalart laughed. A figure appeared in front of them, seemingly without anyone noticing, now less than 100 meters away. I really like that. I like it. A 4-winged humanoid appeared in front of the group. Their snow-white wings were the subject of envy. Let me guess, the one in the middle must be the Holy Queen, right? Who are you? Me? I'm just a small fry under Jaldabaoth's command. Peroroncino revealed his true form at this moment. It's been a long time since I've used my true form. I almost forgot how powerful it feels. Peroroncino said to himself. Die, you demon. Remedios swung her sword toward Peroroncino. Smack! As Remedios raised her sword, she was struck in the face by a powerful blow, sending her crashing to the ground. Your upbringing is truly terrible. You greet someone for the first time and say something like that. Bastard. Remedios angrily charged toward Peroroncino. Body enhancement. Ultimate breakthrough. Remedios unleashed her martial skill. 6th-tier magic. Divine protection. Kalart cast a strengthening spell on Remedios, enhancing her overall power by 1.5 times. 6th-tier magic. Star Radiance. The Holy Queen also wasn't idle, casting her strongest spell. However, when the attacks hit Peroroncino, they had no effect whatsoever. This is really fun. Peroroncino mimicked Kalart's tone, grinning. Bastard, try this. Holy Light Slash. The holy sword in Remedios' hand glowed with golden light as it slashed toward Peroroncino. Peroroncino looked at Remedios, smiled, and said nothing. However, just as the attack was about to hit Peroroncino, it suddenly stopped, as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. "Is this all? Bastard!" Remedios furiously continued attacking Peroroncino, who didn't dodge or evade, allowing the attacks to land, until Remedios could no longer strike. "Is this your impotent rage?" Peroroncino directly bypassed Remedios and walked toward the Holy Queen. Remedios' sharp, sword-like gaze made Peroroncino uncomfortable, so she wasn't her target. "Don't ignore me." Remedios angrily slashed at Peroroncino. This time, Peroroncino didn't show mercy. "You're really annoying." Peroroncino grabbed Remedios by the throat, squeezing until she lost consciousness. The other members of the Holy Knight Order didn't step forward, as they knew they would only slow down Remedios. However, the outcome was entirely different from what they had imagined. The very powerful Remedios was defeated just like that. "Protect the Holy Queen." The Knight Order surrounded Peroroncino, encircling him. Peroroncino flapped his wings, and they were all blown away by the powerful shockwave, crashing into nearby buildings. Saint Light Flash. The Holy Queen and Kalart both cast the same holy light spell, and the two magic beams fused together, completely surpassing the 6th-tier magic level. Peroroncino paid no attention as the magic struck him. "How should I put it? It's a bit itchy." "Follow my command." Kalart ordered all the priests behind her. Fusion magic. All the priests gathered together to form a hexagram. Kalart stood at the center of the hexagram. The combined power concentrated on her. Magic strength. Ultimate magic enhancement. The Holy Queen also cast magic to assist Kalart. Extreme Holy Flame. White flames surged towards Peroroncino. Not bad. This power should be equivalent to 7th-tier magic. It's time to get serious. Peroroncino took out his Holy Bow. Silent arrow. A dark arrow shot out, colliding with the white flames. The two forces canceled each other out. Kalart collapsed, exhausted, sitting down with a helpless look in her eyes. Her sister had just been strangled to death by this person. The magic they had just cast was the most powerful spell they could unleash. Peroroncino advanced, and the other priests and the Holy Queen's guards tried to block him. With a gentle flap of his wings, they were all sent flying. Peroroncino bypassed the Holy Queen and approached Kalart. Kalart looked at Peroroncino with eyes full of despair. Peroroncino bent down and spoke. "Come on, let's hear another hee-hee." Kalart looked at Peroroncino and slightly parted her lips. "Don't you even have the strength to speak?" Peroroncino laughed and leaned his ear closer to Kalart. Kalart quietly reached toward the back of her pants, where there was a dagger. It was a coming-of-age gift from her sister, Remedios, and she had carried it with her all these years without ever taking it off. After observing that Peroroncino had completely relaxed his guard, Kalart composed herself and whispered in Peroroncino's ear. He. At the same time, the dagger was thrust toward Peroroncino's neck. However, Peroroncino completely ignored the dagger and picked up Kalart. The dagger stopped just a centimeter from the side of Peroroncino's neck, and Kalart desperately stabbed it down, but it was completely ineffective. "Is that enough of a fuss? Once you're done, let's play a game that adults should play." "All right," Kalart agreed. The Holy Queen couldn't believe her ears. Kalart, the highest priestess of the sacred temple of the Holy Kingdom, actually agreed to an otherworldly creature's demand. "But I have one condition. You must spare the Holy Queen, even if I must sacrifice myself. I can't let anything happen to the Holy Queen." Kalart thought to herself. Hearing this, the Holy Queen froze. She never expected that Kalart, who always enjoyed saying he, and often made cold jokes, would do something like this. "Do you think you have the leverage to make demands?" "I do." Kalart plunged the dagger into her own neck. "If you don't agree to my terms, I will die, and you will never have me." Peroroncino smiled. "I bet you don't have the courage to do it. If you kill yourself, I will spare the Holy Queen. It's a deal." Without hesitation, Kalart drove the dagger deeper into her neck. Kalart! At that moment, Remedios woke up. She immediately saw Collard attempting suicide. You bastard. No one ever taught you how to curse, did they? How can you just keep repeating the same thing over and over? I'm starting to get tired of it. Remedios swung her sword at Peroroncino. Peroroncino, with speed far exceeding hers, appeared behind her. He grabbed her head and slammed it directly into the ground. Bang! Remedios crashed into the ground with a loud sound. At this moment, half of Remedios' body was buried underground. I was going to spare your life, but it seems you really don't know when to quit. After dealing with Remedios, Peroroncino turned to look at the Holy Queen. The Holy Queen's skin looked smooth and white, and Peroroncino had been wanting to pinch it for a while. Peroroncino approached the Holy Queen, reaching out to pinch her face. The Holy Queen did not stop Peroroncino and allowed him to pinch her face. I need to stay calm. I can't be angry. I can't let Collard's death be in vain, the Holy Queen thought to herself. You promised Collard wouldn't do anything to me, the Holy Queen said coldly. Are you sure you didn't mishear? What I said was that I wouldn't kill you, Peroroncino replied. You bastard. The Holy Queen turned her head, preventing Peroroncino from pinching her face, and picked up a soldier's sword to strike at him. Why can't you face reality? Peroroncino let the attack land on him without resistance. The Holy Queen wanted to follow Collard's example and commit suicide, but she lacked the courage. She didn't have the bravery to end her own life. She was only 20 years old, and she didn't want to die. Peroroncino allowed the Holy Queen to strike him until she completely exhausted her strength and collapsed to the ground. All right, it's time for you to face reality, Peroroncino said. He walked over to the lifeless Collard's side, taking out his world-class item, the perfect resurrection jade. Resurrect. The damage on Collard's body healed, and she was brought back to life. The Holy Queen stared blankly at Peroroncino. Resurrection was a skill she had always wanted to learn, but no matter what, she could never manage to master it. Collard opened her eyes and saw Peroroncino. Looking at him, Collard suddenly smiled. Didn't expect you to end up in hell, too. He. Peroroncino was amused by her words. Clearly, Collard didn't think she had been resurrected. Peroroncino turned her head to face the other direction, where the Holy Queen was standing. You promised me that you wouldn't harm her, so why is she here, too? Peroroncino couldn't help but feel both amused and bewildered by the High Priestess's aggressive stance. Isn't it possible that you were resurrected? I was resurrected? Peroroncino reached out and pinched Collard's prominent chest. Collard tried to avoid it, but there was no way to escape. It seemed like hitting the other person didn't help. She could only allow the other person to take advantage. How could someone be so lecherous? This is supposed to be a battlefield. While saying this, she tried to grab Peroroncino's hand, attempting to move it away. A battlefield? To me, this feels more like an amusement park. Collard stood still and thought for a moment. Did you resurrect me? Why did you resurrect me? What do you think? Seeing the lecherous look in Peroroncino's eyes, Collard sneered. Collard realized that since Peroroncino could resurrect her even after she was dead, she didn't seem to have any leverage left. So, she decided to just give up completely. Let him do whatever he wants. Struggling is useless anyway. What's there to be afraid of when I'm not even afraid of dying? Suddenly, Collard noticed Remedios not far away, looking like a broken radish. Her upper body was buried in the ground. There was no doubt she was dead beyond repair. She immediately ran over, trying to pull Remedios out. But with her strength, it was impossible to get her out. Come help me, Collard called out to Peroroncino, her tone making it sound like a completely natural request. Peroroncino was puzzled, wondering why Collard had become so arrogant after being resurrected. She no longer treated him like an outsider. The Holy Queen was even more shocked than Peroroncino. She began to suspect that this person wasn't Collard, but rather someone else's soul had taken over Collard's body. Does Peroroncino have no sense of dignity? Collard asked him for help. How could he possibly help? Seeing that the other party remained indifferent, Collard walked over to Peroroncino and took the initiative to grab Peroroncino's hand, pressing it against her own body. Help me out here. The Holy Queen pinched herself, doubting whether she was dreaming. Although Kalart liked to joke around, she never made jokes when it came to serious matters. Now, Kalart was completely shattering her worldview. Since Kalart had gone this far, it would be impolite for Peroroncino to refuse to help. Peroroncino drew out the remedios that was embedded in the ground. Her head was completely shattered, and the resurrection magic that Kalart knew could no longer bring her back. Please resurrect my sister. Kalart knelt in front of Peroroncino, hugging his leg and crying as she spoke. No matter how desperate Kalart was, she had never cried before, but when she saw her sister, Remedios, like this, tears flowed uncontrollably. Stop crying. I'll resurrect her. Really, Kalart truly hadn't expected her sister to be resurrected after being reduced to this state. She had only held onto a faint hope. At this moment, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Peroroncino didn't like hearing crying. When someone cried in front of him, he couldn't stand it. Resurrect. Remedios's body was surrounded by light, and her injuries gradually began to heal. Soon, Remedios was resurrected. What do you want me to do? I will do anything. Please spare my sister. Aren't you going to beg for the Holy Queen? You never intended to spare the Holy Queen. No matter how much I beg, it won't succeed. All right, I'll spare her. Originally, the Holy Queen had led her personal guards and the members of the Knights' Order with the intention of eliminating nearby demons while waiting for the arrival of the main force. However, instead of the main force, what arrived was Peroroncino. The unconscious Remedios opened her eyes. Surrounding her were several soldiers, all members of the Knights' Order. These people bore varying degrees of external injuries. A small number had died. Commander, you're finally awake. Where is the Holy Queen? Where is Kalart? Commander, when we woke up, the Holy Queen and Kalart were already gone. Now, only a group of wounded soldiers remained, and half of the priests from the Holy Queen's personal guard had been killed. Although many members of the Knights' Order survived, few retained their combat capability. It was at this moment that a large contingent of the Holy Kingdom's army finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Lady Remedios, where is Her Highness, the Holy Queen? The Holy Queen has been taken by servants of Jaldabaoth. We must rescue her. Does anyone know where Jaldabaoth is now? Remedios asked anxiously. We just received word. Jaldabaoth is currently in the plaza of Kalen Shah, and there's a massive number of demons in the area. They have demons, but we have angels. The people of the Holy Kingdom, like those of the slain theocracy, also possess magic to summon angels. At this moment, Remedios deeply regretted her earlier decisions. She had believed that since adamantite-ranked adventurers could defeat Jaldabaoth, he couldn't be all that powerful. Because of this, she had voluntarily proposed that they move ahead to clear out the demons, planning to wait for the main force to arrive while doing so. Originally, Remedios hadn't intended to bring the Holy Queen along, but the Holy Queen insisted on contributing her strength, so they set out together. The Knights' Order and the Holy Queen's personal guard were the most elite forces of the Holy Kingdom. Remedios believed that even if they encountered danger, they would be able to retreat unscathed. Thus, she had agreed to let the Holy Queen join the expedition. Now, she deeply regretted that decision. All she could do now was desperately lead the soldiers to defeat Jaldabaoth and rescue the Holy Queen. Under Remedios' leadership, the Holy Kingdom's main forces swept through their enemies, effortlessly defeating every demon they encountered along the way. When the army's generals inquired, how was the Holy Queen captured? She consistently avoided giving a direct answer, instead replying, the priority right now is rescuing the Holy Queen. The army finally arrived at the plaza, where Jaldabaoth stood in the center. Jaldabaoth, hand over the Holy Queen. If you want me to hand her over, you'll need to defeat me with your strength. Command the angels to attack. Thousands of angels surged toward Jaldabaoth. Jaldabaoth lightly stomped his foot, and a wave of energy burst forth from his body. All the angels near him were instantly reduced to ashes. Summon new angels. In the meantime, I'll hold them off. Remedios drew the holy sword and dashed toward Jaldabaoth in a single stride. Martial art, Evil Slayer. Remedios' unique martial art, capable of dealing massive damage to demons. Caught completely off guard, Jaldabaoth was struck by the attack. He was sent flying and crashed into a nearby building. How can this be? Remedios was stunned. She recalled being utterly crushed by the overwhelming power of Jaldabaoth's subordinate. Yet fighting Jaldabaoth himself had proven so unexpectedly easy. Launch a ranged attack, the general commanded. In an instant, a barrage of arrows and spells rained down on Jaldabaoth's position. The sound of magical explosions echoed one after another. For a long while, no sound came from the rubble. Just as the soldiers began to believe they had secured victory, a voice emerged from within the debris. Impressive strength. I suppose it's time for me to get serious. As the smoke cleared, a massive red demon appeared before the crowd. If Peroroncino were present, he would have recognized it as Wrath, one of Demiurge's 3 great demon generals. Roar! The sound of its roar unleashed a powerful shockwave. Jaldabaoth let out a furious roar, causing many soldiers to instinctively take a step back in fear. Have you ever experienced true despair? Jaldabaoth began advancing toward the crowd, step by step. Order the angels to attack. The general gave a command, and the angels charged at Jaldabaoth. Jaldabaoth opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly incinerating all the angels in the sky. Remedios took the lead, charging straight at Jaldabaoth. As a commander of the Holy Kingdom's knights, she would never retreat a single step. Using the surrounding buildings to gain height, she leapt high into the air, channeling all her strength into the holy sword. The strike landed heavily on Jaldabaoth, yet it didn't leave a single mark. In the next moment, Jaldabaoth swatted Remedios away with a single slap. She was sent flying, crashing through a building before hitting the ground, her fate uncertain. This is our homeland. We cannot allow demons to slaughter our families here. We stand united and will surely defeat the demons. The general shouted desperately, trying to lessen the soldiers' fear. Cavalry charge. Tens of thousands of cavalry charged at Jaldabaoth, their figures insignificant before his immense presence. Jaldabaoth began slaughtering the soldiers mercilessly. The priest's magic continued to rain down on Jaldabaoth without pause, yet it was completely ineffective. It couldn't even harm a single hair on his body. A sense of despair spread through the crowd. This isn't an opponent humans can fight against. Many priests had exhausted their magic. All they could do now was stare blankly at Jaldabaoth, muttering to themselves. Jaldabaoth slammed his fist into the area with the densest concentration of cavalry. Thousands of soldiers were instantly killed by the sheer force of the blow, while many others were sent flying by the resulting shockwave, tumbling from their horses. A monster! This is a monster! This is something no human can possibly stand against. Panic took hold, and many soldiers began to flee. If they had been able to wound him, perhaps they wouldn't have lost heart. But after all this time, they hadn't managed to leave a single mark on his body. This couldn't even be called a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. No one is allowed to flee, the general commanded, ordering his personal guards to attack the deserters. In the next moment, Jaldabaoth leaped into the center of the Holy Kingdom's army, right in front of the general. He grabbed the general from his horse and crushed him into a bloody mist. With the loss of their leader, the soldiers began to panic and flee, desperately wishing they could grow 4 legs to escape faster. Jaldabaoth didn't continue to pursue the fleeing soldiers. His goal had already been achieved. He had shown the Holy Kingdom the terrifying power of the demon emperor, Jaldabaoth. As dawn broke, the light from the horizon illuminated the entire Kalansha Plaza. The plaza was littered with bodies, and the blood had turned the ground red. The entire Kalansha felt like a dead city, with dark clouds swirling above. Remedios opened her eyes, feeling a heavy dizziness in her head. The bodies of her former companions were scattered everywhere. The once prosperous Kalansha had turned into a city filled with death. Is there anyone still alive? Remedios cried out, but no one answered her. The only response came from the cawing of crows. Kalart Kalka, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. The one who should have been captured is me. For the first time in her life, Remedios, who had never shed a tear, looked at the scene before her and remembered her sister and the Holy Queen. Her emotional defenses completely shattered. She collapsed to the ground and began to sob uncontrollably. Soon, Remedios stopped crying and began searching for survivors. I must atone for all my mistakes. Holy Queen, Lady Kalka, and Kalart, wait for me. I will rescue you. After searching, she was able to find several survivors. She also learned the location of the injured from the Holy Knights Order. Remedios found the Holy Knights Order, now reduced to fewer than 30 members, half of whom were severely wounded. Since the Holy Kingdom has no strong warriors who could defeat Jaldabaoth, I will seek powerful allies in other nations, Remedios thought to herself. After all, Remedios herself was the strongest Holy Knight of the Holy Kingdom, and there was no one in her country more powerful than her. Once she had decided what needed to be done, Remedios immediately set off to seek aid from the king. With a small group of about a dozen people, she left Kailansha. On the way, she encountered a fellow member of the Knights Order, an apprentice knight, Nia. She was also the daughter of General Pabel of the Border Army. She inherited her father's archery skills, but her dream was to become a holy knight. To that end, she joined the Holy Knights Order. Shortly after becoming an apprentice, Nia was assigned to the most exhausting task by the Order, night patrol. Her job was to patrol the outer areas of Kailansha, guarding against any unexpected situations. The area she had to cover was vast, and it took an entire night to complete the patrol. When the apprentice Holy Knights learned of Kailansha's fall, they all fled. Only Nia returned to Kailansha. Remedios, in need of personnel, decided to take her along. On the way to the kingdom, Nia was responsible for scouting ahead. Scouting was the most troublesome task. Nia had to determine whether the path ahead was safe and regularly return to report to the group. Remedios completely used Nia as a laborer. Since Nia hadn't been present for the battle with Jaldabaoth, Remedios looked down on her. She hadn't participated in the most brutal battle, but had only come to them after the fight was over. However, from Nia's perspective, as an apprentice Holy Knight, who would have notified them about Kailansha's attack? No one would have. It was only when they returned to Carinsa after completing their mission that they discovered the attack. But Remedios wouldn't consider Nia's situation. She only thought of her as someone unworthy of being a holy knight. Soon, they arrived at the kingdom and reached the capital, but they didn't meet the king. Instead, they were greeted by the king's second son, the current heir to the kingdom. They requested the kingdom's help to defeat Jaldabaoth, but their plea was rejected. The reason given was that the kingdom had suffered heavy losses on the Katza Plains and was unable to help other nations, as they were too focused on their own survival. Remedios then turned to the Blue Roses for assistance, only to be rejected without hesitation. Without powerful figures like Mammon and Chino, they had no desire to face Jaldabaoth, an existence far beyond the level of a demon god. Evil Eye reminded them that they could seek out Mammon or Chino from the Sorcerer Kingdom. Remedios truly didn't want to go to the Sorcerer Kingdom, because before Jaldabaoth appeared, she had often discussed the Sorcerer Kingdom with her sister, and the conclusion was always that the Sorcerer Kingdom was definitely a garbage state. Ruled by the undead, it was clearly governed terribly. Remedios even considered having the Holy Queen lead an army to attack the Sorcerer Kingdom and destroy those damned undead. But she was refused, though the Blue Rose had rejected their request. Evil Eye from the Blue Roses spoke highly of Chino and Mammon from the Sorcerer Kingdom, saying they were strong enough to defeat Jaldabaoth. For Kalka and Kalart, I'll put aside my hatred for the undead, Remedios said to herself. Remedios led her group toward the Sorcerer Kingdom, and as they neared, a thick fog suddenly appeared. Everyone, draw your weapons. Remedios sensed a dangerous aura. It was the scent of the undead. The group cautiously entered the mist, and as for the scout Nia, Remedios didn't care at all about her safety. After entering the mist, it didn't take long before their vision cleared, and a massive ghost ship appeared in front of them. The sails of the ghost ship were emblazoned with the words, "Welcome to the Sorcerer Kingdom." The group froze for a moment. A ghost ship floating on land was just too absurd. At this point, Nia returned to the group and informed everyone that there was no danger ahead, and that the ghost ship wouldn't attack them. The group continued forward, and along the way, they encountered people who were laughing and chatting. They seemed much happier than the people of the Holy Kingdom. Their eyes all had a certain sparkle. After walking for a while, they were unsure of their exact location, and they didn't notice any other people nearby. "It looks like there are people fishing up ahead." Nia spoke up. Sure enough, the group saw figures by a lake in the distance. "Let's go ask them," said the vice captain of the squad. As they approached and took a closer look, they realized they weren't fishing at all. They were simply enjoying life. All the men in the group were filled with envy. The men were lounging on makeshift benches, leisurely holding fishing rods, with 3 women by their side. The youngest one appeared to be under 10 years old. She was seriously massaging the man's legs, while one of the other women fanned him with a hand fan and held a drink, ready to serve him at any moment. The third woman was massaging his shoulders. If this had been the old Remedios, she would have immediately gone over to scold these people for being so lazy, having so many women serving them, and not even sparing a child. She would have beaten him so badly that his own mother wouldn't recognize him. But now, she had more important things to do and didn't want to cause trouble. "Nia, go ask those people how far we are from the capital of the Sorcerer Kingdom." "Yes." Nia's eyes were full of exhaustion. These past few days, she could only sleep for 3 hours, scouting during the day and standing guard at night. Only in the late hours of the night, when a shift changed, could she get a little rest. She slapped her face to try to wake herself up. "Hello, may I ask how far we are from the capital of the Sorcerer Kingdom?" Nia politely asked as she approached Peroroncino. Peroroncino looked at Nia. "And who are you?" "We are the envoy group from the Holy Kingdom." "The Holy Kingdom's envoy group, that come here to seek help?" "Yes. If you keep going along this road for another hour, you'll be there." "Thank you so much." "Wait, you look like you're malnourished. I have a freshly grilled fish here. Take it." Nia only then noticed the barbecue grill beside them. She had been so exhausted that she hadn't seen it earlier. "Thank you so much." Nia happily took the grilled fish and returned. Peroroncino had just laid back down in his position. Slap! A loud slap echoed. "How can you still have a mood to eat grilled fish?" Remedios scolded Nia. Then, she began to berate Nia furiously. "Nana." Peroroncino spoke coldly. "Yes, Oni I-san." Nana, having been trained by Yulia, now fully understood what Peroroncino wanted her to do. Remedios looked at Nia, her anger boiling over again, and she raised her hand to strike another slap. But a delicate, small hand knocked hers away. "Why are you hitting this, sister?" Nana spoke up. No one noticed when Nana had appeared beside them. "What business is it of yours?" Remedios glared fiercely at Nana. Smack! Nana jumped up and slapped Remedios on the face. She didn't use much force, just the strength of an ordinary little girl. Although the slap wasn't strong, it was extremely humiliating. "Now it has everything to do with me," Nana said in her childish voice. "You little brat. You." Remedios had been in a bad mood since coming to the Sorcerer Kingdom, and Nana's slap was the last straw. Remedios swung her hand toward Nana with full force. This slap showed no restraint at all, and even an average adult wouldn't be able to withstand it. If it had been a normal child, they would have been dead for sure. Nana took a step back, and the slap passed just inches from her face, not landing at all. Nia immediately stepped in front of Nana. "Please spare her. She's just a child and doesn't understand." The vice captain shook his head, thinking to himself, "Nia, you're going to get yourself killed." The current captain is no longer the person she once was, the one we used to respect. It was clear that the vice captain had no intention of speaking out to stop her. Remedios was no longer someone he could stop. Remedios was furious. She immediately drew her sword, a regular sword. as the holy sword had been left behind in the Holy Kingdom. Without saying a word, she swung it toward Nia, intending to kill both Nia and Nana. Clang! Nana, holding a pitch-black dagger, blocked Remedio's attack. Did you all see that? She drew her sword first, which means... Suddenly, Nana disappeared from her spot. I can kill you right now. Remedios heard Nana's youthful, yet cold voice in her ear. Remedios swung her sword fiercely backward, but she struck nothing. The others also drew their weapons, but they dared not act hastily. They couldn't even tell where Nana was. Ainz said, when dealing with bad people, you have to be worse and more ruthless than them. The voice echoed in everyone's ears, but they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Damn it, stop with your tricks. Show yourself if you dare. Slap. Before Remedios could finish her sentence, a loud slap landed on her face. Remedios was knocked to the ground by the force of the slap. Captain, as the others rushed forward, Nana appeared in front of them. Nana stepped on Remedios' face with her small foot. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say it again. Though it didn't hurt to be stepped on by a child, the humiliation was overwhelming. Remedios grabbed Nana's ankle with her hand. Die, little brat. She slammed Nana toward the ground. Nana wasn't worried at all. She supported herself with one hand on the ground and wasn't harmed. At this moment, Remedios didn't let go of Nana's ankle. She stood up and swung Nana's entire body into the air. Remedios intended to make Nana lose her balance and slam her to the ground. In midair, Nana used her other foot to rotate her entire body. Remedios noticed Nana's intent and immediately released her ankle, realizing that if she held on any longer, her arm might be broken. However, Nana's leg could also be damaged. Nana's spinning motion was similar to the death roll of a crocodile, rotating at high speed, generating tremendous force. She's ruthless, a mutually destructive tactic, Remedios thought to herself. But that was only what Remedios believed. Nana's defense had already surpassed 1,000, and her body was tougher than Remedios thought. A mutually destructive outcome was impossible. After spinning 5 times, Nana landed smoothly on the ground. After landing, Nana disappeared again. Remedios started to lose her composure. To deal with a child, she had to stay completely focused. If she had hesitated for even a moment earlier, she might have been defeated. Spread out, keep your distance from me. Her target is me, Remedios ordered. Upon hearing her words, the others immediately distanced themselves. Remedios closed her eyes, tried to rely on her hearing to locate Nana. But just as her eyes closed, a loud slap hit her face. In the midst of battle, if you close your eyes, you're just asking to be hit. Remedios stumbled and opened her eyes, locking onto Nana's position. Martial technique, flowing speed. Martial technique, rapid slash. Remedios swung at Nana just before she could disappear again. Clang. Nana also used her dagger to block the opponent's attack. Martial technique. Immediate reflection. The moment Remedios' sword was deflected, she swung again, aiming to strike at Nana. Stop! Nia shouted loudly. Nana had only acted because Nia had been struck, and now she was about to be killed by Remedios. Remedios' sword slashed towards Nana's right shoulder. However, in the next moment, there was no bloody scene. The sword was deflected again. Nana's shoulder was covered only by a thin layer of clothing. When a sword made contact with her shoulder, it sank slightly into her flesh, only to be immediately deflected. There was not a single mark left on her skin. Everyone was stunned. The strongest warrior of the Holy Kingdom had used 3 powerful martial techniques against the child, yet she couldn't even break the child's skin. Ainz give me this clothes. It ruined because of you. I'm angry now, Nana said coldly. Nana threw down her dagger. She then delivered a punch directly to Remedios' face. Remedios blocked the attack with her sword, but the sword snapped in half. The punch landed squarely on Remedios' forehead. Remedios was sent flying. She crashed into the crowd and was knocked unconscious by the blow. Tell her when she wakes up that this is not the Holy Kingdom, and this is not a place where she can act recklessly, Nana said before leaving. The group looked at the unconscious Remedios, and no one wanted to seek revenge for her. First, they knew they couldn't defeat her. Second, she had to try to strike Nia. Even if Nia wasn't the strongest, she was still one of their own. Remedios had drawn her sword without hesitation, even threatening to strike without asking Nia to move aside. That was a bit too much, like killing the donkey after it has carried the load. They felt some sympathy for Remedios, but it was minimal. The group entered the capital city of the Sorcerer Kingdom with the unconscious Remedios. The soldiers, upon learning their identities, arranged temporary lodging for them. Now, they had to wait for Remedios to wake up before they could meet the Sorcerer King. "Don't worry, Nia. Once the captain wakes up, we'll plead on your behalf," Vice Captain Gustavo said, noticing Nia's concern. "Thank you," Nia replied softly. Nia left the inn and went alone to feed her horse. "Am I really that bad? Why won't Lady Remedios ever acknowledge me? Father, is it really such a mistake to want to become a holy knight?" When the border army was wiped out, Nia knew her father had also died. She cried for a long, long time. In her eyes, her once great father had just died like that. There was no body left behind. At that moment, she made up her mind that she would become a holy knight and join the campaign to defeat Jaldabaoth, seeking revenge for her father. But along the way, her faith had been wavering. Remedios, who had once been her idol, the person she always wanted to be like, the powerful holy knight, now seemed so different from what she had imagined. Since she had met Remedios in person, the image she had of her had collapsed in an instant. Throughout the journey, Remedios often lost her temper over trivial matters, acting as if she treated Nia like a punching bag. There were constant punishments, even physical ones. But she had no other choice. Other than staying with the envoy, she didn't know what else she could do. Her only advantage was that she inherited her father's talent for archery, as well as her excellent eyesight. Because of her sharp vision, she was able to spot potential troubles along the way and avoid them. "Father, do you think I should stay in this envoy? Perhaps it's better to just be an ordinary civilian here," Nia thought to herself as she looked at the people passing by on the streets, their faces filled with genuine smiles. "Nia, the captain has woken up. We're heading to meet the Sorcerer King now." A member of the envoy came to call for her. "Okay." After Remedios woke up, she was much calmer and did not show any anger when she saw Nia. She merely shot her a cold glance. The envoy asked the guards of the Sorcerer Kingdom for permission to meet the Sorcerer King. Soon, the guards informed them that they could meet the Sorcerer King in 3 days. During these 3 days, the envoy traveled around the Sorcerer Kingdom and came to the conclusion that it was a perfect country. The people they encountered on the streets were thriving and full of vitality. Though the name Sorcerer Kingdom might suggest a land of monsters, humans still made up the majority. It wasn't uncommon to see other races among the crowds on the streets. Everyone was going about their own business, and everything appeared to be very harmonious and prosperous. The day to meet the Sorcerer King soon arrived. When they reached the palace gates, the guard spoke. "To meet His Majesty the Sorcerer King, you must surrender your weapons." The group's faces turned awkward as they were reluctant to hand over their weapons. The guard didn't insist, but simply said, "Listen carefully. No matter what happens from here on, you must not draw your weapons. Do you understand?" The group nodded, indicating that they understood. The guard then opened the large gates. Inside, a Death Knight stood, exuding an aura of terrifying killing intent. Remedios instinctively gripped her sword, ready to strike back. The others were a half-step slower than Remedios, but still had their hands on their sword hilts. "Stop! No drawing weapons!" the guard urgently shouted. The Death Knight was ruthless, with no regard for who they were. Once, a group had entered and one person drew their sword. The Death Knight immediately slaughtered all of them without hesitation. The blood splattered all over him, and the Death Knight even considered killing the guard too. Luckily, the guard had managed to escape quickly. He did not want such a terrifying incident to happen again. Under the guard's lead, the group nervously passed by the Death Knight. Remedios could sense that this Death Knight was extremely powerful, She was not confident she could win in a one-on-one battle with him. Just as they were about to move forward, a familiar figure passed by in front of them. Peroroncino, Nana, Yulia, and Misty. The figure of Nana was firmly etched in the minds of the envoy team. Nana also saw the envoy team, and with a look that showed no recognition, she turned her gaze away. "Who are they?" Peroroncino asked the guard after seeing the group. "Report, Lord Chino. They're the envoy from the Holy Kingdom, here to meet Lord Ainz. He's the powerful adventurer Chino that Evil Eye mentioned." The members of the envoy team thought to themselves, "Looks kind of familiar," Peroroncino said, looking at them. "Lord Chino, these are the troublesome flies we met a few days ago while fishing," Yulia spoke up. "I remember now." At the time, Peroroncino hadn't paid much attention to them and didn't recognize their faces. After instructing Nana to handle the situation, he went back to fishing seriously. Remedios gritted her teeth as she stared at Peroroncino, knowing full well that it was Nana, under Peroroncino's orders, who had taken action against her. "Nana, I think she seems a bit defiant," Peroroncino remarked, noticing the unmistakable look of defiance in Remedios' eyes. "Lord Chino, let me handle this time." Before Nana could speak, Yulia interjected. "Lord Chino, they're Lord Ainz's guests. Please don't make things difficult for me," the guard said with a bitter expression. "I'm just going to scare them a bit, don't worry." Peroroncino patted the guard's shoulder, spoke, and then left. Afterwards, Remedios and the others met Ainz Ooal Gown, the Sorcerer King. "Your Majesty, Sorcerer King, we pay our respects." Remedios could only forcefully suppress her discomfort as she spoke. For her, greeting an undead being was as uncomfortable as kneeling before someone else. But for the sake of Queen Kalka of the Holy Kingdom and her sister Kalart, she had to endure it. "You have come to the Sorcerer King for what purpose?" Albedo asked. "Our Holy Kingdom has been attacked by the demon Jaldabaoth, and we hope that your nation can lend us the adventurer Mammon to help resist Jaldabaoth," Vice Captain Gustavo said. This kind of conversation was always left to the vice captain to handle. She couldn't calmly chat with an undead being. "For this matter, I refuse." "Why?" "Your Majesty the Sorcerer King. The Sorcerer Kingdom should not be in any danger right now, and the adventurer Mammon should be quite idle, right? Because Erantil has only recently been incorporated into the Sorcerer Kingdom, and we still need Mammon to stabilize the people's hearts. Your Majesty, may I ask how long it will be before the adventurer Mammon can assist the Holy Kingdom?" Nia asked. Although Remedios wanted to scold her, she refrained, considering that Nia had spoken her mind. "Albedo, how long will it take to stabilize the people's hearts?" "Lord Ainz, at least 3 years." Hearing Albedo's words, everyone felt their hearts sink. 3 years' time. By then, the Holy Kingdom would likely have turned into hell. "Your Majesty the Sorcerer King, could we have the adventurer Chino assist the Holy Kingdom?" Vice Captain Gustavo spoke up. Remedios cast a cold glance at Vice Captain Gustavo. Gustavo understood well. A child so young possessed such great power. Then the adventurer Chino's strength would undoubtedly be even greater. If they could bring him to the Holy Kingdom to deal with Jaldabaoth, it would certainly be a good thing. Despite Remedios' cold gaze, Gustavo didn't pay it much attention. He had to think about the Holy Kingdom. Now is not the time to worry about Remedios' feelings. This will depend on whether he is willing. Gustavo hadn't expected the Sorcerer King to respond like this, leaving the decision to his subordinate. "Do you need me to summon him for you?" "That will be very helpful. Thank you," Gustavo replied.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.